Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 876 Pure Land Buddha. Brother Yangping, that big brother. Seeing Li Su disappear, the child in Yangping's arms couldn't help but speak. Yangping touched the other's head. He was a little shocked and couldn't help looking in the direction that Li Su suddenly looked at not long ago. He knew very well that in a straight line, about 500 miles away, it was the territory of Wangxiang Palace. Is it possible? Is it really possible? Yangping didn't dare to think about it because it was a bit unbelievable and he didn't know how to describe it. That was Wangxiang Palace, the nightmare of the disciples of Jigio in the outer city of Fengdu in the underworld. On the surface, it was just an organization of casual cultivators, but in fact, it was a disciple of a certain big sect, and its strength was extremely powerful. Let alone, there were 5 Taii. You should know that, although Fengdu city looks like a whole, it is actually divided into 3 layers. The outer layer, the middle layer, and the inner layer. The corresponding is the Yinwen of the underworld. 198765-432. Usually the outer layer is dominated by celestial immortals, the middle layer is mostly true immortals, and Taii is basically gathered in the inner city. Not only the Yinwen, but also the chances of the underworld. The closer to the center of Fengdu, the better. For example, the Xianting Jiu, which is worth 10 yuan gold yuan, is not sold in the outer city or the middle city, but only in the inner city, and it is very difficult to enter there. For example, in the middle city, you need to comprehend 3 kinds of Yinwen of the 8th grade, 10 kinds of Yinwen of the 9th grade, and 100 kinds of Yinwen of the 10th grade. For this reason, most of the immortals were stuck at the outermost part in the past 3 years, and were not allowed to enter. The inner city is even more amazing, and you need to comprehend 3 kinds of Yinwen of the 5th grade, 10 kinds of Yinwen of the 6th grade, and 100 kinds of Yinwen of the 7th grade. In fact, in the 3 years since Fengdu was opened, whether it is going to the middle city or the inner city, most of the cultivators have passed through merit, not through comprehending Yinwen. The so-called merit is to participate in the conscription and go to the battlefield to fight. Because of this reason, this seemingly one city place has very unchanged entry and exit, especially for people in the middle city and the inner city. It will be very troublesome to want to enter after coming out from inside, and it will cost more than 100 times. Therefore, the 5 Taii realms in Wangxiang Palace were like a mountain to the Jigio disciples in the outer city, which made them breathless. Because no matter in the middle city or the inner city, the open and secret struggles were very fierce, and they were targeted. Everyone, follow me. Shaking his head, Yangping threw away the extra thoughts, waved his hand, and called everyone to follow him to the inn. This incident reminded him, and gave him a clear understanding of Wangxiang Palace. The opponent was much more brutal than he imagined. There were only 3 celestial immortals left here, and the rest were all golden elixir or foundation building. As a result, a true immortal led a team to the door and attacked them unscrupulously. He should have thought of it earlier and would not let them suffer so much. Brother Yangping, an adult came out. He looked very young and a little shy. He was one of the 3 celestial immortals. He couldn't help but speak. Although the words were not finished, the meaning was very clear. Very poor, very poor. Being targeted by the Wangxiang Palace, except for Yangping, everyone else usually stays in the rented hut. Yangping took a breath and said directly, "It's okay, I have money." It was not earned during the day, but just now, a large amount of yen silver dollars entered his household registration, a full 100. This can definitely be said to be a huge sum of money. It is enough for them to have a full meal in the inn for several months. As for the origin of this money, it goes without saying. With more than 10 people, they left the alley directly and walked into the inn. They rented a large guest room that can accommodate 30 people, and Yangping took the others to live directly in. Entering the safe area, especially the inn itself, has the effect of nourishing the soul. After a while, most of the children slowly closed their eyes and fell asleep. Although the external injuries have been repaired, and the vitality can boost the spirit, it does not have the effect of nourishing the soul. They were severely frightened, and they naturally couldn't bear it, after entering the place of peace of mind, and the effect of nourishing the soul. Soon, except for Yangping, and the 3 immortals, the rest of the people, including Jindan, fell asleep. Yangping took a breath. He was undoubtedly a little tired. He had experienced too many things, especially the previous battle, which consumed a lot. He shook his head vigorously, and forced himself to boost his spirits. He didn't just fall asleep, but walked to the only window in the big room, cast a spell to isolate the sleeping children, and pushed the window open. Sitting in front of the window, Yangping couldn't help but look into the distance. This room was specially chosen by him. The window opened just in the direction of the Wangxiang Palace. Brother. The 3 immortals sat down next to Yangping, 2 women and 1 man. They looked at Yangping with a little uneasiness and doubt. Although they didn't ask out loud, the meaning in their emotions was very clear. Who is that senior? Unlike the children, as immortals, they slightly glimpsed a little bit of Li Su's terror. Yangping shook his head, but quickly said, I don't know, but it's definitely not an enemy. He didn't know Li Su's identity, but he could feel that the other party cared a lot, not for him, but for the GGO. The 3 looked at each other, and the shy young man couldn't help but ask, brother, did that senior really go to Wangxiang Palace? They were naturally not stupid. They realized that Li Su had gone there after leaving, and couldn't help asking. Their eyes were a little burning. For Wangxiang Palace, the 3 people were undoubtedly full of bad feelings and hatred. Yangping heard it and smiled bitterly. He should have gone, but whether he would fight or not was obviously another matter. After all, there were too many strong people in Wangxiang Palace. Li Su was only 1 person. Even if he was in the Tai realm, he would be outnumbered. The previous battle had a great impact on Yangping. To be honest, he hoped that the other party would be calm and not act blindly. Wait. After a moment, Yangping had no choice but to weakly spit out the only feasible way for them. The 3 young girls suddenly quieted down and looked out the window with Yangping, with worry and expectation. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, is this the Wangxiang Palace? According to the information obtained from Huo Wang's mind, Li Su stopped in front of a huge courtyard. It was very big, and there were many people inside. They were basically all cultivators, and their level was not low, and the lowest was also the level of the celestial immortal. Although it was only in the early stage, compared with Yangping's Chindan and even foundation building, it was undoubtedly unclear which one was the big sect, and which one was the casual cultivator. There was a huge breath that could be felt inside, like the sun among the stars, vast and incomparable. That was Tai, and there were as many as 5 of them. You have to know that in this outer area of Fengdu, it has been so long, and this is the first time Li Su has encountered Tai, and he encountered 5 of them at once. They are very powerful. For the true immortals and celestial immortals, they are undoubtedly behemoths. No wonder Yangping has no sharp edges at all. Facing such a class-crossing enemy, the 10 fire true immortal has no ability to resist at all. These Tai at least have 8 fires, and their size is almost dozens of times more than that of the 10 fire true immortals. Of course, his attention was not on these Tai. Instead, he looked at the backyard of the courtyard, where a breath was lurking, very quiet and dim. If it weren't for his amazing divine sense, and his amazing sensitivity to flesh, soul, space, etc., he might have missed it. That was above the myth. A genius, at least 12 fires, and extraordinary magical powers. Such strength was obviously not something that could be cultivated in the upper domain, or below, and his identity was basically revealed. He should be a disciple of major sect, but it was hard to tell which sect he was from. He hid his own breath very deeply, and covered himself under the 5 Tai. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, standing in the void, Li Su couldn't help but get serious, and scanned the entire courtyard 3 times. After a moment, he exhaled and could do it. It was confirmed that he had enough money on him. As the thought fell, the lotus Deo fruit, one of the 7 holy Deo fruits, opened its eyes. The terrifying Buddha light rushed to the sky, and the sacred scriptures filled the sky. The 2 sides had reached this point and there was no need for dialogue. The Buddhist scriptures started to burn, and Li Su turned into a huge sun and fell directly towards the courtyard of the Wangxiang Palace. Who is it? The 5 Taoists in charge opened their eyes instantly and felt the amazing power coming. Almost at the same time, they took action, and the vast galaxies in their bodies glowed, and the huge hole formed a wonder, and 80 or 90 colors of flames shot up into the sky. An ancient bell soared into the sky. It was the 100 weapons technique, which was evolved to a very profound level. The evolved magic weapon was like a real presentation, and it was extremely magical. But hundreds of thousands of Tao rhymes gathered in it, and the grand scriptures on it glowed. It was seen that it shook lightly, making a vast sound, which spread thousands of miles and destroyed everything. A giant beast roared out, with horns on its head that soared into the sky. It was actually a strange dragon, about to turn into a dragon. The dragon's body was filled with scriptures, and there was a sound of the great way. That was a vision, a Taoist magic, and that was the ordinary snake turning into a dragon. It first played an ordinary snake, then a strange snake, gradually turned into a dragon, and finally became a dragon. This technique is extremely difficult to practice. It is a mid-grade immortal technique with amazing lethality. If you practice it to the extreme, you can evolve into a real dragon body, which is extremely terrifying. There are also stars rising into the sky, forming a sky full of sparks, like the collapse of the sky at the end of the world. Each flame contains profound laws, and there are countless scriptures in it. One word can drill through the earth and ignite the sea. That is the star art, which is a lower level version of the starry sky body refining technique. Although it is not as comprehensive as the starry sky body refining technique, its single round attack power is not weak at all. There is also amazing sword light, gathering the vast sword intent, and the move is like the Milky Way hanging upside down. There are billions of sword lights, extremely fast, and endless. The galaxy sword art, the same mid-grade immortal art, has surpassed the ordinary snake transformation dragon art. It has been practiced extremely deeply, equivalent to the 100 weapons art, and is one of the top 10 fires in the 5 Tai. There are also talismans, which quickly take shape and directly cover the entire courtyard, thousands of square meters in radius. Countless Dao rhymes are drawn by it, forming an amazing field. Each of its lines is like a road, covered by hundreds of thousands of Dao rhymes. This is the talisman King Kong. It was a defensive method in the art of talismans. Although it had existed since the foundation building stage, the one in front of him was completely different. He had mastered it to a terrifying degree, and it had undergone unpredictable changes inside, turning into his own true talisman, which possessed supreme defensive power. Don't look at that thin layer of golden light. It was actually comparable to 10,000 tons of black iron, and each layer was extremely solid. Even if a real dragon wanted to break it, it would take a lot of time. 4 defenses, 1 attack. The 5 Tai in the Wangxiang Palace cooperated very well, and they didn't need to speak specifically when they moved their hands and feet. The moment the Buddha's light rushed into the sky, the more than 200 celestial beings and real immortals in the courtyard naturally felt it at the first time. Their faces turned pale, and they felt the power of the Buddha's light. As the 5 Tai burst out, they calmed down immediately, after being slightly panicked. Many people smiled, with fierce eyes. They were bloodthirsty people, and the death they felt just now put great pressure on them, making them extremely afraid. With their own Tai masters taking action, they naturally became furious after their lives were safe. They almost died. For them who care about their lives very much, this is simply intolerable, and the mentality of revenge grows instantly. The person who sneaked up, no matter who he is dead. Not only is he dead, but the people he cares about are also dead. This time they will take action personally, find out everything related to the visitor, and kill them one by one in the most cruel way. With a thud, the falling Buddha light sun collided with the rushing ancient bell, strange dragon, starfire, and sword light. With a loud bang, the battle between the two sides was not a draw or a stalemate, but after just a moment, the ancient bell shattered, the strange dragon melted, the starfire was annihilated, and the sword light evaporated. The huge Buddha light sun, with heavy pressure, almost encountered no hindrance, smashed on the talisman light. Millions of Dao iron particles evaporated like smoke, and the counterattack of the 5 Tai almost collapsed at the touch of a button. The terrible Buddha fire ignited the entire courtyard in an instant. There was no time to be shocked, and even the sneer of revenge was still on their faces. More than 200 celestial immortals were gone. Their bodies, souls, and great ways were pierced, shattered, and burned by the terrifying Buddha light. Not only that, the 5 Tei who took action were also shocked. Blood spurted from their mouths and noses, their bodies vibrated, and the galaxies in their bodies shook constantly. The huge palaces and heavenly palaces were cracked. This is a qualitative difference, as well as a quantitative difference. As Tei, they only have a few stars in their bodies, and their Taoist magic is only of the middle grade. They haven't even broken the limit. Facing Li Su, they can be proud of just a moment of resistance, and then they can die. The Buddha light that fell to the ground directly penetrated them, and the terrible extraordinary particles were like the flames of hell, igniting and burning their bodies, and the scriptures in their bodies were cracking and collapsing. The 5 people could not help but wail. The Tei strongman who could establish a sect and be called the ancestor in the myth world with just one blow had already caused them incredible heavy damage. Their bodies, souls, and avenues were all burned through. Calmness turned into panic, and anger turned into fear. They tried their best to resist, but found that their necks were grabbed by someone, and the shadow of death was shrouding them. Buddhist Taoist, such behavior is too much. A voice came. Faced with this scene and this result, the Xianjiao hidden in the depths of the courtyard could not sit still. He walked out, with an amazing breath bursting out, and stepped directly on the terrifying Buddha fire, and came not far from Li Su. At this moment, he was full of anger. If his eyes could kill, he would want to scrape Li Su. The establishment of the Wangxiang Palace took a lot of effort. More than 200 true immortals and 5 Tei took him a lot of time. The team that took a year to build was beaten to a pulp in an instant. The 5 Tei were all severely injured. The loss was not small. These people were used to suppress the main force of the Jigeo disciples in the outer city. There were quite a few disciples in the outer city. As the only Jigeo among the 8 major sects that didn't care much about Xianjiao, the disciples in the outer city alone were not a few or dozens, but thousands or tens of thousands. Now, with such a trick, they finally caught the Jigeo by the neck, and then let it go. Although the visitor was angry and furious, he still held back deeply. With such a Buddhist Dharma, the origin of the other party can be imagined. He should be a disciple of the Buddhist sect, one of the 8 major sects. Targeting the Jigeo, don't think they are relaxed. In fact, the pressure is not small. Because in this Fengdu, in addition to the Jigeo, there is also the Zichan sect. The 3 sects are of the same blood, and it is not a joke. Now the visitor is obviously a disciple of the Buddhist sect. If a conflict occurs, it will be too much pressure for them. Wulian, you Xiaofo, too much? Li Su sneered, and the picture of Hualang appeared. He looked at Li Su viciously, and spit out words that he wanted to kill his whole family. They are going to kill my whole family. Ami, you bastard Buddha, I'm a monk, not a nirvana. The other party's face changed. Although it was just a picture, they could still distinguish the true from the false at their level, and could sense the cause and effect. In an instant, he almost wanted to curse, because he knew the person in the picture, who was from the Wangxiang Palace. As a disciple of a big sect and the master of the Wangxiang Palace, it was okay to be overbearing to his subordinates, but if you are overbearing to the Buddhist sect, which is also one of the 8 major sects, this is a big problem. He couldn't help but have murderous intentions in his heart, and he was furious at the disciple in the picture. A mere true immortal, a mere true immortal. Damn, how many people did he kill? Not only him, but the eyes of the 5 seriously injured Tei were red. If possible, they really wanted to skin the other party alive with their own hands. The man took a breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and used a calm tone. It was not easy to cause trouble at this moment. He was already against Jigeo and Zichanjiao. If there was Buddhism, it would not be a big pressure, but something would really happen. He had to swallow this loss. Everything would be dealt with after Jigeo. He said directly, misunderstanding this matter. Loss. Let's talk about it after Jigeo is dealt with. Li Su's eyes were very cold, and the Buddha's power around him did not go out. It was even more shocking. For this kind of thing, even if he was wrong, he would never accept it. The man's face changed instantly. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party could capture his thoughts. He has telepathy? He almost slapped himself. How could he forget that the Buddhist bastards like to spy on people's thoughts openly or secretly? It seems that there is no way to end it peacefully. In this case, he can only silence him. His eyes flashed with a dim light, revealing boundless darkness. A terrifying mountain emerged in the darkness, and the aura of Jiwuan emerged. There were terrifying scriptures shining inside, not just a few, but thousands and tens of thousands. The aura was extremely shocking, far beyond the comparison of the 5 Taie. Li Su's eyes shrank. Although he had guessed his identity, he didn't expect it to be true. Black Mountain Sect. But, you actually want to silence me? He took a step forward, and a world appeared in his pupils. The Buddha's fire dissipated, and instead, a huge bell sounded, and the Buddha's phantom appeared, and a terrifying wonder shone out. The 10,000-foot Buddha bell suppressed the heaven and earth, and the 10,000-mile poser descended to the world. Between heaven and earth, scriptures fell like rain. Infinite light illuminated the myriad worlds, and the 8 meritorious waters stretched for thousands of miles like the sea. 300 million bhikkhunis, 80 million arhats. The supreme magical powers of Buddhism, the laws of saints, and the pure land of the Buddha fell with a bang. In an instant, the bodies of the 5 Taie not far away were shattered on the spot, and their souls flew up on the spot. The soul light was directly converted along with the rolling Buddha's will, and merged into the vast Buddhist kingdom, becoming a part of it. The Black Mountain Xianjiao, who had the intention to kill, faced this extremely shocking scene, and his face turned green on the spot. This scene can only be described as super quality? Near saint? No. Saint level Taoism and magical powers? The senior brother of the Buddhist sect? No, that's not right. This Buddhist Dharma has never been seen before. Instead, it is very similar to the scene described in the ancient times. Pure Land Buddha Kingdom. Feeling that his own power is dissipating, the light of the soul is being dusted, and the soul is being saved by the other party. For the first time, the Black Mountain Sect Xianjiao couldn't help cursing in his heart. He wanted to chew up the disciple of the Wangxiang Palace who provoked him. Damn bastard, why don't you die? No matter who the person is, just this technique, just this Buddha power, if the Buddhist sect knows the reason, they will definitely end it without hesitation, and they will even be more active than Jijiao. This is the origin of the law, involving the fundamental core. Because if he becomes a saint, he will definitely open another Buddha kingdom, and achieve the Pure Land. Without any hesitation, the Black Mountain Sect Xianjiao disciple withdrew, not only because this technique is terrible, but most importantly, he can't beat it. However, he had just withdrawn less than 100 meters, when he saw Isu punching him. The extremely vast Buddha kingdom trembled, and directly suppressed his small body. Damn it. He recovered his original form, and showed his huge body. It was a black mountain, huge, hundreds of thousands of miles high, and bigger than the stars in the sky. The huge body moved, and directly crashed into the Buddha kingdom, that was smashing over. This is but Howking. To put it simply, it is a mountain, but don't underestimate it. The Great Way is simple. When it comes to Tai, such a simple move is sometimes very clever, and filled with unparalleled holy power. With a thud, the void solidified, and the two terrible forces collided together. It was the collision between billions of extraordinary particles, and it was the collision of millions of Dao rhymes. The sky thundered, and the earth ignited, and the wind was surrounded by thunder. The two peerless forces collided directly in the sky, and the chapters of the Great Way strangled each other crazily. But Howking was indeed amazing, but it was a pity that he was facing the Buddha kingdom, not to mention that there was still a gap in strength between the two. Just listening to the vibration of the Buddha bell, the Buddha sound passed through the void, and landed directly on the huge black mountain. With a thud, the black mountain trembled, and countless cracks appeared. The countless petals fell down, each carrying a majestic Buddhist scripture, like a mountain, and the black mountain was constantly shaking. Infinite light and water of merit collided with each other, 3,600 times in an instant, washing away the light of the other party's mind, and extinguishing the fire of the other party's soul. There were also arhats and nuns, who sat on the ground and chanted. They recited scriptures one by one, turning into millions of Buddhist words, and chiseled into the body of a huge black mountain word by word, imprinting, engraving, and directly transcending everything inside. Unable to bear it, the black mountain disciple let out a wail. His avenue and soul were chiseled through. The terrible Buddhist scriptures were imprinted on his mind, and ignited his soul. The pain was simply indescribable. It was more terrible than being cut into pieces, and it almost made his spirit collapse in an instant. This was a serious injury, a wound that affected the origin. The terrifying black mountain was dimmed and riddled with holes. It was not only that his strength was not as strong as the opponent's, but also that the method used by the opponent restrained him. No, this method restrained the Black Mountain sect's Taoism. Their technique contained the method of transforming demons, and this technique was aimed at the salvation of souls. It could be said that it was their nemesis. Damn Buddhist bald donkey. The Black Mountain sect's Xianjiao couldn't bear it anymore. His Yuanshan emitted light and escaped directly from his body. The huge Yuanshan was muttering something, and flames burned on his Yuanshan. That was the escape technique, the method of igniting the life essence to escape. This technique was really fast. Once it was performed, it reached the edge of the middle city in the next moment. The whole process was less than 0.0000001 seconds, and the mind couldn't keep up. With a resentful look at Li Su, the Black Mountain sect Xianjiao went to the middle city without looking back. He remembered this matter. He remembered Buddhism. Crash. Just when half of his body entered the middle city, the sound of chains rang out, and a man covered in a black robe suddenly appeared. He raised his hand and waved it, and the chain instantly pierced through the void, and arrived in front of the Black Mountain sect disciple, piercing into his lower body. The power of the soul burst out, directly nailing his soul there. The pupils of the Black Mountain sect Xianjiao suddenly shrank, and his soul spat out a large mouthful of black blood. He opened his eyes in disbelief, revealing an extremely pale look. Soul fixing technique? People from Ghost Gate? Before the thought fell, the black-robed man began to pull the chain, trying to pull the other party out of the middle city. As his soul left the middle city little by little, the Black Mountain sect Xianjiao was completely terrified. He couldn't help but shout wildly, and his face showed an extremely fierce look, but he saw that he gritted his teeth, and his soul arm turned into a long knife, and fell fiercely. With a sizzling sound, he actually forcibly cut off his soul that was fixed. There was another huge wail, and the remaining half of the soul of the Black Mountain disciple disappeared in the direction of the central city at an extremely fast speed. Holding the other half of the opponent's soul, the black-robed man not far away couldn't help but blink his eyes, a little impressed. He is a ruthless man. He was clearly nailed by the foot, but he actually cut himself in half. After killing the opponent's soul, the black-robed man revealed his face. Yes, it was Li Su. He glanced at the direction of the central city indifferently. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the other side, and some eyes were looking in this direction. Without saying a word, his body disappeared and faded away. In the courtyard of the Wangxiang Palace, the Buddhist aura also quickly converged. Li Su moved his feet and disappeared before the eyes shifted over. So, with the involvement of the Buddhist genius and the Ghost Gates means, the other party should be quiet for a while, right? Chapter 877. All parties are shocked. Boom. A loud noise. Thunder cracked. The moment the battle started, countless people woke up from their sleep. The sharp Buddha's aura, the Buddha's light in the sky, and the outer city within 100 miles, were all rendered golden. Ordinary people, needless to say, were panicked in the golden light, and their hearts were suppressed by the grand Buddha statue, feeling the wrath of the gods. The monks were even more shocked. The Taorim and extraordinary particles between heaven and earth seemed to be washed away, filled with amazing Buddha nature. With a slight sense, the whole person seemed to be saved. This feeling is absolutely beyond imagination for practitioners. The mind can't help but tremble, and the extraordinary no longer accepts their own control. There are strong people fighting. In an instant, this thought filled everyone's heart. Who is it? Why? Countless thoughts couldn't help but emerge. However, that direction seems to be the Wangxiang Palace. That's right, it's the Wangxiang Palace. This loose cultivation organization is quite domineering. Since its establishment, it has done a lot of immoral things and pitted many people. However, because they are so powerful, most people dare not speak out. And it is said that they seem to be targeting the big sect, the legendary GGO, and have injured and killed many GGO disciples, which makes people more afraid. A million-year-old big sect, is it a joke? How can a mere casual cultivator dare to touch it? Behind this Wangxiang Palace, there must be people from the same big sect. Because of this reason, although many people have been angry, apart from private resentment, almost no one dares to say anything to them in person. Is this a Buddhist cultivator? Looking at the earth-shaking Buddha light, many cultivators were shocked that the Wangxiang Palace was really domineering. Unlike Taoist cultivators, there is only one person in this mythological world who practices Buddhist skills, and that is a Buddhist sect, and the so-called Buddhist sect is also one of the big sects. Before, they targeted GGO, and now they are targeting Buddhism. The people of Wangxiang Palace are really bold, and many people couldn't help but sigh. Similarly, on the side of the GGO disciples, Yang Ping and others also felt the movement. The 4 people who had been waiting were stunned. The terrible Tai war was indeed staged, but it was obviously completely different from what they imagined. Why is it a Buddhist cultivator? For a moment, the 4 people were a little confused. They really didn't expect that Wangxiang Palace would confront Buddhist disciples. Although they dared to target GGO, it was absolutely beyond imagination to offend Buddhism. After all, Buddhism is different from GGO. When there was a problem in the underworld, 99% of Buddhist disciples were in the western regions. Now in the inner city, the Buddhist elder brother, second elder sister, and third elder brother are all there. They are all Tai great perfection, especially the elder brother and second elder sister. They are new cultivators who have evolved a fire through intensive practice of the highest Buddhist classics, and leaped to the mythical extreme. Soon, many cultivators rushed out of the room, came to a high place, and looked in the direction of Wangxiang Palace. Seeing that only one blow severely injured 5 Tai in Wangxiang Palace and the huge Wangxiang Palace courtyard was burned to ashes, many cultivators took a breath of cold air. Xianjiao, undoubtedly Xianjiao. Even in Buddhism, he is definitely in the top sequence. What did Wangxiang Palace do? After all, among the 8 major religions, Buddhism has the best temper. It is not easy to get angry and rarely kills. This kind of bloodbath is really hard to imagine if it is not the wrath of heaven and the resentment of people. Just when everyone was extremely confused, an even more shocking scene appeared in the courtyard of Wangxiang Palace. Buddha Kingdom. The legendary Pure Land actually appeared. Although they knew that it was a skill and a sacred vision, not real, there were still many people trembling, and their minds were turbulent. As for the reason, there were many Buddhist disciples left in the outer city. The moment they saw the Buddha Kingdom, they couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the Buddhist disciples living around them. They saw them sitting cross-legged on the ground devoutly and began to chant scriptures, and they could understand how important the meaning of this Buddha Kingdom was to the Buddhist disciples. Now, the people of Wangxiang Palace are going to be in big trouble. Someone couldn't help but speak out. Yes, it's going to be in big trouble. Although we don't know who the Buddhist genius who ended up in the end is, the Grand Buddha Kingdom has already explained everything. After all, whether it is orthodoxy or power, the Pure Land Buddha Kingdom is too different. You know, in just a moment, many people were almost directly converted. When they came back to their senses, they found that they put their hands together and listened to the scriptures devoutly. They couldn't help but sweat. They were not without contact with the essence of Buddhism, which was also a classic, and it was not much different from the classics of Zuanmen. But the power of the Buddha Kingdom was far beyond imagination. The light of the soul was affected, and the Tao rhyme in the body was converted, and they almost escaped into the Buddhist world. And the most terrifying thing was the appearance of the Buddha Kingdom. They found that the real Buddhist disciples who sat down devoutly were glowing, and the Buddhist scriptures in their bodies were attracted and changed. The Buddha light on their bodies became more brilliant and grand. This Pure Land Buddha Kingdom has the ability to bless and strengthen Buddhist disciples. This is a son of Buddha. No, this is the reincarnation of the Buddha. In an instant, someone couldn't help but say to himself, I don't know about other things, but I'm afraid that the Wangxiang Palace is going to be in bad luck. Hearing that person's words, countless cultivators couldn't help but nod in agreement. In the cultivation world, the Buddhist sect is definitely a mudslide. Unlike the Zuanmen sect, they often pick up a child and then directly become the supreme Buddhist son of the Buddhist sect. As long as the other party has enough Buddha nature, bloodline, world outlook and other things are not important at all. Therefore, you can imagine what expression the Buddhist disciples would have when the Wangxiang Palace, which can make the reincarnation of the Buddha go on a killing spree. Therefore, not many people care about the huge black mountain that appeared after the Buddha kingdom. After all, it is not unexpected. Although the Wangxiang Palace hides its head and shows its tail, anyone with a discerning eye can tell who is targeting the GGO. After all, it is not the Buddhist sect. The Sichan sect has also been involved. The Ghost Gate is mysterious and doesn't care about these at all. There is no need to guess who attacked the GGO. When seeing the Black Mountain prodigy retreating and being suppressed by the Buddha kingdom and only being able to escape with his soul, many people's eyes moved and their minds could not help but move. With the end of the Buddha sect, no matter what the Wangxiang Palace did, its rampant days are almost over. After all, the courtyard has almost concentrated 90% of the opponent's strong men, and now the remaining ones in the outer city are basically just shrimps. Although there is also the Wangxiang Palace in the middle city, and its power is greater than that of the outer city, I'm afraid they are anxious now. It's okay to fight against the G sect, but with the addition of Buddhism, even if the Black Mountain sect is behind the Wangxiang Palace, their expressions are probably not too good. However, just when the soul of the Black Mountain sect prodigy escaped, another figure appeared and attacked the soul of the Black Mountain sect prodigy. At first, many people thought it was a disciple of the G sect. After all, they and the Wangxiang Palace were already a fight to the death, and the struggle was open, and many disciples were killed. As a result, countless spectators were shocked again when they made a move, locking souls and taking spirits. This is the method of the Ghost Gate. Facing this scene, not to mention the audience, even the people of Wangxiang Palace couldn't stand it. Their faces were as pale as dead. When dealing with GGO, they were rampant. When Buddhism was defeated, they were shocked. When Ghost Gate also appeared, it was really scary. After all, there are 5 major sects in the western region: Buddhism, Ghost Gate, Black Mountain, GGO, and Sichan sect. Not to mention GGO itself. Sichan sect had been defeated before, so Wangxiang Palace had to restrain a lot. Now Buddhism and Ghost Gate have moved. Even if the person behind Wangxiang Palace is Black Mountain sect, everyone is a big sect who dares to fight for alone. Although the Black Robed Man only made a move once, and the means was only the simplest soul locking and soul stealing, but the fact that Tai monks could only survive with their souls broken can tell a lot of things. The person who made the move is probably Tai, and his realm is not low, and his talent is not bad. There are many Tai in the entire western region, but not as many as you think. This realm is definitely a high level one at present. Such a blatant move, the signal released is quite interesting. It has offended the public. The crowd, who were just watching the show, couldn't help but turn their eyes around. After all, the Wangxiang Palace is quite overbearing, and has harmed many people since its establishment. Most people may not dare to help GGO in its time of need. But under public anger, adding insult to injury is another matter. This is why the people of the Wangxiang Palace turned pale. The wind direction of Fengdu has completely changed. How rampant it was before, how great the backlash will be after this. In. Yang Ping sorted out his confused emotions after seeing Li Su return from the window and quickly went downstairs and ran out. He took a breath and couldn't help but say, "Sir." At this moment, his face was full of questions, and he obviously had a lot of questions. Li Su naturally understood the other party's thoughts. He immediately said with a look of surprise, "There are so many enemies in this Wangxiang Palace. I haven't even arrived yet, but they have already started fighting. I don't know which Buddhist brother started it. As the 6th brother, he naturally would not admit that he was the one who started it." Yang Ping was stunned. "Wasn't it the sir?" "That's right. He had seen Li Su take action. The power he possessed was obviously a Taoist magical power, not a Buddhist technique. As for dual cultivation, you must be kidding. It is extremely difficult to master one of that level of magical power. It can be said to be extremely evil. It is really a genius. Mastering two? How is it possible? Soon, he couldn't help showing his face full of joy, nodded and said, yes, Wangxiang Palace is very domineering. In the past year or so, it has done a lot of evil things in Fengdu City. However, most of the people they are fighting against are independent cultivators, or cultivators from the middle and lower domains. Because the other party has disciples of a big sect behind them, most of them dare not speak out. Unexpectedly, they provoke the powerful Buddhist this time. You should know that the temper of the Buddhist brother is considered good among the cultivators. He was forced to kill. This Wangxiang Palace is too much. Yang Ping couldn't help himself. He naturally saw the end of the battle. Not only the Buddhists, but also the ghosts were killed. Wangxiang Palace, this is definitely unlucky, and something big is going to happen. Is the Buddhist brother good-tempered? Li Su was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. He didn't know much about other Buddhist sects, but when it comes to the ancient Buddhist sect, although it is a bit unkind to say this about his teacher, his two masters are not ordinary black. Cough. Cough. Li Su gathered his thoughts after two dry coughs. However, the person behind the other party seems to be a disciple of the Black Mountain sect. Has the G sect and the Black Mountain sect reached this point? Li Su changed the subject and asked another question. Yang Ping was stunned, but nodded unexpectedly, with a little regret and more resentment. Yes. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the underworld this time, to give the Black Mountain sect some breathing space, the Black Mountain sect's group of scum in the western regions would have been uprooted by my G sect. Now it has given the other party a chance to recover and bite back. Li Su was stunned, a little unbelievable. G sect and the Black Mountain sect went to war, and they were going to uproot them? What's going on? Li Su paused slightly and couldn't help but ask, the saint doesn't care? Ha ha. Yang Ping was stunned for a moment, but looked at Li Su strangely. Sir, you should be in seclusion recently, right? What does it mean? Li Su looked confused. No wonder you didn't know. A few months ago, Jijiao and Hishinjiao went to war. It was the War of Saints. Yang Ping said calmly. Li Su couldn't help shrinking his pupils and subconsciously clenched his fists. A war of saints? A few months ago, Hishin bastards harmed my Jijiao disciples in Dalo Mountain. The saint of my sect was furious, and together with the saint of the human sect, he went to war with the Black Mountain Patriarch. The 9 elders of my sect and the 3 stars of the human sect chased the 3 Black Mountain Patriarchs for thousands of miles. The holy land of the Black Mountain sect was almost blocked by my sect. Unfortunately, an accident happened, and the underworld suddenly appeared, completely disrupting the original rhythm. I guess only the saint of the Black Mountain sect has escaped far away. Yang Ping slapped his fist and said angrily, it gave those bastards a chance. Chapter 878 Butterflies in the Outer City. Li Su was a little dazed. The news Yang Ping told him last night was undoubtedly shocking. Halfway through the second day, Li Su still felt a little unreal. The saints of Jijiao and Rinjiao came out to hunt down the Black Mountain Patriarch. The 9 elders of Jijiao and the 3 elders of Rinjiao hunted down the Black Mountain Patriarch, so that he shed blood for thousands of miles. The reason for all this was that he was attacked on the Dalo Mountain, the holy land of Rinjiao. Although he fell into the trap and was teleported away, Li Su had thought that Jijiao and Rinjiao would probably cause trouble for the Black Mountain Patriarch. But the force was really huge and powerful. He had never thought that the Black Mountain Patriarch would run away with the Holy Land. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the underworld, there would be no need for him, Li Su, to go back and take revenge, and the Black Mountain Patriarch would have been gone. Shocked and surprised, Li Su was very complicated for a while. Of course, there was also a warmth that surrounded him. Taking a deep breath, standing in place, Li Su couldn't help rubbing his cheeks to calm himself down. Damn, kidding. Hearing this kind of news, no one would be able to accept it for a while. The whole person suddenly had an urge to fly. This treatment was simply amazing. It was no different from the national leader suddenly coming to your house for dinner and then patting your shoulder and saying, "Boy, go ahead and make trouble. Uncle will protect you." For this reason, Lee Soo spent a whole night, plus half a day, to rebuild his bottom line. Can't drift. It was really difficult. As a Tai monk, it still took more than 9 hours to finally suppress his restless heart. No wonder, in the previous life, there were many men, and they were honest people. Once they had money, they couldn't help but go to find a mistress. Once desire emerges, it is really not easy to suppress it. Looking at the road monument less than a foot high in front of him, Lee Soo exhaled the breath he had inhaled into his lungs. Half a day has passed, but Yinwen has only comprehended less than 6,000. You know, he really comprehended 3,500 kinds at night last night, but now half a day has passed, and he has only comprehended 1,500. This shows how great the impact is. This is no joke. With continuous comprehension, the progress of the 10th grade Yinwen is great. This is just like addition and subtraction. Once you master the basic addition and subtraction, the change of digits is meaningless. Now he can basically remember, comprehend, and form the 10th grade Yinwen in his soul with just one glance. Lee Soo raised his head and glanced at Yang Ping, who was leading the way. The other party was in a very relaxed mood, and his joy could not be concealed at all. Yesterday's incident was fermenting. By sensing the other party's thoughts, the disciples of the GGO in the outer city were now beating gongs and drums, and they were almost going to set off firecrackers at the ruins of the Wangxiang Palace. In the morning, when he came out, Yang Ping had asked him for leave. He planned to leave work an hour earlier today to attend the GGO meeting. The content of his memories was naturally to celebrate the bad luck of the Wangxiang Palace and prepare to drink. Feeling the thoughts in the other party's mind, Lee Soo was a little stunned. His fate of playing the role of a disciple of the Buddhist sect and the ghost sect seemed to be better than he expected. To be honest, he was a little confused. Is the effect so great? You have to know that his original intention was to make the people behind the Wangxiang Palace suspicious and afraid to let go of their hands and feet, to target GGO in a short time, so as to win time for himself. Although he thought about it, Lee Soo didn't say anything. He still didn't reveal his identity. Even after hearing that GGO had been killed by the saint because of him, he didn't forget himself because of his emotions. He was quite cautious. It's not that he didn't trust Yang Ping, but there were some concerns. The enemy is the Black Mountain sect, which is nothing. They are all million-year-old sects, so GGO is naturally not a vegetarian. But the situation in Fengdu is obviously a bit wrong. It's not just GGO that has lost its high-level leaders, but also the Black Mountain sect. Why can the other party suppress GGO to such an extent? Indeed, GGO has a lack of top-level combat power. After all, unlike other major sects, GGO does not pay much attention to Xiangeo monsters. But don't forget the situation of GGO itself, which is famous for its formation. If one person can't beat it, it doesn't mean that 10 people can't either. In addition, among the 5 major sects in the western regions, there is also the Zichen sect. Although the disciples of the Zichen sect do not like the G sect's love of money, they will not sit idly by when the Black Mountain sect targets them. As disciples of the 3 pure ones, they will not watch. But now it has developed into a nearly one-sided situation, which makes Lee Soo quite concerned. Undoubtedly, this means that the other party has helpers, and there may be other cards in the dark. Therefore, his identity is not suitable for exposure at this time, and he needs to hide it. It is not appropriate to get deeply involved, but to watch and observe as a bystander. What is the quarrel over there? Continuing to walk towards the next Yinwen location, Lee Soo found that there was a loud noise coming from another street. He couldn't help turning his head to look. There was a smell of blood floating in the air near the noise, and he caught the breath of life passing away, and there was soul light dissipating. It seems that someone was killed. Alas, this Fengdu is really chaotic. Lee Soo couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. You can talk about other places, but in Fengdu, you can earn money and obtain cultivation resources through fighting and understanding Yinwen. Why can't these people be calm? The purpose of cultivation should be longevity, not killing. Good. Yang Ping, who was walking in front, suddenly waved his fist, and his face was flushed. What's wrong? Yangping. Li Su couldn't help but be curious. The other party made this action many times today. Almost a dozen times. I'm sorry, sir. It's okay. I just found that you seemed quite happy. Of course, sir. You don't know that the bastards of Wangxiang Palace were killed. Huh. Li Su was stunned. Then he frowned and couldn't help but feel nervous. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Did you take action?" He used the means of Buddhism and Ghost Gate to attack, not to let GGO launch a counterattack, but to make the Black Mountain sect suspicious. At this moment, GGO counterattacked, and the Black Mountain sect must be extreme. In order to prove their strength, they will definitely suppress the GGO disciples with great force, so that his purpose will be defeated. After all, whether it is the Buddhist Xiangjiao or the Ghost sect, in fact, they have nothing to do with the two major sects. This is just a castle in the air, a mirage. Once the GGO side can't help but take the initiative to pierce it, the smoke bomb he released will dissipate immediately. Yangping was stunned for a moment and immediately shook his head. "Sir, I filtered it. Although I really want to, it's not us. Although there are voices in the sect calling for it, the hatred of the GGO disciples for the Wangxiang Palace is quite large. But it was soon suppressed. After all, the GGO disciples are not fools. Although they can vent their anger at this time, the GGO disciples will inevitably bleed. This is a very simple truth. A vicious dog may not dare to move when facing a larger vicious dog, but if it faces an existence that has been suppressed for a long time, the Wangxiang Palace is very likely to vent its anxiety and tension on the GGO. It's not you? Li Su was stunned. Yes, it's not us. Yangping nodded. At this moment, he said with great spirit, some of them were independent cultivators who were bullied by Wangxiang Palace, disciples of middle and lower domain sects. Some were killed by Buddhist disciples, and some were killed by Ghost sect disciples. Huh. Wait. Li Su was a little confused. It's not hard to understand that independent cultivators were bullied. It's not surprising to kick someone when he's down. But Buddhist disciples? Did Ghost sect disciples also take action? They took action themselves, and they knew it best. Disguise is always just a disguise. Once Buddhist and Ghost sect know about it, as long as they conduct an internal audit, they will immediately understand that it was not their people who took action, but someone disguised as them. Faced with this result, it was the original script to come forward to clarify. Why did the two families really end up like this? For a moment, Li Su was a little confused. What's going on? Asterisk 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 ah. A scream sounded in an alley in the middle city. A disciple of Wangxiang Palace fell to the ground bleeding, with a big hole in his chest, and his heart was gone. His eyes widened, staring at the sky without a soul. He obviously didn't expect that he, who was still domineering a day ago, would die dozens of meters away from his own stronghold. In the distance, the cultivators hiding in the courtyard of the Wangxiang Palace couldn't help but tremble. This scene was not the first time. In less than half a day, the number of casualties in the outer disciples of the Wangxiang Palace in the middle city was almost more than 30. There were real immortals who were seriously injured, and their foundations were seriously damaged. After half a day, the entire Wangxiang Palace has reached a situation where everyone is in danger. They dare not leave the courtyard at all, for fear that they will never come back once they go out. At the same time, in the inner city, somewhere, in the stronghold of the Wangxiang Palace, there were several people sitting inside. Their faces were livid and their pupils were full of anger. The loss was huge. Not to mention the foundation building and golden elixir. In just half a day, hundreds of heavenly immortals and dozens of real immortals died in the Wangxiang Palace. Even two outer Tai were seriously injured. This loss is not a big loss for Wangxiang Palace. But the trouble is that there are too many people who attacked Wangxiang Palace. The people from the independent cultivators and the middle and lower domain sects are nothing. As long as they want, they can come to the door at any time and go home to exterminate the clan. What really gives them a headache, fear, and even discomfort is the behavior of the Buddhist disciples and the Ghost disciples. Damn it, what do the Buddhist and Ghost disciples mean? Do they want to start a war? One of them spoke up. His face was extremely unhappy and extremely angry. Although Wangxiang Palace is only an organization established in Fengdu, it is undoubtedly well known that there is a big sect behind it. The Buddhist and ghost sects acted brazenly, triggering this series of chain reactions. For Wangxiang Palace, the loss is huge. Although there are not many people who died at this time, only a few hundred people, but if this continues, who can bear it? As he spoke, many people present showed an extremely solemn look, but one of them saw his pupils shrink and slowly said, could it be that they found something? As soon as the words fell, the stronghold was silent in an instant, and everyone's face became very ugly. After all, this timing was too good. They had just prepared to act, and the Buddhist sect and the ghost sect both attacked. It was impossible not to make a connection. After a while, someone spoke faintly, it seems that there is a traitor. After another silence, someone said, pass the order down, shrink the defense, and temporarily stop targeting GGO. Maybe they got some information, but it shouldn't be much, otherwise they wouldn't try like this. After all, we are the only ones who know and master the entire plan. At present, most of the plan has been completed. As long as the core is not exposed, even if they find it after a while, it will be meaningless. Tighten the control of the periphery of this plan and deal with the people who have been completed. Several people nodded. At this point, this is the only way. Asterisk 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 at the same time, in the inner city. Buddhist sect. Buddhist residents. The little monk stood in front of the big monk and told the story of what happened in the outer city one by one. Pure land of Buddha? Are you serious? Yes. Amitabha, notify all the brothers and sisters. Be prepared. Ah, okay, brother. The little monk nodded and prepared to go out. The next second he stopped at the door and turned back with a confused face and said, brother, what are we going to do? The big monk blinked his eyes. Nothing. Brother, please speak human language. What are you talking about? The big monk smiled and said, Amitabha, it cannot be said. It cannot be said. The little monk looked unhappy and left. Watching the other party leave, the big monk put his hands together, and after a while he said faintly, alas, junior brother, it's not that I won't tell you, but the old master told me so. He couldn't help but think of what his master suddenly called him and said to him a long time ago. One day, if you see the Buddha, be prepared. Master, is this the Buddha you said I saw this time? And you ask me to prepare, what are you preparing for? Asterisk 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 on the other side, the ghost gate. There were also two people standing facing each other. The middle-aged man said, junior brother, why? The young man was puzzled and said, why? The middle-aged man was a little angry, you know I'm asking why. The young man looked annoyed. He hated this kind of conversation that didn't get to the point the most. He immediately said, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. The middle-aged man was annoyed and said directly, I asked you why you wanted to kill that person from the Wangxiang Palace today. The young man was surprised. He practiced evil methods, devoured the souls of children to strengthen himself, and he was still hanging around in front of me. What's wrong with me killing him? Because of this? Otherwise? The middle-aged man looked annoyed. Damn it, this matter is hard to explain. Chapter 879 Battlefield. A solitary moon hangs high in the sky, and across the vast land, there is an ancient castle and a battle. On the castle, one can see a high platform after another, with huge cannons, roaring with thunder, and resounding with dragon roars. What was fired were huge swords of 100 feet, bursting with amazing sharp sounds, and completely crossing the battlefield. In the sky, a giant ship slowly moved forward. It looked like an ancient ship, with sails, and a red lantern hanging on the bow. At this moment, it was spewing thunder snakes, and countless artillery fires, accompanied by a shrill sound, continued to pour down. Around the giant ship, there were sword immortals surrounding them. They stepped on the void, holding sharp swords. As the artillery fire flew down obliquely, it kept flying across the battlefield, and between the flashes of sword light, a large number of heads flew high. On the ground, a chariot leaped, and the ancient god cow pulled the chariot, shining with 5-color divine light, and the driver was an armored man holding an ancient halberd. However, as the god cow was surrounded by thunder, the chariot shone with golden light, and the man holding the halberd swung the halberd in his hand again and again, slashing one knife after another of the moonlight to the opposite side. On the opposite side, there were strange corpses, short as a person, tall as a mountain. They roared and roared, pounced forward and followed, like mountains and seas, constantly charging towards the direction of the castle again and again. This is a war that cannot be described. The corpses have covered the earth, and the blood has flowed into a river. The fallen immortals and corpses exceeded hundreds of millions, and they were trampled into mud and shattered into pulp before they could be buried or dealt with. In the atmosphere, there was a strong smell of blood that was so suffocating. The terrible breath of death was enough to make a normal person fall into madness after stepping into this place and be pulled into the abyss by this terrible killing. Auxiliary soldiers, get ready. In the castle, beside the huge wall, in a long passage, there were nearly 1,000 people squatting there, carrying huge boxes one after another. Hearing the preparation, the 100 people in the front immediately crouched down and made a sprinting motion. Go. With the leader's command, a team of 100 people immediately rushed out. At the same time, a huge airship fell from the sky and landed on a platform not far from the team of 100 people. 100 auxiliary soldiers rushed over and quickly walked to both sides of the airship. While taking down boxes one after another, they also loaded the boxes in their hands. The speed was very fast. In less than 10 seconds, the equipment was completed. The giant ship immediately took off and rushed to the battlefield again, while the auxiliary soldiers rushed to the other side of the passage carrying the obviously much lighter boxes and quickly disappeared. Such scenes were seen on the top and bottom floors of the entire castle. Teams of auxiliary soldiers rushed out at a very fast speed to supply the giant ship, the turret, and the chariot. Xioli, are you nervous? Haha, don't be nervous. This battle may seem amazing, but in fact, it has little to do with us auxiliary soldiers. We just need to do our job well. An old soldier who obviously had experience was looking at the new recruit who had just joined not long ago and passing on his experience. He looked very relaxed, and there was no sign of nervousness at all. He was obviously used to this fast-paced change of clothes, and he also knew what he needed to pay attention to. After listening to the other party's words, the new recruit thought for a while and said seriously, "Well, I'm not nervous. It's good that you are not nervous. Just follow me and run over. No problem." The new recruit raised his head, revealing his face in his 20s. It seemed ordinary, but there was something extraordinary in the depths. It was obviously the type that was more attractive the more you looked at it. Soon, it was their turn. With the wave of the guide outside, the old soldier immediately rushed out with the new recruit. Quickly running to the belly of the giant ship, the veteran took a breath and said quickly and urgently, "Remember what I told you?" The recruit nodded, and according to the operation method learned before, he turned on the supply switch of the giant ship, took out the empty box inside, and then picked up the box in his hand and pushed it in. Open, pull out, put in, lock it. The process was smooth and flowing, and it was completely unrecognizable that he was a new recruit. Not bad. Faced with this scene, the veteran who wanted to give a few words suddenly smiled. Roar. At this moment, a huge roar suddenly sounded outside the castle. A giant corpse, half of its body was broken, cut from the neck to the abdomen, revealing rotten internal organs. It was very big, very big. It was nearly 30 feet long, almost close to 100 meters. It was about to fall down and die completely, but at the last moment, it suddenly raised its hand and shook its shoulders violently. Woo woo woo. A shrill sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the rotten spear in the hand of the huge ancient corpse was thrown out by it, flying directly towards the location of the castle. Boom. Boom. Clang. 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 The castle responded immediately, with the roar of artillery fire and the sound of giant swords, which directly hit the thrown spear. Almost instantly, the spear was shattered, and was smashed into pieces by the terrible force. Most of it was directly destroyed, and only a part of the spear tip continued to fly towards the castle, flying towards the location of the veterans and recruits. Fuck. Faced with this scene, the old soldier's face changed instantly, and he screamed directly, "Damn it, a natural disaster, that will never happen in 100,000 times." After that, the old soldier did not hesitate, and did not care about what the giant ship would do. He ran very fast, and rushed directly to the passage at the other end. Of course, not only the veterans, but also the experienced ones in the team all fled. Their speed was so fast that even rabbits could not keep up, bursting out with unimaginable speed. The giant ship itself, after a slight shock, flew up directly, regardless of whether the supply below was completed. However, in the blink of an eye, only a few recruits who were obviously encountering this situation for the first time were left on the platform, including the handsome guy who was warned by the veteran. On the other side, the veteran who ran into the passage finally remembered something. When he turned around and saw the recruit standing there in a daze, he couldn't help but yelled, "Asshole, what are you standing there for? Run." Unfortunately, it was too late. The speed of the spearhead was much faster than expected. The veterans left, and the giant ship evacuated. It was already the last chance. It was obviously too late to come back to their senses now. It was not just a matter of time, but as the spearhead approached, an extremely terrible force of decay instantly extended over, quickly decaying the body and mind of the recruits who remained on the platform. They didn't use any power at all. Except for the more attractive recruit, the others had problems in an instant. They had a smell of corruption from the inside out, their bodies were aging, and their souls were withering. They wailed to the end, in great pain, like mortals being pursued by death. Among the few people, the only recruit who was fine had a strange look in his eyes. He was not unfamiliar with this power. He had encountered it before entering Fengdu, just like the dead soul. He held on. His body was shining, and a grand chapter appeared in his flesh and blood. Although the power of corruption was terrible, it could not wither his flesh and blood soul. There was an immortal breath and a taste of eternity. The person who came was naturally Li Su, who had signed up not long ago and came to this Fengdu battlefield. Before Li Su could make a move, another lightning flashed and struck directly on the remnant of the spear tip that was about to reach the platform, instantly shattering it completely. In an instant, the power of corruption covering the platform quickly dissipated, and the concentration dropped rapidly. Although it did not disappear completely, it was much better than before. Soon, someone rushed out of the passage quickly, ran to the new soldier who had only endured the power of corruption for a moment, and suffered great physical and mental damage, quickly picked him up, and returned to the passage without looking back. As for Li Su, the old soldier who ran away at the first time also came out, dragged Li Su back to the passage without saying a word. After entering, the old soldier couldn't help it and said angrily, "I said you kid, what did I tell you before? Don't look at anything on the battlefield, just look at me, follow my steps. What's wrong with you kid, huh?" The old soldier paused, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but look Li Su up and down, and said in amazement, "It's strange. Everything related to the corpse contains extremely terrible power of corruption, which can pollute reality and desolate the extraordinary. How come you are okay?" Li Su smiled and said nothing. The next moment, the old soldier shook his head again, and did not pursue the matter. "Forget it, let's go. The mission is not over yet. And boy, I don't know what your situation is, and I don't want to know, but I remind you that you can do whatever you want, but don't hurt others, otherwise I will never let you go, understand?" "Understood." Followed by Old Z, they started the auxiliary task again. After almost 4 hours, Old Z finally led Li Su back from the battlefield. "Damn, I'm so tired. This time I'm really in bad luck. My bones are almost rotten." As soon as he left the battlefield, Old Z couldn't help complaining. Because of the battle with the corpses, the outside of the castle was covered with a lot of decayed aura. If ordinary people walked out, they would be infected quickly. The monks were better, but it was not easy. They moved so fast. In fact, they tried to reduce the time outside as much as possible. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and the giant corpse threw its weapon over. Although it was eventually destroyed, it also caused the decayed aura near the platform where Li Su was to be almost 4 or 5 times more concentrated than other places. This caused the previously infected recruits to leave the field to recuperate, and many veterans complained bitterly. After most of the day, only Li Su felt nothing. His soul light was still shining, and he was not affected by the decayed breath at all. After leaving the city wall, Li Su and Laozi returned to the place where the auxiliary soldiers rested. After saying hello to the other party, Li Su returned to his residence. He did not go in, but stood directly at the door, and soon looked at the huge wall of the castle. The wall was extremely special. It seemed to be made of bronze, and it was engraved with strange patterns. If you look closely, there seems to be energy flowing in the patterns. The 4 walls are like this, and each surface has this pattern. They are independent, and seem to be one, and they resonate continuously, forming an extremely special rhythm, covering the entire castle, and constantly penetrating into everyone's body, as if massaging everyone's soul, while dispelling the power of decay. It is also silently strengthening the soul itself. Very magical. They seem to be a set of exercises, which do not require people to practice them specifically, but with this special resonance method, everyone inside is in the process of accompanying all the time. It has been almost a week since I came to the battlefield. From the first day of arrival, Lee Su was attracted by the special patterns on the walls of the castle, and felt its specialness at the first time. The reason is also very simple. The yin one in his soul resonates strongly with the vibration of the patterns on the murals. Something is being nurtured and gradually taking shape in the depths of his soul. Sure enough, the operation of Yin Wen must enter the battlefield to be completely complete. After the attack on Wangxiang Palace that night, the Buddhist disciples and the Ghost Gate disciples died unexpectedly, and Wangxiang Palace was completely silent. Everyone retreated and stopped targeting Jijiro. Although it once surprised Lee Su that the effect was too good, his original purpose was to buy time. Since the opponent chose to retreat, he naturally went all out to comprehend the Yunwen. 10th grade, 9th grade, and 8th grade, all were recorded by him one by one, and engraved on the soul. As he comprehended, the yin characters on the surface of his soul became more and more, and the overall strength was raised again. Not to mention the improvement of a whole level. Lee Su found that as his soul improved, his realm was also affected, and the Tei initial perfection began to move rapidly towards the great perfection. Finally, on the 5th day, after Lee Su looked at all the items carrying yin characters in the outer city, the surface of his soul was completely covered with yin characters, leaving no gaps. Originally, after the epiphany in the outer city was completed, he should have gone to the middle city. But feeling the situation of his soul, Lee Su unexpectedly found that the yin characters on his soul were not perfect, and there was still something missing. Undoubtedly, this made people very uncomfortable. Especially the strange feeling that kept coming from the soul. It was like a person with obsessive compulsive disorder seeing the asymmetry of the left and right. If you don't change it, you can't sleep. For this reason, Lee Su found Yang Ping to confirm that the last piece he showed him before was the last one in the outer city. He couldn't help but release his flesh and blood clone and had a big inspection of all the places in the outer city. The result disappointed Lee Su. He even found another place in the outer city that carried the 7th grade Yunwen, but he still couldn't find the place he felt was lacking. After spending 3 whole days without finding the place, Lee Su could only run to the location of another 7th grade Yunwen with a helpless look on his face, intending to comprehend the last piece of Yunwen, and then go to the middle city to have a look. The location of the 7th grade Yunwen was the lobby of the battlefield recruitment office, and the object was the Yahoo School Lieutenant sword of the highest commander of the recruitment office, which was of the same level as the county magistrate's board. After completing the comprehension and confirming that the 7th grade and above Yunwen involved more internal parts and corresponded to the flesh and blood parts, Lee Su was slightly disappointed and planned to leave. But when he walked to the door, the yin soldier at the registration point looked at the monk who was forced to beg and said lightly, "It's useless to give you more time. What you lack is not here, it's on the battlefield." This made Lee Su, who was about to leave, stunned on the spot, and the whole person froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Battlefield? Yes, battlefield. Although there are 3 ways to make money in Fengdu, the first one is actually just a way to survive. No, to be precise, it should be prepared for ordinary people. The battlefield and Yunwen are actually aimed at cultivators. Since what I learned in Fengdu City is Yunwen, what about the battlefield? What does the battlefield bring? With the emergence of this thought, Lee Su could no longer suppress it. He turned around and ran to the conscription office to register, intending to go to the battlefield to see if he could comprehend the parts he lacked here. The result was as expected. From the first day he arrived at the battlefield, He immediately found that the missing parts of the soul surface were supplemented, as if he had found a way out, as if the stagnant time was running again, and the whole person was instantly comfortable. Looking down, Lee Su silently felt the situation inside himself, and the corners of his mouth hooked slightly. Fengdu Outer City, Yunwen Level 3. And this battlefield castle, the auxiliary soldiers are just the 3rd level. Now he is still the lowest level, that is, the 3rd level auxiliary soldier, and it just happens that the parts of his soul that resonate are all level 10 Yunwen. At this moment, they are being activated, undergoing transformation, and filled with spirituality. In other words, Lee Su needs to accumulate enough merits in this ancient castle until he becomes a 1st level auxiliary soldier, and then he should be able to fully activate his 89 3 grade Yunwen. Although compared to comprehension, activation is much slower, mainly because merits are rare. Now he still needs 2 or 3 days to become a 2nd level auxiliary soldier. Boy, what are you standing outside in a daze? Why don't you change your clothes? It's time for dinner. If you go too late, there will be no more. After standing at the door of his residence for almost an hour, Lao Zi's voice came. Okay. Lee Su came back to his senses, nodded and smiled. Wait a minute. Coming to this battlefield, the benefits are not just to activate the Yunwen in his body, but also to eat. Although it is not clear what materials are used, the appearance and taste give people a feeling of unknown objects. But the benefits are real. Both the body and the soul have received great nourishment. Not only can it help him stabilize his realm and accelerate the transformation from perfection to great perfection, but the progress in the 9-9 mysterious art is even more amazing. In about a week, he had already broken through the 10,000-ton realm. Oldsy, I have led at least 800 new recruits. Although they have peculiar personalities, you are definitely the weirdest one. Chapter 880. I have a big secret. After another 3 days, I finally got enough merits and was promoted from a 3rd class auxiliary soldier to a 2nd class auxiliary soldier. The promotion of the position also increased the risk factor. From supplying the giant ship, it became a repair operation. Although there was no need to leave the castle, it became a repair of the damaged equipment in a specific place. In the fierce battle, it was not just the corpses outside the castle that died, but the castle was also seriously damaged. As a 2nd class auxiliary soldier, I was responsible for repairing the turrets on the city wall. Although there were few attacks that could break through the defense, they still existed. After all, the scope of the war was too large, and the number of corpses was too large. There were always fish that slipped through the net and got in, causing damage to the position turrets. Although this job seemed to have no need to go to the battlefield, the degree of danger was quite high. Those damaged parts had a lot of decayed smell, which was extremely difficult to clean. It often took 4 or 5 hours to wash off the smell on a part. Lee Su was responsible for this part. Together with the veteran who led him, he put on an isolation suit that was nearly half a foot thick and engraved with special runes, and took a high-pressure extraordinary particle gun to spray the damaged part. Damn, I'm so pissed off. At this moment, Old Z's expression was very bad, quite stinky, and he couldn't help but spit out a fragrant smell while working. Although he had been thinking about it with the other party for 10 days, Lee Su still couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his mouth. This Old Z is the one who is responsible for leading new recruits. He is very serious about his work and teaches very well. After following him for a while, at least he knows everything that should be paid attention to at work. He is not a living person, but a ghost soldier in Fengdu. He has lived for countless years. As an instructor, he can be said to be extremely excellent. But, he has a bad habit. This guy is a gambler. Although the ghost soldiers in Fengdu are dead, only the souls are left, but the structure of society still exists, and there are all joys, anger, sorrows, and joys. They have not lost everything numbly, because of the long time. Leading new recruits is profitable, and it is quite profitable. After all, the veterans are responsible for the survival rate of the new recruits. If they die because of work mistakes, they have to pay money. Therefore, the workload is not large, but the reward for bringing one out is about 50 yen silver dollars. 50 yen silver dollars, in terms of Fengdu's purchasing power, is equivalent to more than 100,000. In addition, he also has his own salary. He is an excellent soldier medal level veteran with a basic salary plus subsidies. Therefore, in a month, it is almost close to 70 yen silver dollars. With a monthly income of more than 200,000, Lao Tzu can be considered a high income in the entire castle. As a result, this old man owes a lot of debts. In 10 days, he was blocked 23 times. As of now, except for the public housing, that could not be taken away, and the specially prepared clothes, he does not even have a single personal item, all of which were taken away by the debt collectors. People say that a loss is a good thing. This old soldier only remembers to eat, but not to be beaten. In the 10 days since Lisu came, he has gone to spend all his money almost 3 times. The same is true for the scolding now. He went again yesterday and lost everything, and did not have a penny left from several days' salary. Looking at the bruised face of Old Z, it was obvious that he lost again last night and couldn't help but flip the table, and then was beaten up by others. Damn it, those bastards must have cheated yesterday, which pissed me off. If I gamble with them again in the future, I will chop off my left hand. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. At the end, Old Z couldn't help but swear to the sky that he would never play with that group of bastards again. Seeing this scene, Lisu sweated. Because Old Z didn't just say it casually, but really swore that, if he gambled again, he would really chop off his hand. The main reason was that he was invited to Old Z's house. There were countless left hands in the house of more than 1,000 square meters. That's right, he broke the contract. And not once, but once, again, and again. Look, Old Z's left hand began to tremble, as if he was protesting, as if he was roaring. You swore that you can't use your right hand? Facing this scene, Lisu was speechless. I think Old Z is very educational. If I get him out and let him live with the families of those gamblers for a while, they will probably have an epiphany and understand that people who are addicted to gambling are hopeless. Don't think they will wake up on their own. That's impossible. Of course, he didn't plan to care. That was the other person's life. Outsiders had no right to interfere with how the other person wanted to live. As for whether the other person was cheated, it didn't matter to him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, but this time, Old Z seemed to be really jealous of losing. He was very excited and looked indignant. After a long period of heavy breathing, Old Z suddenly said, "Boy, you're not an ordinary Yin soldier, right?" Lisu couldn't help blinking his eyes. Although he knew that gamblers would do anything once they lost, he didn't expect that Old Z, who was as steady as an old dog, would do the same. No. Lisu nodded generously. The other party should want to borrow money from him. Although he did have a lot of money, just the yin text comprehension alone, the yin yuan in his body, had exceeded 1 million. 13 yin gold yuans. This wealth is more than 95% of the people in the middle city. Even in the inner city, more than half are not as rich as him. As expected, that means you came here to awaken the yin text, right? Lisu raised his eyebrows. Undoubtedly, the old man's words really hit his curiosity. That's right. As expected, Kit, let's talk alone. After get off work. Old Z took a breath, looked around nervously, and whispered, I have a big secret here. Lisu smiled. Big secret? Not murder and robbery, right? He nodded, but did not refuse. Old Z is a good person. Of course, when it comes to gamblers, once they get angry, character is basically useless. But it doesn't matter. If the other party really dares to have a crooked idea, Lisu will make him deeply understand what it means to be made of iron. In the past few days of contact, he has a clear understanding of the other party's situation. He is only in the late stage of the celestial fairy. This ancient castle also has strong men, including yin soldiers at the Tai realm, but it is obvious that they are not on the same page as the one in front of him. Soon, the day's work was over. After changing clothes, Lao Z led the way, and Lisu followed behind. This time, Lao Z took Lisu back to the auxiliary soldier station, and led him directly back to his residence. Lao Z looked around nervously, raised his hand and waved, and an inexplicable aura fell, sealing his residence directly, activating the formation, and isolating it from outside eavesdropping. After doing all this, he waved to Lisu, and motioned him to come over. Lisu was surprised. So careful? He didn't guard against anything and walked over directly. He had already felt it before the closure. There was no one inside and there were no other fluctuations. Old Z said, "Don't worry, killing people and robbing money is impossible. We all have household registration cards in our souls. We can't attack each other, not to mention inside the castle, even outside the castle. Although getting someone out of the castle can kill them, it only harms them and can't rob them of money. Once you die, the household registration card will automatically disappear and return to Fengdu. All the money you have will also return to Fengdu." Li Su couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the household registration card would have this function. But in this case, it undoubtedly means that the other party really has a secret. Thinking of this, Li Su was really curious. Old Z chuckled. "In the past 2 years, there have been a lot of soldiers like you, who are obviously different from us. Most of them are here to earn yuan, but a few are different. And that very small number all have one characteristic, that is, their strength far exceeds the level required of auxiliary soldiers. Especially you. You don't care at all about the corrupt power that even the immortals can't stand. So I can conclude that your main purpose of coming here is to practice and awaken the yin wen. After so many days, I think you should have felt it. In this ancient castle, your yin wen is gradually awakening." Li Su nodded. "That's right. With your strength level, if your talent is not bad, I think you should have mastered a lot of 10th grade, 9th grade, and even 8th grade yin wen, right?" Old Z spoke with certainty. Li Su's magical powers were very strong. He saw him from a distance and knew that people with ordinary talent could not cultivate that kind of physical body. Without waiting for Li Su to answer, Old Z continued. "Level 3 auxiliary soldiers can activate the 10th grade Yinwen. Level 2 auxiliary soldiers are the 8th grade, and level 1 auxiliary soldiers correspond to the 1st grade. I think you should have already felt it." At this point, Old Z suddenly smiled and said meaningfully in a long voice, "Therefore, for you, it should be just a matter of time before all the Yinwen awaken." Li Su's eyes narrowed. "What does this mean?" "No, it's totally wrong. Everything you sensed is wrong." Old Z said calmly, "You are indeed awakened, but the awakening of Yinwen varies according to the method. What you have awakened now is only the minimum, that is, the simplest one. Although it is also awakening, it is just an ordinary awakening. Here we also call it soldier level awakening. There are 2 more types above it. One is general level awakening, and the other is king level awakening. There is no doubt that the difference between these different awakening methods is a world of difference, an absolute difference in level. If you complete the awakening of Yinwen in the slowest level way, once you encounter a general level, even if you have more Yinwen than the other party, you will be greatly suppressed. If you encounter a king level, the suppression will be even more terrible." After saying that, Old Z looked at Li Su with a smile and said nothing more. Although he didn't say it, his meaning was very clear. "Come on, pay." Standing in place, Li Su couldn't help but take a breath. There is no doubt that the other party did tell a big secret, the kind worth 1,000,000 gold. "Okay, how much is it?" Chapter 881 King Level Awakening. Old Z smiled very brightly, showing his molar teeth, which were black and yellow, and said, "General Level Awakening, 500 yuan silver dollars. King Level Awakening, 5 yuan gold dollars." Li Su tilted his face and slapped him, without answering, turned around and left. Old Z was stunned. "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" Li Su paused and said without turning his head, "How can a new soldier have so much money? Besides, I don't believe that you are the only one in the whole castle who knows such a secret. Are you taking me for a fool? 500 yuan silver dollars, 5 yuan gold dollars?" Although he is indeed not short of money, there is no reason to be such a sucker. There are so many veterans in the castle, and it is impossible that Old Z is the only one who knows this kind of news. What's more, this amount is only Li Su who can come up with it, right? If it were a new soldier, his total assets would not necessarily exceed 50 yuan silver dollars this time. In addition to the system of debts in Fengdu, as long as the new soldier is not stupid, he would not ask for this price, no matter how good he is. Old Z was dumbfounded. He obviously didn't expect Li Su to find the price unreasonable. He immediately got anxious and shouted, "Slow down. Slow down. You're asking for a high price. Pay it back. Lee Su stopped and didn't feel like arguing with the other party. Bargain? Okay, 50 yen silver dollars. Old Z widened his eyes and said in disbelief, what? Boy, are you too ruthless? You reduced it by 10 times? That's not how business is negotiated. Lee Su shook his head. Of course, that's not how business is negotiated. How could it be reduced by only 10 times? 50 yen silver dollars includes 2 awakenings, the general level and the king level, not just one. For the general level alone, he could only give 5 yen silver dollars at most. Old Z's face turned green when he heard this. He took a breath and looked at Lee Su viciously, planning to say something. Old Z, let's not beat around the bush. I'll just ask you a question. If you dare to swear to heaven and promise me, I won't argue with you. Whatever you say is what it is. Old Z was stunned, and then his eyes shrank slightly, and his expression became a little weird. Lee Su smiled. You should know what I want to say, right? I'm asking you to charge so much. Can you guarantee that you can do it? Soldier level? General level? King level? At first glance, wow, so amazing. If you can naturally awaken to the king level. But in fact, this is not a game. If you accept the task, you will definitely resonate and awaken to the corresponding level. This is reality. Since it is reality, there are many requirements and many difficulties. The other party talked about the benefits and effects of awakening from beginning to end, but never mentioned the difficulty and risks. Isn't this playing a hooligan? Lee Su can be sure that, even if it is awakening to the general level, let alone the king level, it will probably be very difficult and have special requirements. Basically, normal recruits who buy these messages are basically like throwing meat buns at dogs, and they will never come back. As expected, Old Z's expression was a little stiff, and he looked at Lee Su with a look of horror. When ordinary people heard about this great opportunity, they couldn't bear it. They would sell their pots and irons to get it. As for whether they could awaken, you're kidding. The secret is in hand. How could they not awaken? Over the years, many recruits have been deceived. Some people have spent a long time saving money for this. They finally raised enough money. When they went to the scene, they found that they couldn't afford the so-called general level and the so-called king level. Awakening is not a good word, because usually it appears in most places at a critical moment. Especially in the aspect of cultivation, whether it is soul awakening or blood awakening, it is accompanied by huge risks. Those who can complete it are either the son of the moment, the son of the era, or the legendary son of destiny. Putting these 3 words together, do you still think awakening is a good word? Yinwen awakening, that's it. The soldier level is okay, but the general level and king level are completely different. It's not just about hardships, it's about the abyss. New soldiers don't know what Yinwen awakening is, but veterans don't know. This so-called awakening is actually carrying special radiation. The lines around the castle will resonate violently when extraordinary particles flow through them, forming extremely high-intensity radiation fluctuations that directly act on the soul, igniting the Yinwen in it bit by bit, awakening it. The soldier level has the lowest degree, and although the effect is also low, it has the highest safety factor, and almost no special side effects. The general level is different. The intensity is directly dozens of times that of the soldier level. People will immediately feel the difference. The requirements for soul strength and the number of Yinwen mastered are very exaggerated. Once it is lower than that requirement, the soul will not be able to bear it, and will be burned directly. As for the king level, let's put it this way, it existed in ancient times, but it has never appeared in this era. Thinking of this, Old Z's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt very uncomfortable. He took a few deep breaths before he said angrily, the minimum is 100 yen silver dollars, and I will give you a package of general level and king level. If it's slower, you can go and try someone else. Don't pay attention to the new recruits. They can't say anything about those who have signed the contract. As for other veterans, at most they will sell you the news of the general level, but not the king level. Of course you can also buy only the general level. I'll give you a discount of 30 yen silver dollars. This price is fair. Other veterans won't give you such a low price. I'll charge you at least 50. Lee Su's eyelids couldn't help twitching. Good guy. The 5 yen gold dollars directly became 70 yen silver dollars. Isn't this a big discount? Fortunately, he held back and didn't have the impulse to cheat the other party. Otherwise, the 5 yen gold dollars would almost take out a quarter of his property and half a month's struggle. Taking a deep breath, Old Z fortunately opened up and said directly, "Boy, you are very good. You can remain calm after hearing such news, conduct considerable analysis, and find out the key points. This mentality is really extraordinary, far beyond my imagination. I'll tell you so bluntly, you can try the general level, but give up the king level. Although 30 yen silver dollars are a bit expensive, if it succeeds, it will definitely be a world of difference compared to the soldier level awakening. Even if it fails, it's not a big problem to withdraw. But the king level is different. It will really kill you. When you find out that something is wrong and want to withdraw, it will be too late. Your soul will be burned to ashes in an instant. So you don't have to spend that money. Give me 30 yen silver dollars and I'll take you to try the general level awakening. I won't cheat you more." Listening to Old Z's words, Lee Su couldn't help blinking his eyes, revealing curiosity. "King level, is it so dangerous?" "No, the king level will only be more dangerous than I said. Let's put it this way. The king level awakening needs to reach a certain depth before it can begin. It will only be painful at first, but it will not be fatal. It's like boiling a frog in warm water. When you realize it, it's too late. Don't even think about struggling. Your soul, head, and ashes will be burned through in an instant." Lee Su became more and more curious and couldn't help but ask, "Can you take me to see it? I don't want to go in, just take a look." Old Z was speechless, rolled his eyes, and didn't want to talk anymore. Damn it, because the other party always had a calm mentality and didn't lose himself because of the great opportunity, which made him very appreciative. So he told the truth, and as a result, he gave the other party some color, and the other party was really brilliant, actually planning to get it for free. 100 yen silver dollars, no bargaining. Lee Su sighed. Sure enough, it was not so easy to get it for free. The main reason was that his level was not high enough. He would not lie, he was an honest child, and he didn't pretend well enough, so he was immediately seen through by the other party. Okay, 100 yen silver yuan. Originally, he admired the other party's calm mentality, but Old Z frowned. He was unwilling to give up and wanted to go and have a look. "Boy, let me tell you first, this is not a new credit. It's okay to credit the general level, but the king level is too dangerous. If the other party can't hold back and is impulsive, it will be a bad debt. New soldiers, second level auxiliary soldiers, currently have only about 20 or 30 yen silver yuan. Only auxiliary soldiers above the first level can take out hundreds of yen silver yuan. Originally, Old Z should have waited until Lee Su became a first level auxiliary soldier and a certain period of time before cutting the leaks. At that time, it would be fat and heavy to cut. It was really that he had lost a lot these days. His eyes were red, and he couldn't help it. Lee Su did not hesitate at all and said directly, "Let's sign the contract. I have the money. Don't worry, this is not an impulse, it's just curiosity. By the way, after signing, we will go to the king level to have a look. Since it is so serious, after only experiencing the soldier level awakening, suddenly entering the king level, the reaction of the soul should be very large. Then go to the general level to feel it, and we should be able to compare the difference." He naturally couldn't just buy the general level awakening. After listening to Lao Z's introduction, his goal was the king level. Awakening is indeed dangerous, but for Lee Su, it shouldn't be a big problem. Just kidding, he has almost completely mastered the 10th, 9th, and 8th grade Yunwen, and a thick skin has formed on the outer shell of the soul. Even the 7th grade has mastered 2 types. In this case, how could he be burned to death? Of course, this is not a blind guess or self-calculation, but the intuitive feeling given to him by the effect of the soldier level awakening. At first, he thought that it needed to be progressive and the effect was slow, so he didn't think much about it. Now that there are more generals and kings, it is obvious that the latter two are the methods he should choose. Otherwise, relying on the soldier level awakening would not only be ineffective, but would also most likely waste the Yunwen he had learned. Of course, Lee Su did not dare to let the old man in front of him find out. His attitude made it clear that he felt that he could not awaken to the king level, so he charged so low. Once he discovered his true purpose, it would probably be another price. Old Z was stunned. He naturally did not know what Lee Su was thinking. Go directly to the king level? Then go to the general level? Hiss. Don't tell me. This way of thinking is very different. You know, because of the danger of the king level, most people will try to go to the general level first to feel the situation. After all, everyone is not stupid, and the veterans will also explain the danger of the king level in advance. Therefore, at least after withstanding the general level, they will choose to challenge the king level. If you can't even bear the general level, naturally don't talk about the king level. Old Z did not doubt him and nodded directly. After all, it is not difficult to guess for a cultivator. Since you have heard of something better, how can you not go and see it? How can you not be curious? Unless you have really tried and confirmed that you can't do it, who can give up this kind of great opportunity easily? If the other party wants to see it, then just take a look. Make a vow right away. After confirming that there is no problem with the content, Lee Su nodded directly, agree. With the sound of the household registration card, the 100 yuan silver dollars disappeared, and the contract between the two was established. With the income in hand, Leo Z smiled immediately. 100 yuan silver dollars is not a small amount, enough for him to use for a long time. He was also very direct, clapped his hands, and stood up and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to experience it first." Chapter 880 to King Level Awakening. Unexpectedly, under the leadership of Leo Z, they did not go to the center of the castle, nor did they look for anyone. Leo Z came directly to the edge of the castle wall and connected to the wall stairs. But this time, there was a slight difference. After walking through several passages, he began to walk down. After a while, he walked out of the lowest range of the wall, that is, underground. Leo Z did not stop and continued to lead Lee Su down. The passage stairs themselves seemed to have no end and continued to extend downward. This space is a bit wrong. As he walked, Lee Su was also sensing. He possessed the Jade Purity Supreme, and his capture of space was extremely keen. He soon discovered the difference in this passage. Although they were moving straight down at a 30-degree angle, in fact, this angle was in a superposition state, and there was a problem with the structure of the space. Like a building block, it was changed. Not only that, Lee Su found that this seemingly simple downward staircase, in fact, if Leo Z had not led the way in front, he would probably be lost here immediately and be completely trapped. Even if he mastered the Jade Purity Supreme, it would be difficult to leave without any movement. The one who arranged this place must be a top-level expert. A straight passage is like a super maze, and the whole space is in chaos. Not only the height of the formation, but also the realm is terrible. The lowest is Daluo, and it is the top Daluo of the ancient gold and silver level. After walking for almost an hour, Leo Z stopped. As he stopped, Lee Su immediately found that there was a straight passage next to the stairs that were originally just going down. Have you arrived? Before Lee Su asked the question in his heart, he felt the extremely strong resonance force transmitted from the passage. In an instant, his pupils shook, and the soul in his body began to glow, and the yin text on his soul showed a large-scale fluctuation. Stimulation, very strong. Far more than when he was outside, dozens of times more than before. In just a moment, the soft blue light of the yin text in Lee Su's body, which was originally generated by awakening outside, changed, and a trace of pure white appeared. No, it should be said to be bright silver. Although not much, it is extremely heavy, and a sense of sedimentation fills the heart, and waves of satisfaction come directly from the depths of the soul. Very comfortable. If possible, he really wanted to rush in to the depths and fully accept the radiation of that special resonance. Are we there yet? Lee Su took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the thoughts that formed in his mind. Although the radiation here gave him a great shock, it only made him extremely comfortable. He did not feel the hardship and pain that Leo Z had mentioned before. Lee Su was very confident in himself, and he had a lot of understanding of Yunwen. But this level was just too easy for him to feel that it was within the range of king level awakening. Leo Z shook his head and looked at Lee Su and said, "Do you feel that your soul can't bear it, as if it is about to be torn apart?" Although he agreed to the other party, Lao Tzu did not directly and recklessly take him down to the deepest part to directly contact the king level realm. The danger there was very great. If the soul was not strong enough and the yin when he had not understood was not enough, even if he was only at the outermost part, he would still be burned to death. No. Old Z said seriously, are you sure? This is no joke. Sure. Li Su nodded seriously. He felt more than pain. He felt so comfortable that his soul was eager to jump in and enjoy it. After taking a deep look at Li Su, Old Z was also very direct. He took another step and continued to walk down. He had said what he needed to say. The problem had nothing to do with him. It was his own choice. He kept going down and down. This time, he walked for a long time. It felt like 2 hours. It was completely dark in the castle and entered the curfew stage. Unless you have a permit, you are not allowed to move. Finally, Old Z took a deep breath, stopped and looked at Li Su and said, boy, this is the last reminder. Are you sure that you didn't feel the soul being torn or the pain above? Are we there? Hearing Old Z's warning again, Li Su's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly, and he was looking forward to it. The previous one should have been a general level, and the concentration of radiation was almost dozens of times that outside. Now in the king level range, even if the concentration doubled, it would be a huge improvement. If it was several times, it would be unimaginable. Of course, it could be higher, even beyond imagination. However, the more so, the more Li Su looked forward to it. Although he was not a masochist, real gold still needed fire to refine it. An improvement of 2 lower level was meaningless to him. I'm very sure. Old Z nodded, stopped persuading him, and continued to move forward. After just a few steps, the surrounding space changed. The stairs were gone, replaced by a huge archway in front of him, which was 10 meters high, and could accommodate 8 carriages side by side. What can be seen with the naked eye is the same strange pattern as on the city wall, but the difference is that this one is much denser, almost everywhere, densely packed from the archway not far from the walls on both sides, extending all the way to the depths, and being suppressed. And the most amazing thing is that the special resonance formed by the strange pattern flowing with extraordinary particles can already be seen here, forming a golden light smoke, and the glow is like waves. As soon as he stood still, Li Su was engulfed by the vast golden haze. The structure of the extraordinary particles had undergone a fundamental change. The golden haze seemed gorgeous, but it was extremely violent, as if the lethal radiation had penetrated his flesh and blood and reached his soul. The yin characters began to vibrate violently. In an instant, all the yin characters on Li Su's soul were vibrating and glowing, as if the steel thrown into the furnace was being smelted. The concentration was extremely high, far exceeding Li Su's estimation, and it was directly dozens of times that of the general level. Let's put it this way, the radiation on the surface is 1, the general level is about 30, and in the king level, it is 30 times that of the general level. In other words, the concentration is nearly 900 times that of the surface. In an instant, even Li Su felt a trace of pain, as if his soul was thrown into the furnace and was calcined. Beside him, Lao Tzu's expression was also not very good. Obviously, this intense concentration had a huge impact on him, and his soul was burning. The awakening of Yin Wen is different from other things. You can only bear as much as you can bear. There is no such thing as being able to adapt after enduring for a period of time. Just to stand here, you must master at least 1010 grade Yin Wen, or 509 grade, or 108 grade, and this is just to stand. It is still far from enduring, or even being able to awaken at the king level. Boy, don't be stubborn, just do it, if you can't do it. At this point, Lao Tzu's expression suddenly froze, and he was stunned. Because although Li Su's face showed an uncomfortable look, it was obvious that he had no problems. His soul was still upright, and he didn't feel the breath of being injured. This kid has a lot of Yin Wen comprehension. Even if it is the periphery of the king level domain, being able to bear it is far more than most people, right? At least the general level should be no problem, and even a moderate awakening can be achieved. Although I have always known that Li Su is a little bit unusual and his talent should be amazing, those things are useless here in the castle. It mainly depends on the Yin Wen aspect, whether it is the number of comprehension or the intensity of awakening. Now it seems that this kid has great potential. He may be able to become an official and obtain a position in Fengdu in the future. Thinking of this, Lao Zi stopped talking and stood aside with gritted teeth. Although it is best to quit immediately if you can't bear it, if you can bear it, even if you don't have a king level awakening, it is still good to bear it a little longer. Not only will it sharpen your soul, but it can also raise the height of the general level awakening. Time passed quickly. Here, every second is undoubtedly like a year. Before long, Lao Zi couldn't stand it anymore. The radiation of the king level field was too terrible, and his soul seemed to be cooked. At this moment, a large number of yin characters appeared on his body, and he began to make bursts of mournful cries, as if he couldn't bear it. Taking a breath, Lao Zi looked at Li Su. It's no good, he must go out. Of course, Li Su had to be pulled out, even if he could still bear it. He couldn't really let the other party die here. He hadn't completed the promotion of the auxiliary soldiers, that is, he hadn't left yet. If he really died here, his rookie award would be gone. The next second, Lao Zi was stunned and stared at his eyes. As the huge amount of radiation continued to burn, yin characters also appeared on Li Su's surface, and they were densely packed, so many that they were terrifying. There were too many, really too many, almost covering his entire body. 10th grade, 9th grade, 8th grade, how much has this kid comprehended? Could it be that he has comprehended all the basic yin characters in Fengdu? With a slight hook on his mouth, Li Su was smiling. The calcination was so intense that he felt pain, but there was no doubt that this degree was just right for him. Not only did he feel the yin characters on his body change after a while, and a golden luster began to seep out of it, which penetrated into his soul little by little to nourish his soul. Not only that, the yin characters themselves became more and more solid. He adapted. This peripheral radiation. Not only that, the soul directly sent a whole desire, wanting to go in, go deep, endure more radiation, want to awaken. Not only the soul, the radiation here is still burning his Dao fruit, and the Dao, because the gap formed by the rapid perfection of practice, is being melted little by little, complete. The Tai initial stage was also being pushed, and he quickly walked towards the direction of the great perfection. He took a breath lightly, turned his head, and looked at Lao Zi and said, Lao Zi, I'm sorry, it seems that the king level awakening is very suitable for me. After that, he took a step, and walked directly towards the gate without looking back, heading towards the depths under the terrible golden smoke radiation. Seeing this scene, Lao Zi was stunned on the spot, and his eyes widened with disbelief. The king level awakening, that has not appeared in tens of millions of years, could it be? Wait a minute. Lao Zi suddenly realized that something was wrong. Even if he was stupid, he came to his senses when he saw the dense number of yin characters on Li Su's body. This kid, I'm afraid he came here from the beginning. Thinking of the fee he charged, Lao Zi was instantly crazy. 100 yuan. He only charged 100 yuan silver yuan? What a special package. What a special danger. Can you mind my business? If Li Su really couldn't do it, Old Z really didn't have too many ideas, but when he realized that the other party could do it, he regretted it so much. Old Z couldn't stand it anymore, and the whole person felt angry. Of course, this was not his illusion. In fact, he was really burning, and his soul was ignited by the golden haze. Boy, you bastard. With a shout, Old Z ran away. If this continued, he would have problems. Step by step, he kept moving forward, listening to the roar coming from behind. Li Su's mouth curled slightly, although it was indeed not expensive for him to come here with 5 yin gold coins. But there is a bargain to be made, so there is naturally no reason to be a sucker. Taking advantage is human nature. What's more, this old thing is obviously not kind. The general opened the door for 500 yuan silver dollars, which was obviously a huge premium. It was obvious that he was going to make a lot of money from him. If he had said 50 yin silver dollars at the beginning, Li Su would not think too much, and would probably pay honestly. You do it on the first day, I do it on the 15th, no problem. After thinking about it, Li Su took a step forward happily, enduring the burning of terrible radiation, and went deeper little by little. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 883, The End. At a certain point, Lee Soo stopped and kept adapting. At this moment, his eyes were glowing and vibrating. The deeper he went, the more radiation he endured, and the greater the vibration. The yin characters on his body shone more and more. Under the radiation of the special golden extraordinary particles, bursts of sound were emitted. The golden halo flowing from the internal force became more and more, constantly absorbing, converging, and gradually taking shape, as if transforming from virtual to real, and the heaviness of the material began to appear. His soul was also greatly impacted, and the pain continued, with no signs of relief, and cracks began to appear. This is undoubtedly a very serious situation. The soul is the root of the human body and the source of thinking. If it really breaks, not to mention the monks, even ordinary people will be seriously injured. Fortunately, every time his soul showed signs of cracks, the yin characters on the surface of his body would also glow, and special substances would penetrate into it along the cracked part, and nourish him. As the penetration became more and more pleasant, Lee Soo could feel that his soul was changing. The deep structure had changed, and an unknown mutation had occurred. The yin one on the surface was embedding into the core of his soul in a very special way, compatible with it, and changing the structure. Awakening, Lee Soo took a breath, and felt the real effect of the yin one. It was modifying the sequence of his soul under this special radiation, changing the composition structure bit by bit. The reason why he felt severe pain was because of this mutation, which was no less than the collapse of the sky and the earth, rebuilding the mountains and rivers, collapsing the old land, and rebuilding a brand new landform on it. No wonder Laozi said that the king level awakening was very dangerous, and once it could not bear it, it would die. This structural transformation was too terrible, and it was essentially equivalent to jumping from one species to another. It was terrible. The inheritance of this underworld was really amazing. The fortune in it far exceeded his imagination. Even for him who had the 7 Saints Supreme, it was an unimaginable opportunity. It was hard to imagine who created this yin one. It turned out that such a dangerous method as alienated soul could be completed in such a simple way. Yes, dangerous. As we all know, the human body has 23 sets of DNA chromosomes. What is being done now is to add 24. 25, and 26 sets. This kind of change involving the fundamental source, let alone one more pair, will lead to subversive results, so that the DNA itself will completely collapse. But through the yin text, this extreme and dangerous transformation has stability, and this stability is very high, so high that people who meet the standard can be guaranteed to be immortal. What is the concept? It is equivalent to a creature that can rub nuclear bombs with hands suddenly appearing in front of a civilization that has just discovered nuclear bombs. Faced with such good fortune and such an opportunity, how can Lee Soo not be shocked? How can he not be burning? Thinking of this, Lee Soo couldn't help but smile on his face. He really deserves to be himself. At the moment, what he encountered is definitely a great fortune, but even if such a fortune is stabilized by someone with great supernatural powers, the difficulty still exists. At least, if someone else came, they would not be enjoying the pain and feeling the improvement. Instead, they would roll on the ground, wailing and screaming. Even if the yin one was constantly nourishing, the pain caused by the alienation was actually no less than a trip to hell. Even if they were guaranteed not to die, how many people could guarantee that they could survive a trip to hell? Lee Soo was different. In fact, his soul had already transformed. Long ago, he had been alienated because of practicing the Supreme Soul. The direction was different from here, and it was not as intense as here, but it also involved the fundamentals, making him have the nature of flesh and blood and extremely strong adaptability. Otherwise, even if he understood all the yin one at this moment, he would definitely be in great pain to endure the transformation. It would probably take several months to completely adapt to the transformation. Now, he adapted very quickly, mainly because his soul endured it very quickly, and the Supreme Soul was affected and sublimated itself. It should be said that it is worthy of the underworld, the home of How to Nyang Nyang. The Yin One and the Supreme Soul complement each other. Each stop would not exceed a quarter of an hour, and he would be on the road again. Lee Soo moved quickly. The golden ocean in front of him was getting bigger and bigger, and the radiation concentration was multiplied by several times. He was advancing very fast. Even if someone had really injured it in the past and started this so-called king level awakening, it would probably not have achieved such an amazing effect. In less than 3 hours, the Yin One on the soul had completely turned golden. On the cracked soul, more and more special extraordinary substances were constantly forming and pouring into it. His soul was glowing, and in that light, in addition to the supreme chapter of the soul, there were sacred marks between the chapters. At first glance, it looked like Yin One, and at another glance, it looked very similar to the lines of special extraordinary particles formed on the stone walls around him. The speed of awakening was beyond imagination. It had already involved more than half of the soul, and it was only a few hours away from complete transformation. Just as Lee Soo was quickly adapting to the radiation of special extraordinary particles and awakening himself, his steps suddenly stopped, and he couldn't help but look up into the depths. At this moment, the golden smoke near him was so thick that it was like substance, and over there was a light and a door. He couldn't see what was inside, but he could feel the astonishing concentration of radiation emanating from it, which was probably dozens of times more intense than the current location. He was a little stunned. He didn't expect that he would reach the end of alienation so soon. The final transformation should be in it. Of course, Lee Soo's feeling of speed was actually not correct, because this passage itself is very special. In fact, what is needed to move forward is adaptation, not how far he really wants to go. In 3 hours, he paused for a full 7 times, which is equivalent to withstanding 7 times higher concentrations of radiation. And at this moment, it was his 8th stop, enduring the baptism of extremely dense golden smoke. Arriving here, the danger is very high. The cracks on the soul are very large, and many places are directly cracked, forming a deep wound. But the nourishment is also fast, and the soul adapts faster. Those wounds healed extremely quickly, and they were completely repaired in about a quarter of an hour, with only a few traces left on the surface. Unable to resist taking a deep breath of extraordinary particles, Lee Soo did not take a step for the first time, but stood still. This level of radiation was too much for the Soul Supreme. Although the injury was repaired, the cracks inside were still there. He planned to wait for a while, take a short break, let the Soul Supreme adapt, let more of the special substances flowing from the Yin One flow into the body, nourish the soul, and then move forward. This time, he stopped for almost an hour, until the soul completely adapted to the radiation here. The adaptation here does not mean that he cannot be hurt. In fact, he has never been immune to the damage here, since he came in. The adaptation of the soul is to enhance the ability of self-healing. After the damage is formed, it will be repaired in the next second. This is why the cracks on his body are getting bigger and bigger. There is no way to be immune to the injury. Every time it will tear his soul apart, but he will heal it immediately when his soul is torn apart. Fortunately, the Yin One nourishment contains extremely high soul power, otherwise even if Lee Soo walked here, he would probably be exhausted and dare not go deeper. He had to find a way to leave. Make sure that even in the face of more radiation, the soul will not be seriously injured or even completely damaged. Lee Soo took a breath and jumped into the special extraordinary particles that were already like liquid. The expected pain did not come. The first thing Lee Soo felt was suppression, huge suppression. His realm was falling, which was very shocking. He directly fell from Taiyai to Zengsan, and then from Zengsan to Xiangsan. The avenue was shaken. The 7 saints couldn't help but open their eyes at this moment, revealing a serious sense of discomfort. Fortunately, he had a strong foundation. Every stage of breaking the limit was amazing. Even if the realm was suppressed, the foundation itself was not completely shaken. After just a moment, it returned to stability. If it were someone with a frivolous realm, this pressure would probably shock the person to death. Lee Soo was a little stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect such a situation to happen. In the deepest part, it was not the final baptism of Yin One, but the suppression of the realm. Taking a breath, He couldn't help but look up, wanting to see what was going on. The next moment, his soul began to vibrate. The yin when covering his soul was vibrating. The previous melting had already made them like substance. With the continuous vibration, they actually fell from his soul like real objects. Hiss. Lee Su took a breath of cold air. He was stunned. This scene was obviously something he had not expected. After all, the yin when was essentially formed by his will. Although it absorbed the extraordinary substances here and transformed, it was really incredible that it could be directly separated from his body. Before he could make any move, the yin when quickly flew to the front of Lee Su. There was a huge pool. The surrounding area was engraved with the same lines as those on the walls of the ancient castle. The density was dozens of times more than that outside. All the lines were derived from the pool. It was obviously the center of alienation and the source of special radiation. At this moment, it was carrying extremely amazing radiation. It had turned into liquid. The luster had changed from the extremely bright silver to a hint of red and a hint of gray. His yin when shook and went directly into the huge pool. Facing this scene, Lee Su was not only a little surprised. This final transformation, is it just the yin when itself? Before he could finish his thought, he saw that the pool suddenly burst into an amazing light because of the yin when's entry. The special patterns around it vibrated directly, and a large amount of special extraordinary substances were forming and pouring into the pool. A terrible radiation wave broke out, and the golden red liquid burned directly, igniting the mixed gray in an instant and burning it. Then, a violent wail suddenly sounded, and the center of the pool shook. A figure jumped out of it. As soon as it appeared, an amazing death aura burst out, and there was a decayed breath. A breath that ran counter to the living beings spread throughout the venue. The terrible malice shone into reality and directly suppressed the soul. It was a skeleton. The densely written scriptures on it had special energy flowing in them. Death and decay were intertwined, but it gave people a sense of sacredness. However, the skeleton was a bit bleak at this moment. Its 8 layers of bones turned black, and exuded a strong smell of oil, as if it had been roasted with fire. Its pupils were burning with grey flames, and an astonishing anger was gathering. It stared at Lee Su intently, full of hatred. That's right, hatred. Ants, how dare you ruin my plan? The skeleton opened its mouth and roared. It was not a sound, but the resonance of the soul. The power was so amazing that the atmosphere couldn't help but tremble and shake. It attacked directly, without any thought of talking to Lee Su, and stretched out its hand to grab his head. The terrible power gathered. Although it was also suppressed in the realm of the celestial being, this simple move actually gave people a feeling that, even if the sky was caught, it would be ripped out of 5 holes. Lee Su's face darkened instantly. Thinking of the scene just now, it was not difficult to guess what happened. Obviously, this skeleton hiding here should be doing something. As a result, it was destroyed by his arrival. Just now he saw clearly that in addition to the red in the pool, there was also a trace of grey intertwined in it, but now it was gone, burned out. Looking at the skeleton that was furious and wanted to tear him into pieces, Lee Su couldn't help but curse in his heart. Fuck. After all, Yin Wen was still in the pool, and he couldn't just retreat like that. What's more, this creepy look, that weird breath, and the behavior of hiding under the pool, it's obvious that he is not a good person. He paused, raised his hand, and punched the other person's outstretched hand. With a loud bang, the 2 people who collided were shaken. The skeleton's forward figure was hit and stopped in place. Lee Su staggered and retreated many steps. His fist was full of cracks, and was broken by the shock, and blood dripped from it. Facing this scene, the skeleton was stunned, and the grey fire in the empty pupil flashed a little strange. Surprisingly, blocked it? Obviously, this result is incredible to it. And Lee Su, at this moment, his face looked like a dying workshop, which was wonderful. As the ceiling of breaking the limit, he has no opponent in the same realm. The upper limit of each stage has been pushed up, and pushed up by him. As a result, the person who was suppressed in the collision just now was actually him. In terms of skills and the use of strength, he was crushed by the opponent. What came to his face was an unprecedented breath of time, the accumulation of infinite time. This damn horse, is this the old monster there? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just when Lee Su encountered the strange skeleton outside the king level awakening area, because he couldn't stand the king level radiation and retreated. Old Z stood there silently at this moment and did not leave. He said faintly, "You say, isn't it a bit unkind?" As Old Z's words fell, he saw the black impermanence Fan Wash, one of the black and white impermanents of Fengdu, wearing the official hat of Xiangsha taping, a short and fat figure, appeared beside him. Fan Wash rolled his eyes. If he knew the truth, he would probably turn against me right away. Zibian turned his head. "No way, it can't be. It's just a bone of an ancient 15 fire celestial immortal level. If you can't beat him, can't you just run away? You're not a fool. What's the problem with the bone? The problem is the trace of soul that carries that bone. It's a near saint from the Dead Soul clan. Even if his realm is suppressed, his combat power far exceeds that of 15 fire celestial immortals. With the superposition of realms, I'm afraid he can be comparable to 20 fires. Is it a disaster? It's a disaster. Don't I have a way? I don't want to trick him. I want to take it slowly, step by step. But the three origins are all in trouble. No matter how talented that kid is, it will take time. Now that it goes on like this, in a few months, the underworld will probably become the property of the dead souls." Zibian had a headache when he said this. "Do you think the living people of this generation have brain-eating worms in their skulls? Why don't they cooperate with anything else, but with dead souls? Leofan, what kind of mentality do the food have to cooperate with those who eat food? God knows. Alas, we can only hope that this little guy has enough yin characters in his body to get that old thing out of the origin pool so that we can buy a lot of time. Are all the things ready?" "Yes, the Book of Life and Death carries his mark. Once he dies, we will immediately start to resurrect him." Chapter 884 Unparalleled Foundation. Boom. 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 Two figures collided fiercely, blood splashed. It was Li Su and the skeleton. They were fighting. The skeleton was beyond the details, and its strength was extremely amazing. When he saw his palms flying, terrible power continued to burst out from his body. The Dao Rhyme and the extraordinary particles were completely combined, and each of them was like a mountain fire erupting. A point, a bullet, a hook. The range was not large, but its destructive power was amazing to an incredible degree. He was simply unable to be confident in his control of power, involving an extremely terrifying depth, which made the efficiency of each of his attacks not just 100%, but 150%, 200%. He took a step forward, and his collapsed feet seemed to crack the sky and still stretched out a vast wonder, suppressing Li Su's heart. He raised his hand and punched. Li Su clearly blocked it, but his flesh still couldn't help but block it. A terrible vision appeared in his mind, like a comet hitting the ground, and waves surged for a while. It was bloody. In the short battle of a few seconds, Li Su was covered in blood from the opponent's attack. From the mind into reality, cracks appeared on the skin, nerves, muscles, and even bones. Both the body and mind were hit hard. Fuck. Li Su's face turned green, and he couldn't help but roar in his heart. What the hell is this thing in front of him? How can the celestial fairy surface be so terrifying? Through reality to reflect the mind, and through the mind to shine into reality. The conversion of virtuality and reality was simply played by him. For the first time, he tasted the true and false, the false and true. Every move can affect his mind. Every move is natural, and contains the truth. The deep eyes of the burning eyes are not looking at him at all, but the law of the great way of heaven and earth, the root of all things. Another punch. Li Su's body shook. The power of the opponent invaded his heart, and then he seemed to feel that the power that was previously poured in came over. They shook each other, and implicated each other, and combined together to form a vast scripture. This is the law. The wonderful principles in it are useless, carrying the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, and vaguely one can see a great way running through it. Poof. Li Su vomited blood. His body shook repeatedly, as if struck by lightning, and he could not stop retreating. His skin burst, his flesh and blood were torn apart, his nerves were broken one by one, and his bones were crushed into pieces. He was not able to stop until he hit the wall heavily. Blood was spraying. It dyed the soil behind him red. It was a very serious injury, not just to the body, but also to the mind. The scripture was deeply embedded in his mind, and it was going to form a reality that would kill him. Li Su's pupils suddenly locked, and the two great fruits of the supreme flesh and blood and the supreme soul opened their eyes at the same time. The most holy chapter appeared, and thousands of Taoist scriptures glowed. In the flesh and blood, on the soul, a grand chapter emerged. It was a saint's classic, and it was also the supreme Taoism. The chapter glowed, pouring out the light of the origin, covering the body and soul like water, washing away the terrible power that the other party had hit into his body. That power was so real that it seemed like a magical substance like gold and iron. It could not be destroyed for a while, and could only be forced out. Squeak. 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 Although it was shaken out of his body, it also made him more injured. He looked so miserable. The repelled power did not dissipate directly, but burned in the void, making a sizzling corrosion sound. The special extraordinary substances around were ignited, and it was extremely fierce. Damn, is this concentrated glutinous rice? Facing this scene, Li Su couldn't help being shocked. The opponent's power was too weird. There were huge problems with its structure. The extraordinary power was seriously alienated. The power generated was definitely not something that ordinary celestial beings could achieve. Even if the 15 fires were perfect, it would not work. It was completely beyond the height of the celestial rank. On the other side, the skeleton also showed a trace of surprise at this moment. He had never expected that under his combo, especially after the Supreme Sutra was cut into the opponent's body and mined with a secret method. It did not die immediately, and even used its own strength to repel the power of the sutra. It was simply incredible and unimaginable. It was not an ordinary skeleton, especially the trace of the soul carried inside, which was even more extraordinary and sacred. It had already stepped into another dimension and stood above the Supreme. His methods were so powerful that even the 15 fire perfect Xianjiao, the existence on the ceiling, could not withstand it. You are quite extraordinary. Looking down at Li Su, the murderous intent in the grey fire in the skeleton's eye sockets was slightly restrained, and a ray of divine thought sounded. Since you have a good talent, let go of your mind, release your soul, accept the imprint of this seat, and become my slave. I can spare your life. TUI. After spitting out a mouthful of blood with pieces of meat, Li Su's body began to glow, and the two supreme powers in his body began to operate. The body and soul began to recover at an unimaginable speed. In just a moment, the terrible injuries disappeared, and the aura returned to its peak. Li Su stood up and moved his body, making a crackling sound. His eyes were cold, and among the 7 Dao fruits, the Sumeru Dao fruit opened his eyes. A grain of sand is a world, a leaf is a body. On the body, only the supreme scriptures flowed, and there was a great Buddha power blooming. With the body as a node, 3,000 golden sands spread all over the body, forming a world. Li Su took a step and rushed directly towards the skeleton. Buddhist scriptures? Saint chapters? The grey fire in the skeleton's eye sockets shook, and there was a rare surprise in his emotions. Obviously, he didn't expect that the ant in front of him would inherit the saint's Taoism. His pupils were slightly burning. Although Buddhism was in opposition to him, and it was a life and death relationship, but when it came to the Supreme Saint, even if he said it, he couldn't help but be moved, wanting to get it and watch it. It's not about learning, but about wanting to understand and thoroughly comprehend the other party's fundamental power and the origin of the Great Way, so as to feed back to oneself and lay a supreme foundation for the future. Such a treasure actually fell into the body of a lowly ant. It can be said that it is a waste of heaven's gifts, or it can be said that heaven helps me. He also stretched out his hand, not caring about Li Su's counterattack. After all, how can a mere ant shake the sky? Show it to me. The words were not polite, but it was natural and unquestionable. For an existence like him, everything between heaven and earth is in his hands, whether it is Li Su's life or the Buddhist scriptures. With a thud, they collided again. The outcome remained unchanged. Li Su still retreated, the golden light on his body vibrated, and the grand scripture was greatly impacted. And, you don't know how to measure your own strength. The skeleton was very unhappy, and the slightly weakened anger rose again. I'm not flattering you. Once I catch you, I will destroy your body, cut off your 3 souls, break your foundation, and throw your remaining soul into the ashes and fire of eternal calamity, and you will never be reborn. He rushed forward angrily, and the death and decay in his body rolled and moved, forming a huge wonder in an instant, directly covering the world. It was a dead land, with no vitality in the mountains, rocks, and plants. The grey moon hung high in the void, and only sand and dust remained on the earth. Everything here will wither, decay, and eventually die. Lee Su was also shaking, and the huge scriptures on his body sizzled, being infected by this wonder, and being strangled by the death and decay in it. He rushed up without saying a word. The 3,000 golden sands on his body burst into fierce brilliance, and the words in the sacred chapters floated up one by one, carrying a huge amount of taurine covering his hands and feet. He rushed forward, hitting, smashing, sweeping, bumping, and banging. The attack was completely devoid of the colors and styles of a celestial being, just like a mortal warrior, punching and kicking each other. This was the ultimate convergence. All the strength was used for attacking, and only for the target in front of him. Not a single bit of excess was leaked. Boom. 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 Collision. Collision. And collision. Lee Su did not retreat a step, forcibly carrying the opponent's terrible power, the strangulation of the wonder, and confronting it head on. He was bleeding, and there were dead spots on his body and soul. Some parts were directly withered by the power of decay. Facing this scene, he did not retreat, but just coughed up blood, and continued to attack. Seeing this, the skeleton sneered again and again. In his opinion, such behavior was nothing more than a dying struggle, like a candle in the wind, the fading light. Ridiculous ant, try your best, there is only one ending for you. He kept attacking. As a near saint, his vision, realm, experience, and use of strength formed a comprehensive crushing of the opponent. The opponent would not have a 1 in 10,000 chance. The amazing fight continued. Lee Su waded through more and more blood, dyeing the surrounding area red. The flesh and blood on his body kept falling off, because the terrible death and decay directly killed his cells, revealing the white bones and bright red internal organs. Because of the absolute gap in the use of strength, Lee Su not only failed to hit the opponent with one move, but was found by the opponent. His sternum was smashed by the opponent, and his heart was pierced. His skull was also split, and half of it cracked on the spot, revealing the brain inside. This can definitely be said to be the most tragic battle since his debut. But even so, Lee Su still did not retreat. From beginning to end, he did not say a word, but just kept attacking. Hundreds of moves, thousands of moves. Finally, with a crackling sound, it was not on Lee Su, but on the skeleton. In an instant, the skeleton stopped smiling, and the grey fire in his eye sockets was shaking. He was at a very high level, a near saint. But the bones that carried him were only the great perfection of the 15 fires of the celestial immortal. Of course, this bone was very strong. Its owner was an ancient giant duo, extremely legendary, and had never lost since his debut. The most special thing about it was his bones. Although he died that year, his bones were intact, with an extremely amazing immortal power inside. It was also worn out even after the collision with the immortal weapon, which was extremely amazing. As a result, it cracked here. How is it possible? The skeleton was stunned and showed an unbelievable look. The bones that carried him were the bones of the Supreme, which were stronger than the ordinary 15 fires. However, at this moment, Lee Su smiled. Damn it, it was finally broken. His pupils glowed, and the scriptures on his body shone more and more. He entangled with the skeleton, and attacked frantically, continuously colliding with the opponent's hands and feet, again and again, and continuously hitting each other. Crackling, crackling. The sound of bone cracking became louder and louder. Cracks appeared on the hands and legs of the skeleton. Facing such a terrifying collision, it could not bear it. The battle situation was reversed. The skeleton began to retreat and dodge. The grey fire in the eye sockets kept jumping. Obviously, it could not understand the scene in front of it. Lee Su had a ferocious face. This result was not surprising. He was not a 15 fire, but a double peerless. With the superposition of the two, his limit-breaking height was not the ceiling of this world, but the ceiling of the ceiling. This thing in front of him was indeed terrible and strong beyond imagination. But in the same realm, Lee Su was really not inferior to him. Indeed, he could not match his vision, experience, and skills. However, in terms of foundation, bones, and background. There was no one who could be compared with him in the same realm. Let alone this skeleton. Even if your real body came, Lee Su could still grind the opponent to death under the realm suppression. Chasing the opponent, Lee Su finally spoke. "You old dog, weren't you very awesome just now? Didn't you want to take me as a slave? Why are you retreating?" Chapter 885 The Great Holy Spirit. But, at this moment, in addition to the king level awakening, suddenly, the pupils of Zibian, the white impermanence, and Fan Wash, the black impermanence, shrank suddenly, and they took a breath. It's the origin. The pollution is gone. That kid, he really reached the deepest part. Fan Wash's ferocious face showed a rare joy. Zibian also couldn't help but clench his fists, and his whole body was shaking. The situation in Fengdu is already very bad, otherwise he would not let Lee Su, who obviously has the inheritance of the underworld, and has extraordinary talent, go to the core of the origin. In fact, there is no other way. If this goes on, Fengdu may not be able to hold on for even a few months. Letting Lee Su go down is more of a choice made out of necessity, and there is actually no bottom in the heart. Unexpectedly, the other party actually arrived. Moreover, the speed is much faster than he imagined. It only takes about half a day to come back and forth, right? This is quite incredible. You should know that the fastest person in Fengdu's history took almost a whole day. You should know that the person's identity is not ordinary. He is the only peerless genius in Fengdu in tens of millions of years. He is the disciple of the Emperor of Fengdu. If it were not for the destruction of the ancient times, he should have been the candidate for the second Lord of Fengdu. Wait. After a moment of joy, Zibian's face became heavier. He took a deep breath and looked at Fan Wash. The other party nodded and took out an old ancient book from his arms. The surface had turned yellow and the paper inside had cracked. It had experienced an extremely long time and was eroded by the substance called years. Even so, it was still extraordinary. It carried amazing power, and there were endless particles flowing in it. A road could be vaguely seen running through it. This is a treasure, an innate treasure. That is the Book of Man, or the Book of Life and Death in the Underworld. The two of them were motionless, quietly looking at the Book of Life and Death in Fan Wash's hand, waiting. The other party's household registration card is a page of the Book of Life and Death. Once the other party dies or dies, his soul will be taken back by the Book of Life and Death. The treasures for resurrection have been prepared. Although he had no choice, Zibian didn't want to let the other party die. He had made preparations early and assigned tasks through his own position. Cleaning up the abnormality of the origin can get a handful of loess. This loess is not an ordinary thing. It can also be called the flesh fetus mud. This thing is what the ancient Saint Nuwa used when she created humans, and some of it was left. Thinking of this, Zibian couldn't help but sigh and felt guilty. After all, although he had the authority, he couldn't do whatever he wanted. Giving this was the maximum authority. He might be punished after that. After all, he participated in it and violated the established rules, which was not allowed. But there was really no way. The pollution in the origin was close to sainthood and too strong. Let alone winning, just escaping, the hope was extremely slim. That level was beyond the scope of common sense. In fact, it was equivalent to certain death. Even though old Z was facing punishment, this mission was actually of no benefit to Lee Su. It was equivalent to going to die. The body could be restored, and the soul could be supplemented, but the Yintex could not. Before it was fully mature, once the main body was killed, the Yintex would inevitably self-destruct. Zibian couldn't help but grit his teeth, with anger in his eyes. If there hadn't been a traitor among the living people in Fengdu, why would he have done this? Although he couldn't do it directly due to the rules, this matter was over. Let's wait and see. Not only Zibian, Fan Wash was also very angry. As an old man in the underworld, he actually pitied the heir of the underworld, which was equivalent to the predecessor harming the younger generation. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After all, he was a near saint, the ancestor of the Dead Soul clan. Just in terms of realm, vision, and experience, it can be said that he was in an absolutely overwhelming state. He stood at the top of the ranks of practitioners, a supreme and sacred existence. It was like standing at the end of a peak, looking down at the people below. Even if it was them, they didn't have even a half chance of winning. The gap was too desperate. 20 fires was just an adjective, not a real existence, to describe how unattainable the near saint was. The distance between the two sides would make people extremely desperate. Under that kind of all-round suppression, the mind could not bear it at all, and would completely collapse. It was the most noble and sacred, the high and mighty Holy Spirit. Asterisk 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 at this moment, deep in the origin, the sacredness in the hearts of the black and white impermanence was roaring. He was furious, and his soul was emitting flames. He was high above, and at this moment he was being hunted down, blocked at the end of the king level awakening, deep in the three origins of Fengdu. The sound of bang 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 kept exploding, and the ants in front of him were attacking him crazily. The bodies of the two people were constantly colliding, and each collision presented an amazing spectacle. The power of impacting each other formed a beautiful and deadly scene. There were amazing sparks splashing inside, carrying the highest scriptures, fighting each other. On one side was the Buddhist mysteries and the 3000 golden sands. On the other side was the dead soul, extremely decayed. The strongest saint showed unparalleled skills in the use of power. The way of fighting was as if looking down from the high sky, and everything was in his palm. The ant in front of him was not worth mentioning at all. He had been injured too many times in the battle of more than 10 minutes. The brain was beaten out by the saint, and splattered all over the ground. The body was pierced by him several times, and the intestines fell out. His soul was pierced by his decaying true meaning, forming large patches of dead spots on it. To be honest, if it was someone else, let alone a celestial being, even if it was a true immortal, the flesh would have rotted, and the soul would have collapsed. But the other party did not die. Not only did he not die, but he was also unusually alive and well. His body was glowing, his soul was glowing, and there was a constant flow of power inside, resisting the power of the skeleton, constantly washing it away, and cutting it off. Not only that, he was fighting back, using an extremely clumsy and crude method, like the unbearable beast in the mortal world, without the slightest skill of Taoism, without the slightest cleverness of art, from beginning to end. I want to clash with you. Facing this unbearable, this crudeness, the skeleton was hit so hard that fire splashed and bones clanged. Hand bones, foot bones. They were all cracked, injured by the opponent's brute force, increasing bit by bit, becoming more and more serious. He was furious, and the word shame seemed to be carved on his head. He was a saint, but he was beaten like this by an ant in such a crude way. Looking at Li Su, who was hitting the skeleton, where he was staying with one punch after another, cracking a large area. If thoughts could kill people, he would wish to cut the bastard in front of him into pieces. Finally, his hand bones broke after a series of collisions. This made him, who was already in a dilemma, completely flustered and could no longer form a stalemate with Li Su. Suddenly, with a series of bangs, the Holy Spirit was hammered several times by Li Su, hit 7 or 8 times, and even kicked 3 or 4 times. As a near saint, his identity is so noble and his status is so unattainable. He had never been treated like this before, and smoke could not help but spit out from his 2 deep eye sockets. At this moment, he also found something wrong. Although the other party covered it up very cleverly. Who is he? He is a near saint creature, a legendary sacred. How could he not realize that the battle has turned into such a problem? His eyes began to wander, falling on the other party's body and soul, and began to observe and perceive. Soon, he felt it, and discovered the trick. The ant in front of him actually had the supreme scriptures in his flesh and blood, hidden in the deepest part, constantly releasing amazing blood and energy, forming a scene of living beings inside, with terrible creatures living in it, and under his wounds, fiercely washing away the death and decay power on his flesh. The same is true for his soul, with the supreme light blooming inside, and pieces of scriptures flying out, and spreading throughout it, forming an extremely huge vortex, with the true meaning of reincarnation flowing inside, blooming with amazing light, constantly slashing at his own soul from the inside out, tearing apart the decay attached to it. These are two completely different, but undoubtedly both involve the supreme of the holy realm. After reaching this conclusion, the skeleton still doesn't understand why the battle situation has developed into what it is now. This is the foundation of the peerless world, the accumulation of unparalleled talent. The three supremes of the holy level have pushed the ant in front of him to an incredible height. It allows him to have a recovery ability far beyond the surface level of the heavenly immortal, and gives him the ability to almost be immortal. Faced with this result, the skeleton was shocked and unbelievable, but he also realized it. As a near saint, he was invincible in the spiritual level at the level of celestial beings. Then the ant in front of him was invincible in the reality level. How to describe this gap? In terms of skills, consciousness, and vision, the near saint stood at the limit and fully pulled the combat power of the celestial level. The 5-dimensional attributes were all at the extreme. Unless you are the same as him, or surpass him in the great realm, otherwise as long as you are a celestial being, you can't beat him. And the opponent is much simpler. As long as you are still a celestial being, you are destined to be unable to kill him. After reaching this conclusion, the sacredness in the skeleton collapsed a little, and the soul was full of shock. The look was as wonderful as a mortal seeing an alien UFO. Because this is not metaphysical at all. How could such an existence appear? How could it appear? The Holy Spirit began to retreat. He realized the absurdity of this battle, and for the first time as a near saint level creature, he envied the terrifying bones of the ant in front of him. He was ready to run away. He would not insist on fighting a battle that was bound to fail. He was ready to pull a certain distance, take the opponent away from the entrance, and then find an opportunity to run out, get out of this space, go outside where there was no realm blockade, and then crush the opponent with the realm. Unfortunately, the opponent saw through it. Although he followed all the way, he always blocked in front of him, and blocked the skeleton and this origin. Not only that, the opponent's attack began to change. The Supreme Buddha was gathered by him in his feet, and swept towards the skeleton again and again. The opponent kicked very low, aiming at the skeleton's calf. Facing this scene, the anger in the skeleton's heart can be imagined. He was extremely frustrated and almost exploded. He could not accept this reality at all. He almost frantically displayed all the skills that the realm of the celestial being could present, showing the mystery above the 15 fire ceiling. However, with a crackling sound, the skeleton's foot broke, and the perfect bone of the 15 fire celestial being was kicked off. Ants. The sacred creature awed, realizing the outcome of this battle and the situation that would follow. Boom. 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 After dozens or hundreds of collisions, his left hand was broken. Then, his right leg was also broken. The next moment, his fist hit the skeleton's face hard, shaking his soul, and his jawbone was completely shattered, breaking into several pieces and flying out. Damn it, this seat. The grey fire in his eye sockets flew out of sparks. Before he finished speaking, he was kicked in the pelvis, and his lumbar vertebrae broke with a crackle. He was swept away by Lisu's kick, fell to the ground, and bounced up again. Even though the skeleton had no expression at the moment, he could still feel his mood. The sacred creature couldn't stand it anymore. As a near saint, Lisu didn't give the other party a chance to vent his anger, and he directly bullied him forward. His fist glowed, and 3,000 golden sands rolled and moved, and he punched the other party's remaining bones crazily. Boom. 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 10 punches, 100 punches. With a loud bang, the bones of the 15th fire immortals could not bear it. The skull was split by Lisu, and then 2 more punches exploded on the spot. The skull of the carrier soul was shattered, and the soul that was lodged in it immediately appeared and exposed in front of Lisu. That soul was extraordinary. Even so, it gave people an extremely shocking impression. Even if this space suppressed the realm, it was still extremely sacred. It flows with the truth of heaven and earth, and breeds supreme creation. There are grand scriptures running through it, carrying endless years, and immortality lives in it, interweaving eternity. This is definitely the highest and most supreme soul Lisu has ever seen. Even if it is only the size of a hair, it has made his soul feel heavy, as if he is facing another supreme creature on the surface, and his heart can't help trembling. The soul grew a pair of eyes, and he stared at Lisu tightly, as if he wanted to remember him. It was not that it did not intend to run. In fact, it had planned to run when its body exploded. However, it was fixed. The opponent's power flowed in through the skeleton and fixed the wisp of soul there. The next moment, the extraordinary soul was grabbed by Lisu. The highest Buddhist classics flowed down. One by one, the words containing the supreme sacredness hit the soul directly like a meteor of fire. Sparks were splashing, as if cutting the most solid object in the world. The golden sand in Lee Su's palm poured out, layer by layer, bit by bit, and forcibly cut the wisp of soul. The realm of the soul is undoubtedly very high, so high that Lee Su could not reach it. However, the realm suppressed by this place, the power above the celestial fairy, could not be fully exerted, and was strangled by 3000 golden sands, and was bit by bit. When it reached the zero limit of the soul, Lee Su suddenly squeezed it hard. With a bang, the extraordinary soul was crushed by him. And, at the moment of breaking, there seemed to be a residual sound falling, that was a roar, with a curse. The great and holy, with full of unwillingness, was hammered to death by the ant he looked down upon. Chapter 886 Promotion. He sat down on the ground in an indecent manner. He could not help but breathe heavily, and a lot of sweat fell down. He was exhausted. It was not easy. It can definitely be said to be the most difficult battle since his debut. It was so difficult that Lee Su could only rely on his own foundation to force the opponent to death. The victory in this battle can be said to be completely due to the unparalleled flesh and soul formed by the double peerless and double peak, which forced him to pass. The whole process was not skillful at all. Who is this old monster from the corner? Although he won, Lee Su was still a little numb. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. He was too strong. The all-round crushing except for the foundation almost broke his confidence. In terms of skills, it was simply unreasonable. It was like playing Go. He was at the second level, but the opponent was at the final level, and he could see the result directly. It can be said that the skeleton was the first time Lee Su encountered an existence that had only one supreme level and he could never beat it. It feels that the opponent's strength is higher than the supreme gorilla. It's not like he hasn't encountered the supreme Dalo before. If he is in the same realm, Lee Su is not at all inferior. This, can't it be a saint realm? No, no, no. Lee Su couldn't help but feel a chill and shook his head very quickly. How could it be a saint? Judging from the other party's situation, he should belong to the Dead Soul clan. It is estimated that he is an old guy who has existed for tens of millions of years. It is even possible that he is a prehistoric figure. After endless and long years of accumulation, he has reached the current height. Unable to help it, he operated the Supreme and descended the Buddha kingdom. The Supreme Sutra fell like rain, grinding the surrounding extraordinary particles once, grinding them very finely, back and forth for almost 10 times, until there was no trace of death and decay. After that, he used the Jade Purity Supreme to collect all the extraordinary radiation in the entire space, compacted it, and then used the Yin and Yang Key of the Supreme Ether Purity to transform it 3 times. After slashing it twice with the shanking sword intention, he opened the ghost domain and released the 6 paths of reincarnation to ensure that there was no soul light left, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't get me wrong, this is not fear. This is just the most basic macro manipulation that cautious people will do to ensure complete destruction of the corpse and avoid being noticed by others, so as to see his strength and expose his background. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recite 2 more sutras of rebirth, plus 200 Taishangjiaku sutras. After doing everything, Lee Su's face was quite ugly. Damn it. What's the situation in Fengdu? Why would such a dangerous thing appear in such a place? This is the origin, the core, and the greatest place of fortune for Yunwen. In such a sacred place, there is actually a dead soul of the ancestor level hidden. This is undoubtedly a very serious mistake, which is simply unforgivable. If it weren't for me, I would have been killed immediately if I changed someone else. It's really too much. With such a danger, shouldn't there be a sign and a note at the door? At least let yourself be mentally prepared. Make a layout in advance. For example, just now, the opponent clearly wanted to run away and didn't intend to continue fighting with him here. In order to prevent the opponent from escaping, Lee Su almost fought desperately like a sticky candy. He was beaten several times and his face was cracked, but he refused to push away. Why? He was afraid that the opponent would run away and turn around and return to his body with his soul and memory. Fengdu had to remind him at the door. Why would he be like this? He must have stored up the Xinhuo flag with full energy and put it outside early in the morning. So why did he have to fight so hard? Li Su was very angry and wanted to go to Fengdu to explain. He had to be compensated for this matter. It was too dangerous. It could be said that his life was hanging by a thread. No. Soon, he shook his head again and denied the idea of compensation. After all, if he really asked, there might not be compensation, but it was equivalent to telling Fengdu clearly that he had killed a heaven-level old monster. With the combat power shown by the skeleton, if he really asked, wouldn't his combat power be exposed? Therefore, this matter cannot be mentioned and must be suppressed in his heart. Yes, that's the truth. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help feeling uncomfortable again. He felt like the guy who went to the lottery shop to steal things and found that there was no money in the shop. He ran to press 2 lottery tickets in anger. As a result, he won the same thing. Should he go to redeem the prize? Or go to redeem the prize? He took a deep breath and looked at the pool of red gold light. At this moment, there was very little movement in it. Although it has separated from itself, the induction still exists. Yinwen is about to complete its transformation, and the king level awakening will soon succeed. Well, at least he has got the good fortune. Everything in the world has its own rules, and every sip and bite is destined. Things like pie falling from the sky are likely to be accompanied by a bottomless pit. He can be considered to have leveled the pit. At least the harvest is still slow. The same key. Li Su sat cross-legged on the edge of the pool while enduring the ultra-concentrated radiation that was constantly gushing out from it, refining his own soul and quietly waiting for his Yinwen to finish refining. In fact, it didn't take long, about an hour, and the Yinwen's refining was over. In an instant, the Yinwen soared into the sky and flew out of the pool. They were shining with red light, with extremely astonishing high temperature and radiation visible to the naked eye. Without saying anything, they rushed straight to Li Su and instantly stuck to his body. Even though Li Su's soul and body were strong, he couldn't help but scream at this moment. Not only his soul, but also his flesh and blood were sizzling, just like the scene of burning pigskin with a red-hot iron rod in the 1980s. Green smoke came out of his body, and a strong meaty aroma filled his mouth and nose. It was too painful. Struggling was useless, just lying on the ground and burning. He was roasted like a whole lamb for more than half an hour, and the temperature began to drop when he was almost 90% cooked. Needless to say, the pain was obvious. Just look at his face. Of course, there is no need to mention the benefits. The special effects are awesome. A large amount of red gold streams flowed out from the yin text, deeply nourishing his soul. For a while, his soul couldn't help but glow, and the supreme scripture inside was buzzing, and his soul seemed to have hardness, and was amazingly strengthened. Finally, the temperature cooled down, and the red gold yin text completely covered his soul, as if he was wearing red gold armor. Not only that, the surface showed the same fluctuations as the origin of this place, and produced special radiation like this origin. It's amazing. You should know that this special extraordinary particle has great lethality to the soul, and it is difficult for the body to defend. Its formation has caused Li Su's magic power to change dramatically. Even if he does not use the Taoist magic, it has the effect of destroying the soul. It is equivalent to having an extra talent. Physical attacks are accompanied by magic effects, and the lethality is increased by 1 level. The price is undoubtedly painful, but the result is undoubted. It smells so good. The ceiling was clearly pushed up by him again, just like the awakening of the ancient bloodline of the demon race. It is worthy of being the underworld, and the fortune is indeed extraordinary. At the moment of mastering the supreme power of the 8 saints, ordinary opportunities can basically only be used as resources for him. There are very few who can directly improve the overall strength. Moreover, he can feel that this improvement has not yet reached the end. Think about it, he has just reached the 893rd level of Yinwen, and there are still 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, and 1, a full 3 stages. If he can get all of them, the improvement for him may be comparable to a fire. This is incredible. He is a double peerless person with a very strong foundation. Unlike that old monster of the heavenly immortal, His power is essentially still in the realm of the heavenly immortal, but the means of using it have deviated from it. Lee Su is actually above the 15th fire. Now, with this fortune in the underworld, he may be able to lay the foundation for the real 16th fire and break the level of the 15th fire. This is of great significance, not only in meaning, but also in reality. He took a deep breath, and the frustration brought by the old monster of the heavenly immortal disappeared in an instant. Feeling the situation of the yin wen in his body, he was very happy. Not only attack, this yin wen, after refining and forming, is essentially equivalent to a special spiritual treasure, which has a great protective effect on the soul, can weaken external damage, and can fix the soul, and will not be easily shaken by others. For a while, Lee Su couldn't help but feel hot in his heart, and look forward to the follow-up. The only thing to say is that he looks forward to the next few fortunes and upgrades, and there will be no more situations like this. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Lee Su was significantly improved, outside the origin, at the entrance of the stairs, Zibian and Fan Wash are now eagerly waiting. The two of them wait. However, the book of life and death in his hand did not move at all from beginning to end. After a whole hour, the pages still did not return. Facing this scene, the two were full of doubts and puzzlement. Although the near saint was terrible, facing the treasure, a mere wisp of Yuanshan would not leave it behind. It shouldn't be. Where are the pages? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At this time, somewhere, the Dead Soul clan was located. In an ancestral tomb that had existed for who knows how many years, a huge roar suddenly sounded. The sound was like a substance, and it gathered in astonishing death and decay. It erupted like an underwater volcano, rushing straight to the sky, and covering the land of the world. In an instant, the entire Dead Soul clan solidified, and was shocked by the terrible sound. The extraordinary particles and the Deo of heaven could not help but be silent at this moment, feeling the emotions of the owner of the sound. The weak Dead Soul body was directly shaken and exploded on the spot. Then, an extremely huge soul soared into the sky. It was 100 feet high, 70 or 80 feet long and wide. The terrifying supreme scriptures were all over the body, filling the whole body from top to bottom. It was the master of the Dead Soul clan, the oldest Dead Soul. At this moment, it was full of anger, and its huge eyes were rolling with sparks. It was awakened. The disappearance of a wisp of his soul woke him up from his sleep. I remember that wisp of soul was in the first source of Fengdu. This is not good news. The plan has reached a critical juncture and the final action will be launched soon. As a result, the soul in the first source disappeared. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to the entire plan of the Dead Soul clan. The original rhythm was completely disrupted. Just this point is enough to make it extremely angry. As a result, some pictures came from the dark. It was too high in realm. Even if that wisp of soul was destroyed, it still vaguely captured some information and emotions. There was very little content in the picture. Only light was seen, which was filled with the light of great Buddha power, covering it. The ancestor of the Dead Soul couldn't help but lower his head. Blue veins appeared on his huge soul, and volcanic emotions were gathering. Soon, the Dead Soul ancestor suppressed his anger. Compared with his own emotions, he was more concerned about the problem of the first origin. He said directly, "Someone come. Ancestor. The pollution placed by the first origin has been destroyed. Let the Black Mountain cult send someone over immediately to find out the situation for me." Yes. Chapter 887. Yin Job. Out. After the Yin Wen was successfully refined, Lee Su naturally did not stay for long. The appearance of such a thing in a place like the origin was not a good thing, no matter how you look at it. The death of that ray of Yuan Shen would definitely make the other party feel it. Lee Su did not think that the other party was hiding in the pool just to take a bath. In fact, the other party was furious from the moment he came out and wanted to kill him to vent his anger. He ruined his plan. Although he did not know what the plan was, he thought that such a strong man squatting here must be very important. Now that the plan was broken, the other party would definitely send someone to check. If it were not for the Yin Wen, Lee Su would have slipped away long ago. After the awakening was completed here, Lee Su quickly left the origin and came to the exit. Looking at the stairs extending upwards, he did not hesitate and walked up directly. The scene was repeated, and the king level awakening field in the origin behind him had disappeared. Lee Su once again returned to the infinitely downward stairs. As expected, Lao Zi was outside. Seeing Lee Su come out, his face was shocked at the moment, and the whole person was shocked. This is not surprising. After all, in old Zi's mind, Lee Su who entered inside would basically die. The props for resurrection were ready. He just waited for the other party to be killed by the near saint hiding inside, and then resurrected him. As a result, after waiting for a long time, the Book of Life and Death did not respond. He could not help but activate the Book of Life and Death to sense it, but found that the other party was alive and well. Are you okay? Zibian was very surprised. He didn't think that the near saint would be kind enough to let Lee Su go. The invasion of the three origins was the other party's key plan to occupy Fengdu and become the master of Fengdu. The failure here was basically equivalent to the whole plan itself. If it were him, he would have wanted to burn Lee Su to death. Lee Su's face was not only a little black when he heard this, but mainly because this word was easy to associate, making him unconsciously think of the old monster he had killed with great difficulty. However, Lee Su, who had made up his mind to pretend not to know, said in surprise, "What can happen to me? Didn't you tell me, old Z? Did I say anything?" For king level awakening, the key is to adapt. As long as you adapt, there will be no big problem. Obviously, I can adapt, so there will be no problem. Zibian couldn't help but open his mouth when he heard it. It was obvious that this answer was not the one he wanted to know, so he nodded dryly and said, "I see." Asking directly would definitely not work. Are you kidding? He recommended the king level awakening to the other party, and he also brought this place, but there was another near saint creature inside who didn't say anything. If you ask this, wouldn't it be the same as telling the other party that there is a problem in the king level awakening field? If the other party really doesn't know anything, it's okay. If they meet, and they escaped from death, I'm afraid they will eat him alive. After all, his character is a gambler. In order to make money, he told the other party the big secret of Yunwen awakening, instead of deliberately leading him in to die. Didn't meet. How is it possible? The origin of the land is a straight line. There is no such thing as a fork in the road. As long as you go in, you will almost certainly bump into the near saint. After all, Zibian has lived for countless years and has extremely rich experience. When he spoke just now, although the other party calmed down quickly, he still caught a trace of information. This kid, there is something wrong. Thinking about it, Zibian didn't say anything. What is important to him is the result, not the process. The other party didn't die, which is definitely a pleasant surprise, which is a win-win situation. I didn't expect that you actually have the qualifications for king level awakening. Zibian said with a face of sigh. You know, the last time such a person appeared was a long time ago. Lee Su blinked. Really? Yes, the last awakening, but still. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Since you have completed the awakening, go out. Zibian shook his head and turned to leave. Yeah. Lee Su nodded and followed him directly. As he walked, he showed a suspicious look on his face, staring at the other party's back. This old soldier is not right. This old soldier has a problem. It doesn't conform to the behavior of an old gambler. You know, this king level awakening Lee Su played a trick and tricked the other party and only spent 100 yuan silver dollars to get in. Normally speaking, after I came out, the other party should not be concerned about whether I had any problems, but should ask him to make up the money as soon as possible. Thinking about it carefully, it was too coincidental that I came down here. Thinking back, the other party's question, "Are you okay?" It was as if the other party was surprised that I was fine. King level awakening is indeed dangerous, but when I went to the depths, the other party saw it. He was covered with yin texts. Since this old guy knew that someone had succeeded, he should naturally know that he was the kind that met the requirements, so this question was quite problematic. If it was set on that dead soul old monster, it would not be strange, but if it was anyone else, I'm afraid they would be cold. Thinking of this, Lee Su's expression gradually became a little unfriendly. Could he have been tricked? That's right. After walking for a while, Zibian suddenly stopped. turned around and smiled widely, saying, "I haven't said congratulations yet." Huh? Lee Su was startled. "Congratulations? Congratulations for what? There should be a reward. Didn't you receive it?" Noticing Lee Su's surprise, Zibian immediately said, "Look at your household registration card." Lee Su couldn't help but sense his household registration card when he heard it. You know what? There is really information. Lower 3rd grade Yin 1, awakening. Reward, positive 5th grade Yin position. Reward, 500 Yin gold yuan. This time the reward is different from the previous one of just giving money. Not only is the official position given, but the grade is not low. Positive 5th grade Yin position. Lee Su was a little surprised. Although he didn't know which class of the underworld this corresponded to, since it had reached the 5th grade, the official position was obviously not low. Compared with modern times, it is almost equivalent to deputy department level and deputy division level cadres. And since this Yin position itself has a positive, it means that there is also a subordinate. If the official positions in the underworld are calculated based on the 9 ranks plus the 2 levels of the official position, it is equivalent to 18 levels. The official position of the 5th rank is equivalent to him skipping 9 ranks at once. In ancient times, it was also the level of a court official, which was able to enter the central government. Zibian couldn't help laughing. "Congratulations, sir. I didn't expect to be promoted directly to the official position of the 5th rank. Is it very high?" In the past, it was. The highest level of the lower 3 ranks of the Yin 1 should only involve the official position of the 7th rank. The official position of the 5th rank is equivalent to the judge of Fengdu, and can enter the 6 cases of Gankeo and the 3 divisions of the underworld. Zibian said, "Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a celestial being to obtain such a position. Not only that, at present, the above places are quite extraordinary. If you can enter any of them, you may be able to obtain a regular position in the underworld. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Regular position? Once in a lifetime? Lee Su was puzzled. Before the ancient times, the underworld lacked everything, but the one thing it lacked the most was people. There were too many of them. No less than 1 trillion people died every day in the prehistoric world. During the heyday of the underworld, the number of 3rd grade ghost kings reached an astonishing number of 10 million. You know, that's as strong as the 10 kings of hell. Shit. Lee Su almost screamed. What did he hear? 10 million kings of hell. In the underworld, the king of hell is not the highest level, and his performance in Journey to the West is even more embarrassing. But this is not cabbage. It is counted by tons. Zibian showed a look of reminiscence, with a bit of melancholy on his face. The past seemed to be still before his eyes. He shook his head and continued, "But in fact, there are only 10 positions of the King of Hell in the underworld. That is to say, unless there is a problem with the 10 kings of hell, the tens of millions of 3rd grade ghost kings can only wait, and have no way, to become a true god, and obtain the orthodox divine power. But now it is different. Because of the ancient catastrophe, the underworld Fengdu has a huge problem. Not only is Fengdu, which should have sunk to the depths of the 9th overworld, lifted to the surface, but even many adults with the official positions of gods, including the Emperor of Fengdu, have disappeared. Because of their disappearance, many official positions in Fengdu have become vacant, and the same is true for the 6 cases Gankeo and the 3 officials of the underworld. If adults go there and are recognized, they can inherit the divine power and become the official god of the underworld. The current prerequisite is to have a positive 5th grade Yin position first. Lee Su's eyes couldn't help but tighten. Obviously, he didn't expect to hear such shocking content. He didn't ask what the role of inheriting the official position of God was. Just kidding. This is the position of a true god, the divine authority recognized by Fengdu. Needless to say, the resources and salary, just the underworld soldiers. If Lee Su can obtain the position of a true god, it will soon mean that he can control them. It is equivalent to directly obtaining a huge army. Thinking of this, Lee Su was not only shocked, but also moved. That's right, he was moved, and very moved. And the degree of his excitement was that, even if obtaining the position of a true god required a bloody battle, he would not hesitate. He needed power, very much. Unable to hold back a breath, Lee Su said, "I wonder what are the vacant god positions in the underworld?" Ziban's eyes flickered slightly, as if he didn't expect Lee Su to ask this. After thinking for a while, he said, there should be quite a few, right? I'm not sure how many god positions have been vacated, but at least one thing is certain. After the catastrophe, the 3 officials of the underworld, the 6 cases, the 10 kings of hell, the 5 ghost emperors, the emperor of Dongyu, and the emperor of Fengdu have never appeared. Another question. Please tell me, sir, will these god positions be taken away by someone? Don't worry about this, sir. Although it is in an abnormal situation, because Fengdu is ownerless now, your Yinwen is of the highest quality. As long as you get a position within the 5th rank, no one else can take it away. Just be careful, sir, don't get attacked and killed. I see. Lee Su nodded, and then he thought of something else. With so many god positions vacant, will someone take on multiple positions? After all, I came relatively late, and it took me a lot of time to comprehend the Yinwen. Ziban said, I understand, but you don't have to worry. Although this is possible, you don't have to worry about it. Your Yinwen is the highest level. You just need to go to the department, where the other party is not, and cover his authority. I understand, thank you. Lee Su couldn't help but smile. Seeing Lee Su smile, Ziban couldn't help but smile. You're welcome, sir. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The long stairs were finished. In front of the auxiliary soldiers camp, Lee Su waved and said goodbye to old Z directly. He didn't go in, but planned to leave and return to Fengdu. After all, the purpose of coming here to fight was considered to be completed. No, it should be said that it was not only completed, but the next thing to do was also basically clear. As for the battle mission, he had already completed it. The first time, he only needed to do it 10 times. This was enough when he became a 2nd level auxiliary soldier. Suddenly, his eyes paused, and he couldn't help but look behind him. A group of new recruits came, the 3rd level auxiliary soldiers who had just come. This is nothing strange. Such people appear almost every day. There are hundreds of millions of people in Fengdu, and nearly 1/3 of them are mortals. Although they have been in Fengdu for a long time, they do not meet the conditions for going to the battlefield. Now in Fengdu, by constantly working in exchange for food, although it is only the lowest level, it is obviously still a great tonic for mortals. People have continuously broken through the shackles of mortals and become foundation builders. Once they become foundation builders, they have reached the conditions to go down to fight. After all, the speed of making money in the war is much faster than working. Therefore, the underworld has appeared for a long time, but there have been new recruits entering the castle. Of course, Lee Su is not concerned about the new recruits, but the people mixed in the new recruits. If he is not mistaken, the other party should be the little guy next to Yang Ping. That boy. Why did he come down? Lee Su frowned slightly, feeling a little strange. The Wangxiang Palace only withdrew its own forces and was not destroyed. Because it was not clear what the situation of the Buddhist sect and the ghost sect was, in order to prevent the other party from suddenly ending up and targeting GGO again, Yang Ping and his team held a meeting. It seemed that they also contacted the people in the middle city and the inner city to discuss together. Although Lee Su was not clear about the process, Yang Ping still told him the result. They planned to maintain the original state. Zheng Sun still decided not to participate. There was no way to fall behind too much. If the Black Mountain sect suddenly launched an attack, none of the disciples on Zheng Sun's side would be able to escape. Not only that, because he was going to Zheng Sun, Yang Ping told him a lot of things. Although he was not very clear about the Yinwen, he was very clear about the basics. Even if they participated, they would only be cultivators above the Jinden realm. Because even if they were the lowest level auxiliary soldiers, it would be best to come after the Jinden. The foundation building period was too weak, and the decaying power in the castle had a great impact on them. Staying here for a long time would leave hidden dangers. Obviously, the little boy who was held in Yang Ping's arms at the beginning was only in the foundation building stage and should not have come here. At this moment, the mood of the little boy in the distance was obviously not right. All the way here, his face was full of anxiety, and he was always looking around, as if looking for something. Finally, after turning his head and seeing Lee Su not far away, the boy was shocked, and the next moment he ran towards Lee Su at a high speed. As soon as he got close, the boy's eyes were red and he said, "Big brother, please help me, save senior brother Yangping and the others." Chapter 888 Patience. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Bear, bear, bear. How long do we have to bear this? If we bear this any longer, the people of GGO will lose their morale. In the inner city, at an inn, a GGO disciple was filled with anger and smashed the wooden table in front of him with one palm. At this moment, there were more than 10 people in the room, including Liang Kong, whom Lee Su knew. They were all in the Taii realm, and 3 of them were in the late Taii realm. The atmosphere was very solemn. Except for the person who spoke, most people had very bad expressions, with great anger in their eyes, and were extremely suppressed. The sudden action of Wanshao Palace, the inner city and the middle city were fine, but the outer city was almost devastated. The first level of true immortals and heavenly immortals were almost wiped out, and too many disciples of the true immortal and heavenly immortal level were taken away. The moment they received the news, the GGO disciples, who were already extremely aggrieved, exploded immediately. The internal group of GGO exploded directly. There was no way to bear it. How could such a thing be endured? A meeting was held immediately. Except for those who stayed behind, the management of the Taii realm of GGO gathered together. "Brother, I really can't stand it." A disciple spoke directly with a cold face. "That's the lives of hundreds of brothers and sisters. It's not about how people outside will see it. If we still watch helplessly this time, I'm afraid there will be problems inside, and the disciples below will really be disunited." As he spoke, most of the disciples looked directly at the 3 Taii perfections in the lead. "I understand your feelings. We are not the same." One of the 3 Taii perfections spoke up, his face full of bitterness at the moment. "Over the past year or so, we have been constantly giving in, and GGO has lost too many opportunities. Now there is a big gap between us and the Black Mountain sect. Besides, the situation has reached a critical juncture for the senior brother. If we give up now, it will be equivalent to all the efforts we have injured before, and all our efforts will be wasted. If the senior brother does not come out, in the absence of top-level combat power, the Wanshao Palace will be fine, but the Black Mountain sect will definitely not sit idly by. Once their top masters take action, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for GGO. Critical juncture, critical juncture." Some disciples could not help but said excitedly, "Senior brother, I don't understand. What is the senior brother doing? It's been a year and a half, a full year and a half." Not only him, many disciples showed dissatisfaction on their faces. It was mainly because they had been waiting for too long, suppressed for too long, and angry for too long. The 3 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this point, there was no benefit in continuing to hide it, so they said directly, "The eldest brother is trying to capture the position of the Wheel King, one of the 10 kings of hell." The pupils of everyone present couldn't help but shrink, and they took a breath of cold air. It's the position of the king of hell. No wonder, after more than a year, there has been no movement from the eldest brother. If this is the case, it is not difficult to understand. Why is the Wangxiang Palace giving GGO such a headache now? Isn't it because the Black Mountain sect disciples seize the position of Ghost KO, one of the 6 cases of the underworld? Because of this position, GGO suffered a great loss. Many disciples were forcibly convicted and sent to the battlefield and died there. Unexpectedly, the eldest brother is actually trying to obtain the authority of the Wheel King, one of the 10 kings of hell. "Brother, how is the progress of the eldest brother?" The last time I asked was a month ago, and he said that he had already exceeded 90% and was less than 10% away from completion. The one on the left among the 3 said, "Now that almost a month has passed, it means that the eldest brother may make a breakthrough at any time and master the authority of the 10 kings of hell. Once he succeeds, the relationship between us and the Black Mountain sect will immediately turn around." Hiss. The 7 people took a breath at the same time, shocked. Unexpectedly, it was the Wheel King, one of the 10 kings of hell, and the degree was more than 90%. This is undoubtedly great news for the disciples of GGO present. Not only does it mean that the top combat power of GGO is about to return, but it will also bring back authority far exceeding the position of the 6 case Garn KO. At this moment, the young Tae, who was furious, even when he opened his mouth before, took a deep breath. The dissatisfaction with the self-driving eldest brother was immediately suppressed in his heart. Damn those Black Mountain sect bastards, if they hadn't attacked our G-sect Daozi, causing him to be missing, and his life or death unknown. If Daozi was here, and with the help of a senior brother, with the two great prodigies on the same side, we wouldn't be in such a mess. Some disciples couldn't help but curse inwardly. Not to mention the senior brother. Everyone in the G-sect knew about Daozi's extraordinary talent. Just the fact that he defeated the Black Mountain sect Tae prodigy who was in the suppression realm with the Tangshan Dao as a true immortal was enough to explain everything. Before his life or death was unknown, news came from the human sect that Daozi had already advanced to the Tae realm, and his strength was recognized by the second Tae senior sister of the human sect and the Dangshan sect prodigy Jiuo Yuan. He even had a big battle with Jiuo Yuan. Although I didn't see it, I can imagine what it was like. The anger cooled down a lot. It was mainly because of the situation on the senior brother's side, which was almost 100% able to turn around the dilemma of G-sect. After all, in Fengdu, there were a lot of G-sect disciples, more than 10,000, and they were all formal disciples. If we really disregard everything at this moment, the loss will undoubtedly be even greater. Wait a little longer. The disciple of Tae Yuan said, wait a little longer. Let's be patient with the disciples, who were taken away. The eldest brother will definitely not let us down. Hearing this, the slightly relaxed mood of the crowd tightened again. Can we catch up? Yes, we can. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The people of Wanshao Palace became the county magistrate of the outer city, forced to summon Yang Ping and others. Using magic power to calm the boy's emotions, Li Su quickly asked the reason. The boy was very smart. Although he was not very old, he told the story of what happened in a clear and orderly manner. Not long after he came here, someone from Wanshao Palace came out of the middle city, but the other party did not immediately go to trouble Gigio, but went to the government office. A few days later, he appeared again, and had become the county magistrate of the government office. Yang Ping and others obviously did not expect this. As a result, when they went out, they were forcibly taken away by him with a sign, and prepared to be sent to the battlefield. This was a special sign. Yang Ping and others had no way to resist, so they were all arrested. There were hundreds of people, including true immortals and celestial immortals. After the incident, Gigio naturally notified the higher-ups immediately, but the only response they received was to let them hide and be patient. At other times, it would be fine. But now it is different. Over the past year, such words have been heard too many times. The final result is that the wait has never ended, and the salvation has never come. Over the past year, hundreds of fellow disciples have died in the conspiracy of Wanshao Palace. Faced with this result, the boy and his friends could not sit still, and became completely panicked. After all, such an answer was no less than a bolt from the blue for them. It was equivalent to giving up. After enduring for 2 days, the boy could not help it anymore, gritted his teeth, and went to the conscription office and came here. In the past 2 days, he has been running around looking for Li Su. Finally, he met him today. Sitting in his room, Li Su couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows, and a trace of anger flashed in the depths of his eyes. He couldn't help but get angry. The child in front of him was a disciple of Gigio, but he didn't look for his own elders, but asked an outsider. The meaning of this was simply chilling. When he heard Yang Ping say that the saint of Gigio had fought with the Black Mountain Patriarch because of him, and that the 9 elders of Gigio had attacked the Black Mountain Holy Land because of him, forcing the other party to move away, Gigio, whether in terms of cause and effect or emotion, had taken up residence in Li Su's heart and left a mark. Tae of Gigio, what the hell are you doing, old Z? Li Su suddenly spoke and spread the word. Sir, are you looking for me? After a while, Zibian came and walked into his room. Can you help me take care of this child? Of course, no problem, sir. Thank you. Li Su directly transferred 500 yuan silver dollars to the other party. Reaching out and touching the boy's head, Li Su said softly, "It's okay, don't be afraid, they will be fine," I said. Chapter 889 Central Government Office. There are two official positions in the underworld. One is the main position with divine power, and the other is the official position for management. After all, there are only so many divine positions in the underworld, but the number of people who die every year is too numerous to count. Even if most of the souls in the underworld will be directly reincarnated every day and start the next round of new life, it is still inevitable that many people will be left behind. And this number will remain at about one layer every year. Don't underestimate the data of this layer. You must know that the Earth with a population of only 7 billion has a daily death data of more than 150,000, and this data only refers to the human population. If all living beings with souls are counted, how terrible would it be? Not to mention the ancient prehistoric world. No matter how big or small, the population is far more than this number. The daily death volume of trillions is 365 trillion in a year, and even if there is only one layer, there will be almost 36 trillion people left. Although the divine positions in the underworld are all strong and extraordinary, they have processing capabilities that ordinary people can hardly imagine. But facing such a large number of people, it is still stretched, not to mention that there are still powerful individual units among these numbers. As long as it is intelligent life, there will be troubles on people, whether it is immortals or ghosts. Naturally, there is no way to avoid it. Human relations. Backstage background. You can't let the few gods in Fengdu deal with such problems every day, right? Therefore, a management agency similar to the human court was born. And this time, the problem encountered by GGO is this: the people of Wanshao Palace obtained the management position of Fengdu. In short, the problem is not that big. Your Excellency, although he is not a true god, you can directly dismiss him from his position. What we really need to care about is the management position, whether it is appointed or obtained by ourselves. Even if it is only used for management, it is not considered to be in the mainstream in front of the true gods of the underworld, and it is still not easy for everyone to take up the position. Even if it is the lowest level county magistrate, if you want to take up the position, you must at least have a 9th grade yin position. The difficulty of obtaining a yin position in the underworld is very high. If you want to fight, you must go to the battlefield and establish killing enemies' military merits. As for Yinwen, you need to comprehend the 6th grade Yinwen, and you must master more than 5 of them to obtain the lowest Yin position of the 9th grade. Standing in Fengdu City, Li Su silently recalled the answer that Lao Zi gave to the question about the county magistrate when he returned. According to the news that the boy told him, after Yang Ping and the others were captured, the rest of the people immediately hid. That was a stronghold prepared in advance, which could be stable for a while. In other words, he basically didn't have to worry about that. As long as he solved the problem of the Wangxiang Palace County Magistrate in the government office, it would be fine. At this moment, there were few people on the street. According to the boy's story, not only the people of GGO, but many people were forced to sign. Although most of the people were obviously dissatisfied with the Wangxiang Palace, a small number of people who had nothing to do with it were also taken away. Forced sign is one of the few rights that the county magistrate can control the ghost soldiers. In ancient times, there were some heavy jobs in the underworld, such as helping to carry supplies in the 18 Hells, and fighting with the Shura clan in the Netherworld Blood Sea. These were very troublesome things. Even if rewards were given, few people would take the initiative to participate. Therefore, in order to gather enough personnel, the management officials were given the authority to force signs and temporarily command the ghost soldiers, which was regarded as a loophole taken by the Wangxiang Palace. He took a deep breath and took his steps directly. He did not look for the rest of the people, but went straight to the destination. The place he was going to was quite far away, in the center of the outer city. The name was also very special. It was called the Central Government Office. But there was no way. Fengdu was too big. Although the current appearance is not even 1/billionth of its heyday, it is still amazing, and can accommodate hundreds of millions of people. It is impossible to manage such a city with just one mansion. In fact, there are many government offices. First of all, the large area is divided into 4 directions: southeast, northwest, and northeast. and under the 4 large areas, there are 10 middle areas: Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Zheng, Xin, Ren, and Gui. Each middle area has about 100 small areas. According to this division, the government offices in the outer city are: the highest central government office, below it is the 4-sided government office, below it is the Xiangan government office, and the lowest level digital government office. The Dingjiu government office in the south city, that Li Su registered before, is the lowest level, and the highest level central government office he is going to now. The people of the Wangxiang Palace occupy it. According to the level conversion, if you want to become the county magistrate of the central government office, you need to have the status of a positive 8th grade Yin official. If you are appointed, you need to have a positive 7th grade Yin official at the lowest level, and you must inherit a position with a positive god status. Li Su didn't care much about the specific level of the other party. What needed to be considered was the authority coverage. Although he had a high authority, because the Yinwen was of high quality, it didn't mean that it couldn't be covered. Too high quality could still be overwhelmed. So once he took action, he needed to go to the middle city immediately, comprehend the 5th to 7th grade Yinwen, and superimpose his own Yinwen height, so that the other party couldn't cover his ownership. Asterisk 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 I didn't expect that after more than a month of calm, they would directly target the government office in the outer city. I really didn't expect that the other party would use the 8th grade Yin position here, in the management level without the status of a true god. It's troublesome. This place is occupied, and the outer city is very passive. In the past few days, many people have been affected, not only the GGO, but also the upper, middle and lower domains, and even some independent cultivators have been arrested. This should be revenge for the destruction of the Wangxiang Palace stronghold more than a month ago. However, no action was taken against people related to Buddhism and Ghostgate. Nonsense. As long as the people behind the Wangxiang Palace are not stupid, it is impossible for them to take action against Buddhism and Ghostgate. Once a full-scale war is triggered, the only one who will suffer will be the Wangxiang Palace. But I think the people on both sides of Buddhism and Ghostgate don't seem to be at ease. The weak disciples have basically been recalled. Of course, although the other party should not dare to do so rationally, what if they do? They will become very passive. At this moment, outside the central mansion of Fengdu Outer City, countless eyes quietly looked at the government office guarded by the ghost soldiers. They were all cultivators, and their strength was not weak. The lowest was also the level of celestial immortals. Since the Wangxiang Palace occupied the central government office, especially after sending ghost soldiers to capture many people, almost everyone was able to relax. The sign of coercion. This is definitely the Achilles heel of all the people in the outer city. Once forced to go to the battlefield, what is the difference between that and sending yourself to die? Wait, the great sect will not remain silent forever. That's right, this kind of behavior of seizing everyone's vital points, the other great sects can't turn a blind eye to it. No one can stand the safety of their own disciples in the hands of other great sects. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, and among the countless pairs of eyes observing the central government office, there are a few pairs that are obviously different. 6th rank, damn Black Mountain sect. I said how dare he spent a lot of money. The owner of one pair of eyes spoke. He was gloomy and full of ghosts. Obviously, in Fengdu, apart from the Yin soldiers from Fengdu, the only one who could have such amazing Yin energy was the Ghost Gate. What should we do now? The one who spoke was a man full of Buddha's aura. The true scriptures were surrounding his body, and the Buddha's power was extremely pure. It is definitely not possible to go in the past. Once the other party turns against us, we will be unlucky. The aura was half Buddha and half Taoist, and his strength was obviously the strongest among the few people. He was a man who had reached the perfection of the middle stage of Tai, and touched the myth. He sighed and shook his head. Obviously, the central government office was occupied by the people of the Wangxiang Palace. Even the Western Chan sect, which mainly pursued elites, could not sit still. Although there were few disciples left in the outer city, there were still some. This time, the behavior of the Wangxiang Palace was obviously over the line and exceeded the tolerance level. But what the hell is the GGO doing? The Ghost Gate disciples suddenly said. So many disciples have been arrested, and there is still no reaction? I don't know. The Western Chan sect disciple shook his head, and a trace of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. Since the opening of the underworld, the GGO has been very abnormal. Although the environment of the underworld is not favorable for GGO, which did not pursue personal strength before the Dalo realm, it is not so bad that it is suppressed by the Black Mountain sect. As a famous sect for its formation, it may not be able to defeat one, but once there are more than 5, even if it faces 5 Black Mountain disciples at the same time, it will not necessarily suffer. And it is obvious that the more people there are, the more terrifying it is. The 10 absolute formation is not a joke. During the ancient conferred god period, the Chan sect suffered a lot. As a result, it was defeated miserably. For this reason, although the Western Chan sect did not intervene deeply, it still participated. The 3 sects are one family, and it is not just talk. As a result, not long after, the senior brother sent an order that it was okay to help when seeing, but not to intervene too much. Although the specific reason was not mentioned, it can still be felt that the current GGO is very wrong. Someone went there? Suddenly, countless eyes that were quietly observing the situation in the central government office moved, and couldn't help but look at the figure that appeared on the street opposite the government office. The speed was not fast, but it walked towards the central government office step by step. Instantly, everyone's face showed doubt. What did he want to do? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 890 Breaking In. There were 20 Yin soldiers at the gate alone. The government office was very large. As the highest institution in the outer city, its area was more than 10 times that of the one Lee Su had visited before. Of course, size was not the point. The point was the number of Yin soldiers. There were at least 2 or 3,000 Yin soldiers stationed in the central government office alone. Not only that, once a battle broke out, the defense mechanism of the central government office would be activated immediately, and there would be an endless stream of Yin soldiers coming to kill. Although Lee Su had a Yin position of the 5th rank, he was in a state of no official position, which was equivalent to being out of the system. This meant that he had no authority to command the Yin soldiers, and once the other party gave an order, the Yin soldiers would attack him without hesitation. It was probably because of this that the other party occupied this place openly. After all, occupying the central government office was easy to arouse public anger, and no one would be willing to accept such a threat. Even if you just feel it a little, you can find that many eyes are focused here, and when he approaches, many eyes fall directly on him. A little careful perception can reveal that there are many Tai level cultivators among them, and you can also feel the half Buddhist and half Taoist aura of Buddhism, Ghost sect, and even the Western Chan sect. Without much hesitation, Lee Su stepped forward and walked directly towards the main gate. Stop. The 20 ghost soldiers lined up in front of the government office looked over at the first time. One of them spoke coldly and directly stopped Lee Su's behavior. Without stopping, Lee Su raised his hand and punched the central government office. With a thud, the void solidified. The space was like a substance and was shattered by his punch and folded up. Bold. The faces of the 20 ghost soldiers changed, and their weapons were instantly aimed at him. However, before they could act, their bodies sank, and the void pressed on them like a substance, directly nailing the 20 people in place. He took a step and directly past the 20 ghost soldiers who were suppressed by him with space, and disappeared directly into the gate of the government office. Asterisk 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 so tough. Faced with this scene, the quietly observing eyes were stunned. Obviously, they did not expect that this person who suddenly appeared would rush in so directly, looking for death. Many people took a breath of cold air. This is the central government office. It is impossible to imagine how many ghost soldiers there are. You know, many people have suffered a lot from the ghost soldiers in the underworld. Without knowing the situation in Fengdu, how dare the cultivators enter this big city controlled by ghosts? More than 50% of the people were caught directly. That taste is not good. Therefore, they have a full understanding of the strength of the ghost soldiers. The strength of the ghost soldiers is distinguished according to the state of the soul and the amount of armor on the body. The soul is broken, and the strength is the lowest, about the early stage of the celestial being. The soul is complete, and the strength is quite strong. Basically all of them are perfect in the late stage of the celestial being. Then there is the armor on the body, which is divided into leather armor and iron armor. Leather armor is for the early stage of the true immortal, and iron armor is for the great perfection of the true immortal. Now, the 20 people at the door are undoubtedly all ghosts of the true immortal great perfection level wearing iron armor. Perhaps someone here will say that they are just true immortals, which is nothing to tie. But is it really so? Of course not. If it were so, most of them would not have been caught here. The Yin soldiers are very scary, and the more they are, the scarier they are. They can form military formations and cooperate with magic formations. When the number reaches a certain level, it is not difficult for them to suppress Tai. Therefore, Lee Su's behavior, in their eyes, is no different from suicide. I'm afraid that he will be suppressed by the Yin soldiers in the government office before he can reach the position of the county magistrate. Facing this scene, the 3 disciples of the Western Chan sect, the Buddhist sect, and the Ghost sect could not help but look at each other at this moment, with strange colors in their eyes. Bait? It's no wonder they think so. After all, they have explored the situation of the central mansion and asked someone specifically about it, so they know what is going on inside. If they really want to attack by force, one person will definitely not be able to succeed. At least 10 Tai of the great sect level, plus thousands of great perfect true immortals, must work together, and one of them must be at least a 6th grade Yin official. The true immortals delay time, while the Tai surround and kill the county magistrate and seize the power from the 6th grade Yin official. All 3 are indispensable. A single person attacking by force is no doubt a suicide. Otherwise, they would have taken action long ago, instead of sending the news to the inner city and waiting for the brothers to discuss. Asterisk 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 at this moment, inside the central government office, as Lee Su took action, the Black Mountain sect disciple with the power of the county magistrate quickly opened his eyes. As the county magistrate of the government office, he naturally received the information that someone had broken in it the first time. He took a deep breath, and a cold look on his face. Sure enough, this was not a sudden decision, it was one of the original plans. The original purpose of the plan was to use the authority of the central government office to directly catch all the G-sect disciples in the outer city. It was supposed to be implemented on a certain day a month ago, but because the Wanshao Palace base in the outer city was destroyed, they had to temporarily restrain themselves and suspend the subsequent plans. Of course, restraint does not mean that the Black Mountain sect will do nothing. In fact, it took them almost 20 days to confirm a fact through various channels. That is, the person who destroyed the Wanshao Palace base in the outer city was not a formal disciple of the Buddhist sect. Although the black-robed man who suddenly attacked used a technique similar to the Ghost Gate, it had nothing to do with the Ghost Gate itself. Therefore, the Black Mountain sect quickly finalized the original plan to destroy the GGO, although it was slightly different from the original plan and had some more content. For example, the person who came here had the authority of the 6th rank, instead of the 8th rank as decided at the beginning. Not only that, the plan to immediately catch all the disciples of the GGO in the outer city in one fell swoop was changed to first target the 2 superficial levels of the true immortal and the heavenly immortal. The 2 superficial levels of the Golden Core and the Foundation establishment were deliberately spared to give them time to react. Let them have the opportunity to ask for help and call for reinforcement. Because according to the intelligence found, the Black Mountain sect not only knew that the people who attacked them were not formal Buddhist disciples or people from the Ghost Gate, but also made inferences based on this. The final conclusion is that someone pretended to be a person from the 2 sects, and this person is very likely related to GGO, or even a disciple of GGO. Therefore, the plan at this moment is actually a trap, targeting that person who can help GGO, or the GGO disciple whose identity is unknown. Of course, if the other party does not come, or if this person does not exist, but the people from the Wanshao Palace accidentally offended someone, and because of this, the stronghold was destroyed, then the plan will remain the same, and all the disciples of GGO in the outer city will be completely eliminated in 5 days. Of course, it is also possible that the attackers are the Buddhist sect and the Ghost Gate. If that is the case, there are naturally other preparations. In short, they must be eliminated one by one, and among these 3, the first one is undoubtedly the most important and the most feared by the Black Mountain sect, because that will mean that the combat power of GGO has deviated from the Black Mountain sect's estimates. However, now that the person has really appeared, it seems that he is very confident. It's not surprising. With the power to destroy the Wanshao Palace stronghold by himself, even if he can't get in, the other party will probably think that retreating is not a big problem. The Black Mountain disciple smiled coldly and said lightly, "Arrogant and stupid." As his words fell, laughter was also heard beside him. There was more than one laugh, but there were 4 full breaths without any breath, which lowered their own realm to the limit. Unless you see them, or get close to a certain distance, you may find the monks. They are all Tai, and they are in the late stage of great perfection. Their fluctuations are extremely abnormal, and there are dense scriptures on their bodies. They are the highest level of scriptures, which are extremely magical and full of amazing energy, including the county magistrate himself. All of them are above mythology. These people are not ordinary. They are not Tai at this stage, but they have achieved the Tai realm 10,000 years ago. They are the real foundation of the Black Mountain sect, and the combat power accumulated in 10,000 years. Not only that, beneath the powerful aura, there was a faint and extremely mysterious energy flowing. That power was no less powerful than the scriptures on their bodies at the moment. It belonged to some kind of extremely high level energy, and it contained power comparable to that of the best Taoism. Chapter 891, Battle. He broke into the government office on foot, and the bell rang loudly in an instant. Boom. 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 The footsteps were deafening. In an instant, the calm central government office was like a giant beast that had awakened and opened its mouth. It's really terrible. Feeling the movement around him, Li Su blinked his eyes, and he continued to walk deeper without stopping. The next moment, the ghost soldiers came. Their movements were neat and the number was beyond imagination. They were densely packed in front of the road, almost full. They had a strong aura. All of them were great perfections of true immortals. Looking around, there were probably more than 1,000 people in a long corridor. Not only in the corridor, but also on the surrounding rockery and flowers and trees, there were ghost soldiers standing one after another. It has been less than 10 seconds since Li Su broke into the front, and he has already entered a state of combat readiness. Prepare for attack. A roar. Boom. Clang. The aura sank, the armor vibrated, and the weapons came out. It was no longer a warning, but a direct attack posture. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Su blinked his eyes. This scene was very familiar. He seemed to have encountered it before. While thinking, he continued to take his steps, as if he did not see the Yin soldiers who were ready to attack. Kill. Seeing Li Su approaching, the Yin soldiers who were ready waved their weapons without any hesitation, and killed Li Su. These Yin soldiers were quite extraordinary. Not only did they have amazing strength, but they also cooperated with each other tacitly. Although they could not reach the level of the heavenly soldiers, they also had a tacit understanding in their hearts. This was the cooperation that could only be achieved after hundreds of trips to the battlefield and countless years of companionship. With a shout of killing, those far and near launched attacks. Up and down, left and right, front and back, east and west. It was airtight and there was no way to advance or retreat. The weapons in his hands flowed with amazing Tao rhyme. They were the instruments of life and the roots of the way. Each of them had great power, which was compressed into a point, forming a terrible vibration, with the power to crush everything. Even if it was a world in front of them, it could poke a hole out. Of course, as Yin soldiers, physical killing has never been their characteristic. Their strongest attack is soul attack. The weapons they pierce are not aimed at Li Su's body, but at the soul under his body. Once pierced, the soul will freeze immediately and be completely frozen. The weapons are covered with scriptures related to souls, including Taiyan classics and Hadesian texts. Facing this amazing attack, Lee Su's eyes moved slightly, and his pupils reflected peerless scriptures, with the supreme Deo fruit sitting upright, and grand chapters shining. He only saw his eyes condensed slightly, and his forward steps did not stop, because of the attack, and he continued to step down. With a loud bang, the world moved. In an instant, the void was infinitely stretched, and the corridor, that was already crowded with thousands of people, was infinitely magnified at this moment. The distance between everyone was infinitely stretched. In a blink of an eye, more than 1,000 Yin soldiers found that the distance between each other was separated by a mountain and a sea. That kind of distance is simply indescribable, as if the world was cut across, and each of them stood on the other side. They were shaking extremely quickly. The body was not directly hit, but the mind was under incredible pressure, swallowed by an emotion called insignificance, covering the soul. Roar. They couldn't help but roar. As a warrior, they were extremely experienced, and understood the meaning of this scene, and immediately struggled. The power of the great perfection of the true immortal burst out. High-level scriptures appeared on the surface of the body, and a large area of yin text appeared on the soul. The mind emitted light and cut itself. They wanted to leave this world, and wanted to cut off the depression in their hearts. The next second, they were stunned. Because it was useless. After all, like the ants floating in the void, no matter how they shouted and struggled, facing this vast world, how much impact could they have? Soon, the heavy pressure like a mountain came again, directly pushing them, who were already standing on the cliff of the mind, deeper. The world was enlarged again, infinitely enlarged. Standing there, all the Yin soldiers had only one feeling, nothing, the boundless world, nothing. Even though they were elite soldiers who had fought hundreds of battles, and had lived for countless years, facing this terrible mental suppression, in less than a second, the Yin soldiers completely collapsed. Their spirits were greatly impacted, and they were crushed by this extreme height. Step by step, Lee Su walked out of the attack, and passed through the frozen Yin soldiers. Obviously, the road was blocked, but just in front of his footsteps, there was an astonishingly wide road. Passing through the corridor, he arrived at the atrium. The Yin soldiers continued to appear, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, but after a while, the number had exceeded 5,000. Unfortunately, facing Lee Su, only at the level of true immortal, there was no way to pose any threat to him. He was quickly suppressed by him, and stopped in place like a puppet. As Lee Su crossed the atrium, the central government office, where the county magistrate was located, appeared in front of Lee Su. You came here so quickly, no wonder you were able to destroy the Wangxiang Palace in the outer city. Seeing Lee Su arrive in front of him easily, the Black Mountain disciple who held the power of the county magistrate sat on the seat of the county magistrate of the government office and smiled coldly. The Tai realm is naturally unstoppable by the soldiers of the government office. Although there is only a realm difference between Tai and the true immortal, the distance inside is too far. The Black Mountain disciples were not surprised at all that the other party could break through. It was unexpected that they couldn't. In fact, this plan originally relied not on the Yin soldiers in the government office, but on the Yin soldiers in the entire outer city of Fengdu after the central government office was attacked. That is the real killer. The longer the time drags on, the more Yin soldiers will come, and the stronger they will be. 3 minutes. As long as it exceeds 3 minutes, the Tai level Yin generals of Fengdu will also take action, and then it will be the real nightmare that unfolds. Of course, this requires that the other party really has that strength. Otherwise, the other party would have died before that, and was killed by the 5 Tai masters from the Black Mountain sect. The Black Mountain sect disciple chuckled and said, "Are you here to save the G sect? Unfortunately, you are too late. I have sent them to the battlefield. Now more than half of them should be dead, right? Want to save them? What a pity, you." Clang. Before he could finish, the sound of the sword rang out, cutting off the other party's words, and at the same time, another person was cut off. The void around Lee Su was shaking, and there was a big curtain there, which was torn at this moment. The curtain was very strange. Between the fluctuations, one world after another could be seen inside, with wildfires everywhere, tsunamis spreading, terrible gases running rampant, and some of them were inhabited by living beings. It was not an ordinary thing, but a magic weapon, carrying dozens of worlds, and turning them into a big curtain. At this moment, it cracked. It was cut open by Li Su's sword. There were top-level scriptures, magical metals, and Tao rhyme visible to the naked eye on the gap. It was shaking, making a harsh sound, as if the earth was cracking, and the stars were collapsing. A figure emerged from it, and blood splattered on his chest. At this moment, the man's eyes widened, and his pupils almost shrank into a thin line, revealing an extremely shocked look. The other party not only discovered him, but also chopped him out from inside with a sword. From inside the world curtain. He couldn't help but look down and take a look at the thing in his hand. The man was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. This treasure, but he spent countless years and a lot of money to refine it, but it was destroyed before it was used a few times. This magic weapon is extremely expensive, and its strongest point is its secrecy. Once it is spread out and covers a person, all breath will be isolated, and even Dalo realm will be difficult to detect. His expression was distorted directly. The loss was too great, and he roared directly, "You bastard, find it." Before he finished speaking, Li Su turned his sword hand and saw the sword body tremble, and a grand wonder flew out, drowning the other party in an instant. In an instant, the world changed. When the man came back to his senses, he found that he had been cut out of the void of Fengdu Outer City and appeared in an unknown place. Before he could sense it, an extremely huge sword suddenly fell from the sky. The terrible sword blade directly pierced his body and splashed thousands of sparks, all the way to the bottom. The next second, it was pulled up and returned from the bottom of the blade to the sword. Just like this, again and again. Facing this scene, the man's face turned blue on the spot. This behavior was basically treating him as a whetstone, using him to sharpen the sword. Arsehole. With a roar, he almost did not hesitate to directly manifest his original body and turned into a huge and boundless black mountain. The mountain is not big, but it is surprisingly heavy. The highest scripture written on it is integrated with millions of Dao rhymes to form a soaring road. At the top of the mountain, huge flames can be seen rushing into the sky, and a special gravitational wonder is formed around it, like a huge black hole. "Crush you." He roared and directly crashed into the giant sword formed by Li Su's wonder. Ding. With a loud noise, the world shook, and the two great forces collided together. The terrifying vibration was transmitted directly from the alien space, forming an amazing storm and spreading out. The impact of the TIE level, even if it was just a little bit of spillover, would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the present world. Arrogant guy. With the influence of the cold body, three figures came out and looked at Li Su with cold eyes. Directly colliding with the avenue is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous move, and it is also a very terrible killing move. They saw Li Su's purpose and planned to use their own avenue to directly suppress the junior brother who was planning to attack. Such a move is okay for a single fight, but obviously, it is not the case now. The Black Mountain sect disciples in the position of county magistrate also moved. The four of them came to Li Su in an instant. Since the other party was so rampant, they would not be polite and suppressed him. Facing the four people rushing over, Li Su exhaled and stretched out his hand to touch his forehead. But four little men jumped out of it, and the moment they appeared, they grew against the wind and turned into four Li Su. They jumped up, and a stunning spectacle formed in front of them, flowing with the highest brilliance, opening up a world, and pulling the four people in at the moment they reacted. Yin-yang flowers bloomed in the void, and the terrifying yin-yang energy covered the sky and the earth. The great Buddha kingdom descended. The Buddha opened his eyes, and infinite light and merit water filled the sky and the earth. In the mysterious space, 6 whirlpools, the sleeping peerless woman slowly opened her eyes, and endless wronged souls turned into a tide of corpses. Kunpeng, Killin, Teoti, Real Dragon, Phoenix, countless peerless creatures, formed with blood and ki, appeared in reality, and killed them in the whistling. What? Facing this scene, the Cheyenne Geo from the Black Mountain sect, the Black Mountain sect's thousands of years of heritage, they were stunned, as if struck by lightning, looking at everything in front of them in disbelief. Feelings can't be wrong. Experience it yourself. Feel it. It is certain that the scene before his eyes is a magical power, and it is the top level magical power. These are all super grade, sage arts. How is this possible? How can a Tai master so many sage arts at the same time? And the most terrifying thing is that these sage arts are only heard of in legends. They are not the new sage arts of the present world, but the arts of the ancient sages of the prehistoric times. Chapter 892 1 minute. So heavy. So heavy. So painful. 5 people, different experiences, and completely different confrontations. At this moment, the same emotion flashed through their hearts. In the flesh and blood supreme, facing the various legendary creatures flying over, the ultimate life, the Black Mountain disciples who restored their bodies and drew out the Black Mountain, couldn't help but tremble. After each confrontation, his precious body, the precious mountain of God, would be left with an incomparably huge mark. Whether it was a fist or a palm, there were smashing, there were chops, and every time his sacred body would drop a large piece of stone, the attack was incredible. His fists and feet turned into divine beasts, creatures with life, showing the magic. Of course, it doesn't matter. What's really scary is the power, which is too heavy. Even the simplest jab contains amazing power. An explosion shook his sacred mountain treasure body and couldn't help shaking. The external fist mark is just a small matter. The impact formed, touched the deep core of his core, leaving scars there, and the sacred Black Mountain scripture was torn apart. The Black Mountain disciple among the Soul Supremes was even more miserable. After revealing his precious body for only a moment, he immediately restored his human body. Even so, his body still showed a large area of dead gray, cracked, and the flesh and blood fell off and turned into gray. The soul was taken away. He was forcibly peeled off from his body by the terrible corpse tide. He suffered incredible pain. He lost 2 of his 3 souls and 7 spirits. He was torn to pieces in the corpse tide. He was extremely passive and was caught by the corpse tide. He fell into the sea of grievances and kept churning. He struggled with all his strength. Every time he floated to the surface of the sea, he was immediately hit by a bigger wave and fell deeply into it. The Black Mountain scripture had been used to the limit by him, but he still couldn't stop the opponent's attack. The soul was hit, accompanied by a clang. His Yuanshan was vomiting blood, and the extraordinary particles were exploding. In the Pure Land of Buddha, different situations, the same situation, the soul was saved. The holy and extremely holy Buddha power never had such disgust, such fear. They penetrated in, passed through his body, eroded his Taoism and magical powers. The soul in the treasure body, the spiritual body was infected, and the heart was covered with heavy dust. Under the terrible Buddha light and the Buddha water, he felt the pain of being cut by 1,000 knives. Not only was the body damaged, but the strong and powerful Yuanshan was being penetrated and weakened. And the Black Mountain disciple in the yin and yang energy, he also manifested his own treasure body. The Black Mountain scriptures were all over his body, and the power of the Tai realm was operated to the extreme by him. At this moment, he was shining with amazing ripples, slashing at the terrible 2 energies that were entangled around him. It was terrible. This power, 1 yin and 1 yang, 1 positive and 1 negative, 1 hard and 1 soft. As long as all matter touches them, it will quickly disintegrate, be completely decomposed, and eventually disappear without a trace. On its body, a layer of the surface has melted, and the characters formed by the Black Mountain Sutra, which is regarded as the highest, have been partially melted, as if someone had peeled off a layer of skin, and he couldn't help but roar. Finally, the person who was suppressed by the supreme sword of Shanking was undoubtedly the most miserable among the 5 Black Mountain disciples. He became a whetstone and was suppressed by the sword formed by the terrible sword intent. The sword edge ran over his body again and again. Although he showed his body at the first time, he burst out with amazing power to fight against the sword blade and wanted to break the sword blade. If it were an ordinary sword, it would probably have been shattered long ago. If it were an ordinary magic weapon, it should have cracked. Unfortunately, this is the Shanking sword, the Kingping sword, and the Zeuxan sword. The vibrating sword edge burst out with an amazing sound. In the sound of the sound, the endless sword intent invaded madly as it touched the surface of the body and penetrated into the Black Mountain body along the place where the sword body was sharpened. Cut the sky, cut the earth, cut the gods, cut the way, and cut the heart. The sword intent of the Shanking sword can cut through anything. In one round, the Black Mountain sect disciple's mind was partially killed, although not much. But as time passed, when he realized something was wrong, his soul had been cut open, and the light of his mind was reduced by a full layer. The 5 people were going crazy. They couldn't accept this result. As the pride of the Black Mountain sect, as the foundation accumulated by the sect for thousands of years, they were suppressed by a person of unknown origin and identity. If it was a one-on-one fight, it would be understandable. But now the situation is 5 to 1, 5 to great perfection, fighting against one person. As a result, it was not the other party who was in a dilemma and in crisis, but them. It's not that the few people didn't explode, nor did they fight desperately. They each showed their strongest power. The treasure body and soul sent out a shocking blow, forming a light that cut off everything, wanting to break through the world in front of them and return to reality. They didn't intend to continue this fundamental collision with the other party. It's too disadvantageous. The Black Mountain scripture is undoubtedly a super quality Taoist method, involving the power of the Holy Realm, with supreme scriptures and mysterious avenues. They have always been very proud of this. However, facing the wonders before them, the grand chapters that stretched across the heavens and the earth, the supreme mysteries, they experienced for the first time that their skills were inferior to others, and they were completely overshadowed and suppressed. The supreme scriptures directly cut into their mysteries, tore their scriptures, and melted their mysteries. The souls were exposed, as if standing naked in the radiation, being burned and shattered. They couldn't help but roared in anger. That was disbelief, but also fear. The outbreak was suppressed, and every time the power gathered, it was hit by a bigger wave. There was an unimaginable mana gathered in these amazing Taoist methods, and the power was so strong that it instantly crushed their offensive. They couldn't help coughing up blood, and couldn't help being shocked. The 5 people had a sense of each other, and even if they were separated in different wonders, they could still be aware of the situation of the others. How is it possible? Even if he was a super genius who had achieved the great perfection of 15 fires, such power was too much. They all had 14 fires. The number of stars in their bodies reached an astonishing 45. Even if one person fought against the legendary perfection alone, 54 stars would be difficult, but it would not form such a huge gap. Unfortunately, the opponent strangled them, and the terrible power pressed them into the abyss of the ground again and again. Of course, they couldn't see it at the moment. The real world, the scene in the government office of Fengdu. Li Su stood there, with starlight shining all around him, surrounded by a full 117 huge stars, which was a terrifying galaxy scene. That was more than twice as many as the great perfection of 15 fires. Absolute realm power, plus a higher level of supreme chapter. Li Su suppressed the 5 great geniuses of the Black Mountain sect under his feet in an extremely rough manner. The boundless power was pouring out, and the supreme power continued to burst out with earth-shaking power from the 2 aspects of reality and mind, slashing at them. His face gradually became heavy and terrified. This scene was obviously beyond their understanding. They were still able to stand and endure at this moment, entirely because they were at a high level in the realm of Tao. The other party was not at the great perfection of Tai, and did not feel the power of the middle way that was unique to the great perfection. To be honest, the gap should be huge. Tai with the middle way and Tai without the middle way are completely different. This difference will be very obvious in the Taoist magic. They should be stronger, but they were still suppressed. The body could not help but tremble violently, the soul was wailing, and the 5 people felt a feeling that they had not experienced for thousands of years. Their necks were grabbed by someone, and the shadow of death was covering their hearts bit by bit. The body was shaking, and the terrible supreme glory was reducing their Taoism, breaking their immortality, and destroying their eternal marks. Will die. The 2 sides fought for less than a minute, and the 5 people's minds were branded with this reality. Where are the ghost soldiers? Where are the damn ghost soldiers? Why didn't they come? Why haven't they come yet? The county magistrate could not help but roar. His face turned pale. He lost his calmness and composure. He lost his former superiority. At this moment, his heart could not help but tremble. He thought of his identity and the ghost soldiers in Fengdu. Naturally, they came again. Not only did they come again, but the number was even more terrifying. The entire central government office was surrounded. It was densely packed with ghost soldiers inside and outside. They came roaring and rushed into the government office to suppress Lee Soo, who dared to commit a crime against the county magistrate of the central government office. Unfortunately, they were too weak. However, a mere true immortal could not even get close to the main battlefield. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, and before he reached the atrium, a terrible force spread over. The soul was directly suppressed on the spot, and the light of the soul dimmed. They fell in pieces in front of the atrium, outside the battlefield. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, there are 100,000 ghost soldiers rushing in, right? More than 100,000. I think there are 200,000. What's going on inside? I don't know, but I can be sure that the fighting hasn't stopped. Aren't you talking nonsense? The fighting is going to stop, but the ghost soldiers can still rush in. Oh my goodness, who is that person? At this moment, outside the field, countless pairs of eyes were filled with horror and were extremely terrified. It has been more than a minute since the opponent appeared. Feng Du's reaction is undoubtedly amazing. Even the Western Chan sect, the Ghost sect, and the Buddhist sect couldn't help but feel their scalps numb and couldn't help but take a breath secretly. Fortunately, I didn't go in. They caught the fluctuations inside and felt several Tai auras erupting in the government office. This place is indeed a trap, which the Black Mountain sect uses specifically to trick people. Of course, what shocked them even more was the people who broke in. At this moment, the government office surrounded by ghost soldiers had a really weird atmosphere. There were footsteps and armor rumbling outside, but it was strangely quiet inside. After the Black Mountain sect's Tai's aura burst out in an instant, it became silent and almost imperceptible. This obviously formed the opposite of the Yin soldiers who kept arriving and entering the government office, which made people extremely uneasy. Moreover, with so many Yin soldiers rushing in, even if the central government office is very large, it should not be, so that no sound can be heard. Not only that, several people couldn't help but look at the sky above the government office, where there was a breath that could always be sensed. It was the person who broke in. The breath fluctuations were not large, but extremely deadly. Just watching with the eyes, just feeling the breath, the soul seemed to be hung on the neck by a sword, suffocating. Who is this person? Even as a disciple of a big sect, he still couldn't help it at this moment, and such a question came up. It was really a huge shock to them, allowing them to glimpse a trace of the horror of the intruder. Such an existence was actually unknown to them, which was too terrifying. Like a horror story, it makes people feel gloomy and cold. Chapter 893 Unexpected. Hold on. The 5 Cheyenne Geo of the Black Mountain sect roared madly and continued to resist. They knew very well that time was on their side. As long as they held on until the Yin general appeared, no matter how strong the opponent was, they would only have one end when facing the underworld Feng Du. And this time only takes 3 minutes. Now, almost 2/3 of the time has passed, and there is less than 1/3 left. As long as they hold on, they will be the winner. Facing the terrible strangulation of the Supreme in front of them, even if the 5 people said that it was unbelievable, they still had to face the reality and realize the horror of this person who might be a GGO. 5 completely different Supreme chapters, the law of the saints. How terrifying is that? You must know that people have limits, and the heart has limits. Talent cannot be eaten as food. One Supreme is enough for a cultivator to study for a lifetime, and it is not necessarily possible to fully master it. The eyes of the saints are too different. What they see is not enough. The realm and level are not enough, and they will never be able to understand it. Just the Black Mountain Sutra of the Black Mountain sect was extremely difficult for the 5 people present to practice. Every step was extremely heavy. There were too many mysteries in the sutra, and it was impossible to understand it thoroughly. What was the result? The person in front of him mastered the 5 supremes, and each of them was practiced to an extremely amazing degree. This was too scary. It was beyond their understanding. So, the only thing they had to do now was to buy time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, as if sensing something. In the central mansion, Lee Soo glanced at the 5 people who were suppressed by him with the Supreme chapter. Putting aside the position, he still had some brains, and the key was that he caught them well. Realizing that he couldn't beat them, he immediately changed his strategy. What a pity, it was useless. If he hadn't worried about causing too much damage, why would he have worked so hard to transform the 13 fires into 14 fire Taii? There is indeed a gap between the middle and late Taii. The blessing of the middle way is great, but Lee Su's foundation is too solid. He is almost 10 times stronger than the ordinary middle Taii. This gap is already equivalent to the distance of a great realm. Although the improvement of the 3000 middle paths is amazing, it has not reached that level. If Lee Su can go all out and attack without fear of affecting the surroundings or exposing his own situation, he can directly blow them up with 2 punches, or at most 5 punches. Although he does not intend to hide, he does not intend to reveal how strong he is. The later they realize their strength, the more he can kill. The foundation of such a great sect accumulated over millions of years is definitely not what outsiders can imagine. The other party may not care too much about the casualties of a few, a dozen, or even dozens of people, so Lee Su has to endure and hide, wait for a large wave of the other party's troops to be exposed, and then kill them happily until the Black Mountain sect is heartbroken and can't breathe. Looking at the mark in front of him, that he forced out with his strength, there was light flashing on it. One light blue, one red gold. That was the mark of the Central County Magistrate, and Lee Su was covering it. The red gold light was him, and the light blue light belonged to someone in the Black Mountain sect. Very fast. The gap of Yinwen, the gap of awakening, and the gap of Yinxi. The red gold color was quickly expelling the breath of the county magistrate, and it had occupied more than 8 layers. The area covered by the opponent was less than 2 layers. Looking at the situation of the mark, Lee Su frowned slightly and slowed down a lot. The speed was too fast. At this rate, at most 10 seconds, the mark would be successfully seized by him, and he would become the new county magistrate of the central government office. This is not okay. There are still dozens of seconds before 3 minutes, and we have to wait until the Yin General comes. It is not difficult to kill these guys directly, but it is still a bit exposed. Resist the attack of several people, seize the authority of the county magistrate at the moment when the Yin General appears, and kill the 5 guys as the county magistrate. And obviously, there is a big gap between easy killing and just confrontation. Although this process will still make outsiders suspicious. After all, the movement is not right, but it is likely that they will only think of some special Taoist magic or immortal artifacts rather than deliberately hiding their strength. After all, they had attacked head on. In such a tough situation, they inexplicably concealed their strength. It was too contradictory. 3 minutes passed as Lee Su deliberately reduced the infection. An amazing aura appeared, and the Yin General came. As soon as he appeared, a shocking aura fell. The central government office shook violently, and several terrifying figures appeared directly above the mansion, carrying rolling Yin aura and falling down. In the Yin aura, the rhyme of Taoism can be seen flowing, and there are grand scriptures shining. For a while, outside the mansion, countless people's faces suddenly changed, because there were a few familiar with these auras. Many people were caught by these Yin Generals when they were wandering outside, and dared not approach. When they thought of the process of living a life worse than death, many people's expressions stiffened directly, and deep fear flashed in their eyes. This was the case even for the disciples of the big sect. Many of them were caught in. After all, the location where Fengdu appeared was not on their own territory, and most people were in the wild after the change of heaven and earth. Therefore, they suffered a lot. Especially the disciples of the big sect. They are quite confident in their own strength and their fighting ability is still very good. When facing the Yin General with a team of Yin soldiers, running away is never their first choice. At this moment, the disciples of the Ghost Gate couldn't help but touch their faces and recall the bad memories. It's not that they lost. As a Cheyenne duo, how could they lose in a single fight? Basically, they were beaten down by the beating. For example, he was beaten by 7 Yin Generals at the end. The scene was so sad that the bitter bile was beaten out. These Yin Generals, not to mention their realm, have terrible fighting experience. The attack was dark and heavy. Although they couldn't die, they must be in great pain. That guy, it's over. He couldn't help but mutter. At the beginning, the opponent might have a chance, but with the appearance of the Yin General, hope was completely slim. Because the most terrifying thing about the Fengdu Yin Generals is not their strength, but their terrifying number. Too many. Thinking back to the beginning, there were 7 who beat him alone, and there were as many as 30 standing by and watching. They didn't even give him a chance to self-destruct. Seeing the falling Yin general, Li Su's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he quickly infected the county magistrate's mark, and directly swallowed up the 2 layers left by the Black Mountain sect disciples. The red gold streamer flashed, and Li Su, who was about to say something, found that the county magistrate's mark moved, flew directly towards him, and turned into his brow. Li Su was stunned. He could feel that the county magistrate's mark was completely integrated into his body and became his power. This scene, not to mention Li Su, was dumbfounded. The Yin generals who came were also dumbfounded. As the Yin soldiers of the underworld, they felt the most deeply. Li Su did not get the recognition of the mark and obtain the authority to use the county magistrate of the central government, but he directly absorbed the mark and mastered this position. Undoubtedly, this difference is huge. It's so big that it's exaggerated. Nonsense. If Li Su has to do this, then what's the point of covering it? In the corner, the incarnation of the Yin soldier stood there quietly and watched, and Fan Wash was also dumbfounded. He came here specifically to watch, just in case. Unexpectedly, such an amazing scene appeared here. Li Su actually got the position in the underworld directly. Even if the position of the central government office, which does not have divine power, is something within the system of the underworld, even if an outsider gets the Yin position, he can only obtain temporary authority. To get this position completely, you need to get the permission of your superiors, that is, appointment. In the underworld, there are many positions that can issue this permission, such as the 10 Hell Kings. After all, he is also the county magistrate of the central government office in the outer city. The position is not small. In the heyday, the managers are trillions of dead souls. But now, the 10 Hell Kings are gone, and no one in the whole Fengdu can issue such an appointment. What do you think of the people who got the seal of the 10 Hell Kings? What are you thinking? That is a true god, with higher requirements. You have to report to the heavenly court, and the Lord of Haoshan will personally issue the appointment letter, or the saint of the underworld, How Tu Niang Niang, will appoint you. Otherwise, even if you have the true god status of Fengdu Emperor, you are still an outside staff member. This is also the reason why black and white impermanents, Oxhead and Horseface, do not care, even if the Dead Soul clan has taken away so many of their powers. External and official are basically equivalent to local and central. No matter how high the local official is, he cannot control the people in the central government. For a moment, Li Su, Yin Jiang, and Fan Wash stood there in confusion. Why? Chapter 894, Terrifying Hell Chains. Fan Wash didn't mention it. The Yin generals who landed responded. Several of them knelt on one knee and raised their fists to beat their chests. The humble general, I see you. Not only them, but also countless Yin soldiers not far away, knelt down at this moment and said in a deep voice, I see you. Although I don't understand why, it is certain that Li Su has not obtained the authority of the county magistrate of the central government office. At this moment, he is the county magistrate of the central government office. The rights between the two parties are two concepts. The former can only exercise certain rights, while the latter has all rights. Although Li Su himself was a little confused, he felt good. He took a breath, waved his hand, and planned to let someone get up first. As a result, the wonders formed by his supreme saint's Taoism shook. Unlike before, this time the movement was very loud. How loud was it? Desperate. That's right, desperate. The 5 people of the Black Mountain cult were crazy. I thought I had waited for a savior, but I didn't expect that the county magistrate's authority was taken away in the next second. The disciple of the Black Mountain cult who occupied the authority of the county magistrate was almost crazy. He was from the 6th rank, from the 6th rank Yin position. Even if it was a 6th rank Yin position, it would take a lot of time to seize his authority, and it would definitely not be done in just a few minutes. After a brief shock, several people immediately realized their situation. No, no, no. They couldn't help but scream wildly, and their power poured out without cost. When life realized that death was coming, the explosion was naturally terrifying. Even if it was Li Su's supreme chapter, it was a little bit uncontrollable at this moment. The main reason was that the other party had already spared no effort, regardless of everything. Even if Lee Su's Supreme Sutra penetrated his body and tore his origin, he didn't care. Want to break through, want to escape. Staying means that they will definitely die. Lee Su frowned. He was not surprised by the other party's struggle, but the swallowing of the county magistrate's mark made him stunned and distracted. Inadvertently, the strange scene became turbulent. In an instant, 5 mountains rushed out of his wonder. After all, they were in the Tai realm, and after thousands of years of accumulation, they fought hard and did something. The moment they escaped, 5 huge black mountains spewed out terrifying light and stabbed directly at Lee Su. At the same time, they did not stop at all and rushed into the sky, intending to escape. It was impossible to fight. There was no way to beat him. The attack was just to delay Lee Su and buy time for himself. The other party became the central county magistrate. The Yin soldiers and Yin generals would help them the same way as before. Bold. However, the next second, the Yin generals who knelt on one knee were angry. The Yin soldiers inside and outside the mansion went berserk. This is the internal county magistrate, a full-time job. In ancient times, it was equivalent to the local governor. What is the concept of such an official being attacked, and being attacked in front of him? The previous action was a duty. Now, just the poor protection. Just this point, everyone present will be in trouble. In just a moment, the terrifying Yin Qi surged into the sky, and more than 100,000 Yin soldiers inside and outside the government office burst out with an extremely amazing aura, and the rolling Yin Qi covered the sky. The Yin generals also moved, but when they collected a scroll, the vast Yin Qi was actually borrowed by them. Clank, clank. The sound of iron chains, the cold light shone everywhere, the Yin text made up, and there were supreme rules floating on it. Even Lee Su, who was not far away, couldn't help but shrink his pupils, feeling a very clear threat. The chain appeared directly in the hands of those Yin generals. That was the supreme magical power, surpassing the Tai surface. Now under the blessing of the Yin soldiers' Yin Qi, it was even more amazing. Chill appeared on the chain, and the huge government office was wrapped in a layer of frost. This cold is not the physical cold in the usual sense, but comes from the soul surface, manifested in reality. With a crash, the chain flew into the sky, and in a blink of an eye, it spanned hundreds of miles. With a sizzling sound, the 5 Black Mountain Sect Tai and Geo Black Mountain treasures who flew out of the government office in the blink of an eye, burned their own life essence, and fled far away were pierced. They reacted very quickly, and while their souls changed their faces, they slashed out the light of their hearts, gathered the Black Mountain Sect's supreme classics, and directly hit the chain to break it. The next second, frost appeared on their bodies, and the Black Mountain scriptures on the Black Mountain treasures dimmed. The light of their hearts, that they slashed out, was frozen, before they could explode. Watching their souls being frozen, several people's souls directly widened their eyes. They looked at the government office in disbelief, at the Yin generals and Yin soldiers who attacked them. At this moment, the 5 people's faces were filled with deep shock and disbelief. They were not shocked by the strength of the Yin generals. They knew this a long time ago, and had experienced bitter fruits before. What shocked them was why the Yin generals were so serious. You must know that their attacks, after coming out, were all directed at Lee Su, and did not affect the Yin generals and Yin soldiers. Because they know that hitting people is nothing, but if you hit the Yin soldiers and Yin generals, the consequences that await you will definitely be ominous. They have a deep understanding of this in the inner city, and they have a deeper understanding on the battlefield. If people kill each other, the Yin generals and Yin soldiers may attack, because of the power they hold, but they will only attack, but they will not use too much force. The scene at this moment is more than just using force. It is directly going all out. Why? Until the Yuanshan was completely frozen, the 5 Black Mountain Sect Shai and Jielo who escaped had only this question in their minds. After holding the 5 people, the Yin general pulled the chain, and the 5 frozen Yuanshan appeared directly in their hands. At this moment, the shock, confusion, and grievances of several people can still be seen on the solidified Yuanshan. The wide eyes seemed to say that this is unfair. That's right, it's unfair. Let's not talk about other places, just look at the situation in the government office just now. Li Su not only attacked the county magistrate of the central government office, but also suppressed so many Yin soldiers. As a result, it took a full 3 minutes for the Yin general to arrive. What about them? This is differential treatment, a well-known double standard. Compared with the expressions of several people, the Yin generals at this moment not only did not feel uncomfortable at all, but they wanted to tear them apart alive. Can it be the same? Of course not. A group of outsiders, what does fighting to the death have to do with them? Unless they are full and have nothing to do, it is normal for normal people to work without working hard. On the contrary, Li Su is a regular. As the county magistrate of the central government, he is equivalent to the direct leader of this group of Yin soldiers and Yin generals. If they stand still, they don't even need Li Su to speak, and the underworld will punish them. And the punishment of the underworld, anyone with even a little IQ online will not try it. Unlike the human world, it is difficult for people in the underworld to die. After all, they are already dead. If they want to die completely, they must be in a state of soullessness. Therefore, ordinary tricks basically cannot kill them. Because they cannot die, they will inevitably be tortured to death. Therefore, at this moment, several Yin generals were not happy at all. Instead, they pressed the human souls to the ground with fear. With a bang, the souls of the 5 Black Mountain sect Taishai and Gio were broken into half on the spot. I failed to protect them. Please punish me, sir. Not only did he not take credit, he directly admitted his guilt. This matter is not a small matter. After all, there are so many of them, but they were attacked by someone in the central government office. This is simply unspeakable. At this moment, Li Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had a strange expression after neutralizing the attacks of the 5 Black Mountain sect members. If he hadn't been the county magistrate of the central government office, he would have wanted to run away. To be honest, the Yin soldiers and Yin generals' actions refreshed his 3 views and made him sweat coldly for his reckless entry. Different backgrounds naturally lead to different heights. The chain method is no longer something that can be described in a few words. It needs to be described as very terrifying. Distance and length are simply illusions, deceptions of the eyes and consciousness. He, who possessed the top-level space Taoism, felt it very clearly. It was hard to say what the chain would look like outside, but in the underworld Fengdu, it was undoubtedly blessed. In other words, this attack, let alone the 5 Black Mountain sect geniuses, even Li Su could not dodge it, and his soul would be pierced directly. Damn you, old Z. Fortunately, General Yin came late, and fortunately, he had already seized the county magistrate's seal. Otherwise this chain would have hit him with a high probability. Once it became like that, let alone hiding his strength, Li Su would have to call out his treasure and fight desperately. At this moment, Li Su obviously didn't know the difference between the external and the main editions, and was directly scared to sweat. He couldn't help cursing old Z, this bastard, for being unreliable. The king level awakening had cheated him once, and now it cheated him again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While Li Su was terrified and complained crazily, outside the central mansion, it was a mess. They knew the nature of the underworld's ghost soldiers and generals. This explosion undoubtedly scared many people. They were locked up in an instant, like a chicken, and their souls were taken away without any resistance. How much better would it be for them? You have to know that many of them have tasted the taste of the Thing's habit, and it is obvious that it was completely different from now. They were just fixed, and the people of the Black Mountain sect were directly frozen. Several people from the big sect couldn't help but shiver. The ghost sect disciple got goosebumps all over his body. As the Taoist magic power closest to the underworld, he knew too well the power of the chain. The Buddhist disciples couldn't help but inhale. For Buddhist disciples, the most important thing in cultivation is to cultivate the mind. The so-called mind is their soul. The physical body is just a tool for them to cross to the other side. If they lose it, they can just reincarnate and start again. No wonder Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva went to the underworld to take charge. In addition to saving the fighting power, another purpose might be here. Otherwise, if the soul is hit by the chains a few times in the underworld, it will be a ghost, and the wisdom will be frozen on the spot. The disciples of the Western Chan sect couldn't help but put their hands together. The time from the appearance to the disappearance of the chain was very short, which gave them a great shock. As descendants of the Yuanshi lineage, they also inherited some of the Yuking chapters, and their understanding of space was far superior to others. Although it was hazy, they felt a glimpse of Li Su. Li Su was scared and sweated, let alone him. What happened inside? Why did the ghost soldiers and generals attack them? No. It should be Tai of the Black Mountain sect. What did they do? How did they make the ghost soldiers and generals who have always remained neutral go all out? Still not right. It should be the Black Mountain sect. How did you do it? How did you make the ghost soldiers and generals angry and attack? Chapter 895. The Ghost. HMM. Sitting in the central mansion, Li Su frowned slightly, his face a little solemn. Although there were some unexpected things, everything went smoothly. Yang Ping and the others were not sent away, but were detained. After taking over the authority of the central mansion, Li Su immediately found the people. 5 Tai of the Black Mountain sect were killed, and the people were rescued. Originally, the incident itself should have come to an end, but a piece of news made him silent. The reason is also very simple. The 5 Black Mountain disciples' souls. Although some were broken, the rest were collected by Li Su, and he directly probed their souls to get some information. Today's GGO is too passive. The Black Mountain sect made a move at once, which formed a nearly devastating blow to the GGO disciples in the outer city, and the top leaders were almost wiped out. This is not good. If the boy hadn't found him, the outer city would not be uprooted, but at least it would be seriously injured. 5 Tai are indeed not the core of the big sect. But now in a place like the underworld, when Daluo is not obvious, these people should be considered to have entered the core range. They may not know the next plan of the Black Mountain sect, but they should have a lot of information about the personnel of the Black Mountain sect. However, you don't know until you check, and you will be shocked when you check. The foundation of the Black Mountain sect is really terrible. There are nearly 2000 Tai level cultivators, which really shocked Li Su. This is Tai, not a street dog. Although more than half of the people have consumed all their foundation and cannot break through the Daluo realm, it is still an extremely astonishing number. It is worthy of being a million-year-old sect. The accumulation of long years is really terrible. Cultivators like Tai Zengson can easily accumulate 1 or 2,000 people. You know, there is a 10,000-year war in the myth world, and all Tai have to participate. It seems to be a great opportunity, but in fact it is cultivated through the method of raising goo to refine Daluo. That's right, Daluo. The realms of cultivation, foundation building, golden elixir, celestial immortal, true immortal, Tai. As long as you have a certain talent, as long as you work hard enough, or even as long as you have money, you can achieve it. But the Daluo realm is not possible. This realm is very mysterious and special. Even if it is a Cheyenne Geo of the 15th fire level, the probability of breaking through is less than 1 level. However, the myth world can cultivate 2 or 3 every 10,000 years, which shows how terrifying the 10,000 year war is. Well, I've gone a little far. Back to the topic. Because of the 10,000 year war, the myth world is 10,000 years long, and each time it will consume a large number of Tai realms. Even if you survive the first, second, and third rounds, there will always be a time to be killed. Unless you break through, no matter how many means you have, the probability of death in the next 10,000 years is very high. This is not only because the last 10,000 years caused the leakage of its own information, but also the longer the Tai lives, the easier it is to be sniped. As for the reason, it is also very simple. The special factors that can be formed by killing him can also be said to be more Daluo factors. This war was a joint oath of the 9 saints. If the wild cultivators hid well, it would be fine. But the disciples of the big sects could hardly escape this fate. But the information in the other party's brain showed that nearly 2,000 Tai had all participated in the 10,000 years war, which means that none of them had fulfilled the joint oath of the 9 saints. This is amazing. That is the oath of the saints. There is no way to escape it with any means. How did the Black Mountain sect do it? How did they keep so many Tai? Moreover, judging from the reactions of the Buddhist sect, the Ghost sect, and the Western Chan sect, they should not know the real combat power of the Black Mountain sect, otherwise they would not be so calm. After all, even if they are the giants of the heavens, they will still be very passive when facing overwhelming numbers at the same level. Even Li Su, without using the treasure, would have a headache with this number of Tai realms, and he would probably fall into an unprecedented bitter battle. Although his Saint Supreme is powerful, he cannot suppress dozens or hundreds of people at one time, not to mention that he is only a perfect middle stage Tai, and has not yet formed the middle way. The Black Mountain cult is not a good person. In fact, they can't be considered human at all. The 5 souls don't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings, moral rules, and it is obviously abnormal for them to be so low-key when they have such a big advantage. Unfortunately, the content involved in that part is too deep and is completely locked by the oath of the Great Dao. Even if Li Su uses the Soul Supreme to turn the empty, he can only get some superficial content at most and can't continue to dig. The only thing that can be confirmed is that they are indeed preparing something. Of course, although the above makes Li Su a little surprised, what really makes him solemn is the leader. That is, the guy who has obtained the authority of the county magistrate of the central government, and a picture in his mind. It is a map of the outer city, with many red dots marked on it, densely packed. I'm afraid there are thousands of them. At first, Li Su didn't think there was anything, but when he saw the south of the city, the Dingjiu area, his eyes couldn't help shrinking. Over there is Yangping's base, with a certain place as the center, scattered and marked, a total of about 24 points. If I remember correctly, excluding Yangping himself, the 3 immortals who followed him, and the boy who went to find him, these 24 points are really not too many, not too few, and they just match up. This map is the specific location of all the disciples of GGO in the outer city. As this thought came to mind, Li Su's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Sir. A ghost soldier walked in with a person through the courtyard. He knelt on one knee and said, "The person you want has been brought here." It was Yangping. At this moment, his expression was still a little flustered, confused, and a little excited. The experience of the past few days seemed like a roller coaster, ups and downs. However, when he saw the person sitting in the county magistrate's seat deep in the hall of the government office, Yangping was stunned, and his eyes widened. "Sir?" Li Su waved his hand first, signaling the ghost soldiers to retreat, and then beckoned to Yangping to let him come closer. Yangping was extremely shocked. He didn't come out alone, but all the captured disciples of GGO were brought out. After everyone else was released, only he was brought here. Although he didn't know what was going on, it was clear that they were being rescued. At first, he thought that GGO had taken action and was finally no longer patient, but he didn't expect that the person who appeared in front of him was Li Su. "Sir, how could you?" Yangping was shocked and couldn't imagine it at all. After all, the one who took action this time was no longer the Wanshao Palace on the surface, but the Black Mountain sect behind it. Li Su and he were just casual acquaintances, and there was no need for him to participate in such a thing. Li Su naturally didn't answer. He raised his hand and flicked it. The picture he got from the soul of the Black Mountain sect disciple turned into a ray of spiritual light and fell on the other's eyebrows. Yangping was stunned for a moment, and then his pupils suddenly widened, and his eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. "This? Familiar? Sir, where did you get this picture?" Yangping's face was pale. As a real immortal, he couldn't keep calm when he spoke at this moment. "I'm going to capture a memory from your Black Mountain sect's soul." Black Mountain. Yangping's body trembled, and he fell to the ground, his face pale and miserable. As a disciple of GGO, the impact of this scene on him was completely imaginable. He shook his head in disbelief, his mind was shaken, and his avenue couldn't help but shake, and it had already impacted the foundation. How could it be? Yes, how could it be? Except for the traitor in GGO, there was no other guess. Moreover, the status and identity of this traitor was very high, very high. Even the people in the central city would not work. It had to be someone in the inner city, that is, the highest level, who could possibly have the information on the hiding places of all the disciples in the entire outer city. "You said that the Black Mountain sect found it out? How is it possible?" After Yangping and the others were captured, they temporarily activated the hiding place. How long has it been? You have to know that Li Su did not find any signs of the Musinyan soldiers in their brains. Not only that, it was easy to identify the true immortals and heavenly immortals of GGO disciples, but it was a joke to say that they were just building the foundation of the golden core. The Jishin Sutra is not something that anyone can practice at any level. At least one must be a celestial being. Before this, although the GGO's foundation building and golden elixir skills were good, they were not unique to one sect. There were at least tens of millions of similar people in the entire Fengdu outer city. Among so many people, locating a few thousand people is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Who would believe it if they all were located? Chapter 896 Free sharing of information. Traitor? But why? Yang Ping was at a loss. He sat on the ground, unable to believe this fact. The disciples of the great sect basically joined the sect when they were young. It was rare for them to change their ways. Although there were some, it was very difficult for such people to enter the upper echelons of the great sect. Over tens of millions of years, the merits were accumulated step by step. The amount of effort put in was beyond imagination. The trajectory of the entire 9 levels of life would overlap with this. Even so, they would have to go through the heart test in the end before it was possible. Therefore, it was almost impossible for those who changed their ways to become traitors. Before they were recognized, they were basically branded with the traces of loyalty. Li Su was just an exception. He could do this because he himself had a cause and effect entanglement with GGO. In the eyes of the saints, his fate had already overlapped with GGO. The same was true for the human sect. That was why he was directly accepted into the sect, became a Taoist disciple of a sect, and even became a disciple of an ancient saint. In the myth world, for tens of millions of years, there were dirty tricks in the upper, middle, and lower domains. But the great sect alone had never had one. After all, this is not a dynasty organization in the mortal world, and people's hearts are separated from their stomachs. Everything about the monks is related to their own avenues and their own state of mind. Not to mention, the disciples of the great sect have a noble status, are backed by saints, and stand at the top of the mythical world, which is equivalent to a Shion who start. The reason for betrayal is more based on interests. But what can you get if you change to the level of a disciple of the great sect? Better treatment? This is already the top treatment. How much can it be improved? This is not a salary of tens of thousands, and you can get millions or tens of millions if you change jobs. Not to mention that after betrayal, the great sect will inevitably be furious. This is not a company job hopping. Personal safety is protected by law, and the great sect will definitely hunt you down madly. The Black Mountain sect and the G sect are indeed in a situation of life and death. If you block the traitor, it is highly likely that you will not be handed over. But in the face of the G sect's desperate and crazy pursuit, how long will the Black Mountain sect protect the other party? Therefore, the benefits are almost invisible, but the disadvantages are obvious. With the presence of the saint, it is almost certain to die. Of course, for Yang Ping, compared to the reason for betrayal, the result, he didn't care. What he cared about was why. Why would someone betray his own sect? This situation, whether emotionally or rationally, is completely unacceptable. The pain is simply indescribable. It feels as if he was betrayed by his own blood relatives, and it is almost impossible to think. Yang Ping's eyes wandered, and he couldn't help but reach out to scratch his head. He couldn't recover from this shock for a long time. After a long time, he trembled and took out something that Li Su was very familiar with from his arms, the GGO life plate. There was a terrible anger gathering in his heart, and the intense emotions extended directly. His face quickly twisted, and his wide eyes spewed out scarlet breath. Looking at the other party's actions, Li Su sighed. He had been in GGO for a short time, and didn't have such deep feelings, but he could still understand his mood at the moment. He raised his hand, and pressed it down, calming his movements. Yang Ping couldn't help but raise his head, and he looked at Li Su directly with great anger. Li Su sighed. Are you going to expose this matter? Before the other party could speak, Li Su continued. Do you know how big of a shock it will be to GGO once this matter is exposed? How much chaos will it cause? Right now, GGO is in an extremely unfavorable predicament. There is also a traitor in the upper echelons. Once it explodes, everyone in GGO will probably be in a panic, right? Once the emotion of distrust arises, GGO will be completely torn apart. If the Black Mountain religion attacks with doubts everywhere, can it still unite to fight? You must know that the traitor is still watching GGO's every move. As Li Su spoke, Yang Ping's body could not help but tremble, and his face kept changing. After all, he had lived for a long time, and he immediately realized what Li Su meant. GGO is now passive. If someone in the upper echelons betrayed, it would be absolutely fatal to GGO. Once the internal chaos of GGO occurs, the traitor will not sit idly by. He will definitely contact the Black Mountain religion and launch another attack, while GGO is in chaos. This is undoubtedly a fatal situation for GGO at present. Sir, don't be anxious. The more you are at this time, the more you need to stay calm. Go find the others. I think they should have sent out the news that the outer city is safe. The GGO should also know the situation in the outer city, and the Black Mountain sect probably knows it too. Li Su said calmly, gather them together. While everyone's attention is focused on the central government office, you lead everyone to swear an oath, and start clearing minds from bottom to top. Go through it from beginning to end. First, confirm whether there are any traitors among the GGO disciples in the outer city. By the way, don't use the fate card. Go to the door directly to find someone. After listening, Yang Ping couldn't help but take a breath. He nodded immediately. He turned around and left without thinking. Looking at the figure of the other party leaving without hesitation, Li Su touched his chin and looked up outside the central mansion. He jumped up and did not continue to stay in the mansion. Instead, his figure flashed and disappeared. Asterisk 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 at this moment, outside the central mansion, countless pairs of eyes stared at the mansion. Even though the ghost soldiers had retreated, even though the GGO disciples had been released, even though they had confirmed that the person who broke in must have some connection with GGO and was probably a hidden strongman of GGO, they still did not leave, but waited quietly. Apart from anything else, the Black Mountain sect must have reacted. Not only that, although the GGO people expelled the Black Mountain sect and took away the power of the county magistrate, this is undoubtedly a good thing for GGO, but it is not necessarily a good thing for others. The county magistrate of the central government office has too much power. He can directly and forcibly recruit all the cultivators in the outer city of Fengdu. This power is not a good thing for anyone present. Either everyone does not have it, or they have it in their own hands. No one is willing to give this initiative to others. I didn't expect that GGO has hidden such a killer here, and I don't know who it is. In the corner, the Ghost Gate disciple, one of the three major sects who was also closely watching the situation in the central government office, spoke up. The Black Mountain sect actually arranged 5 Tai here, and they were all above the mythical level. This combat power was amazing enough. Fortunately, they did not go in, otherwise the result could be imagined. However, such an amazing combat power was actually handled by one person. Even if those 5 people were not the strongest in the Black Mountain sect, and they did not even make it into the top 5, it was still amazing enough. After all, after the message was sent back, the information was immediately fed back. At present, all the high-level leaders of the G sect are basically in the inner city of Fengdu, not to mention that no one has returned. The G sect itself is not famous for its geniuses, and the one in front of them seemed to have popped out of thin air, which was really scary. Are you asking me? At present, I'm a passerby, right? Before the Buddhist sect and the Western Chan sect disciples could speak, a voice came in and sounded directly behind the 3 people. With a start, the 3 people's faces could not help but change, and they turned back suddenly. A cracking sound was heard, which was the sound of the cervical vertebrae. The heads of the 3 people turned almost 150 degrees before their bodies reacted and turned around. Undoubtedly, the appearance of this voice was too scary. The 3 of them were startled. Their pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. The person behind them was obviously the one who broke into the central mansion head-on. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. Li Su waved his hand, signaling the 3 people not to do so. The 3 of them couldn't help but use their magic power. Although they knew that they were probably not the opponent of the person in front of them, they obviously wouldn't sit and wait for death. Looking at the other party with great caution, the Ghost Gate disciple said directly, I don't know, sir, what do you want to see us for? Lisu smiled and said with a smile, "Nothing. I just found some very interesting information in the soul of the Black Mountain sect disciple, and I plan to share it with you for free. Apart from anything else, more than 2000 TIE. What a terrifying thing. It can't be that GGO alone can handle it, right?" Looking at Lisu smile and listening to his words, the three couldn't help but look at each other, inexplicably feeling a chill on their backs, with a sense of foreboding. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 897. The highest level of pushing people into the water is 2000! Exclamation mark. Even though they were prepared, the disciples of the three major sects were still shocked when they heard that the Black Mountain sect actually had 2000 TIE monks. This number was really too terrifying and too heavy. No kidding. At the same level, once the number was overwhelming, it was difficult to contend with. With the 15 fire great perfection, he could easily kill a 14 fire, who had no way to resist alone. He could even deal with 5 at the same time, and kill them in exchange for injury. He was undoubtedly very powerful, very strong. But this was basically the limit. Once there were more than 10, even the 15 fire would turn around and run away, and would not choose to fight head on, because it would be too disadvantageous, and there was a high probability that the 15 fire great perfection would be severely injured. What about now? In the entire Fengdu, the total number of TIE was less than 150. The major sects accounted for the majority, about 90 or so. Among them, there were only 15 TIE great perfections, 30 or so in the middle and late stages, and the rest were all just in the early stages. This is the normal ratio of TIE that the big sects in the myth world have. It even includes those who are more than 10,000 years old, that is, those who failed to break through and achieved Aluo in the last 10,000 year war. Therefore, when the disciples of the three major sects heard that there were actually 2000 TIE realm cultivators in the Black Mountain sect, you can imagine how shocked they were. This number is really too scary. You should know that the above data itself has to deduct the more than 10 people in the Black Mountain sect. That is to say, including the G sect, there are only about 70 people in total. 70, what does it mean? 2000 TIE, almost one person can get 30. As an old rival, the disciples of the three major sects know a lot about the Black Mountain sect, especially their skills, and have done special research. The people of this sect all practice the Black Mountain Sutra. This sutra is the method for the Black Mountain Patriarch to become a saint. It is a different body with the same origin. The disciples who practice can be connected, and the higher realm can even directly draw the power of the lower realm to strengthen themselves. Although it is not as terrifying as the G-Sect's formation, forming an unreasonable killing, it is still possible to increase its strength by about 1 time. This can be regarded as the capital of the Black Mountain sect to live and work. After all, giving up the physical body and practicing the Black Mountain treasure body is essentially a taboo, and monks generally will not choose this path. On the road of practice, the physical body and the soul are very important to the monks. Even in the Buddhist sect, they mainly cultivate their minds and enlightenment. When they give up the physical body, they basically enter the process of reincarnation. In other words, it is better to say that they do not value the physical body in this life than to say that they do not value the physical body. Moreover, when they give up the physical body, they almost always leave the relics and infuse the power of the origin. Once the reincarnated body is found, it can also act as a peerless medicine to help them pick up what they have cultivated in the previous life. Therefore, the abandonment of the physical body by the Black Mountain Sutra has a great impact on practice. Even the new type of 15 fire celestial arrogance will be weaker than other major sects. This is worse than the G sect. Once the disciples of the G sect achieved Aluo, they can also transform. The abandonment of the disciples of the Black Mountain sect means that it will be like this for life. Therefore, this special connection is the capital that allows them to stand on equal footing with other major sects. With this special shared power, plus the astonishing number, the pressure from the Black Mountain sect suddenly rose to an incredible level. It posed a fatal threat to everyone in the room. The expressions of the three major sects were very uncomfortable. To be honest, they really hoped that they had heard it wrong and the news they received was false. It was a smoker screen released by the other party with the purpose of making them go down and join forces to deal with the Black Mountain sect. However, what the other party shared was the soul light, which came from the 5 Taiyuanshan of the Black Mountain sect. This was ironclad evidence, and there was no room for falsehood. After all, some things cannot be disguised, such as the oaths in the remnant souls of these Yuanshan, which obviously came from the Black Mountain sect. And the content in his brain was extremely coherent, and the memories that could serve as evidence were not just a few, but hundreds and thousands. In fact, the specific number was not told to them by the Yuanshan, but calculated by themselves, by watching the other party's memory. Seeing the heavy expressions on their faces, Li Su smiled. Okay, the news has been given to you. You take your time to digest it. I'm leaving first. Wait. The Ghost Gate disciple's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said in a cold voice, relying on this wisp of remnant soul and a little consciousness, do you think we will be fooled? Will we end up like this, and join forces with GGO to deal with the Black Mountain sect? Of course not. Li Su shook his head unexpectedly. He looked at the Ghost Gate disciple seriously and said, it's a huge misunderstanding. How could I have such a plan? Isn't it? The Ghost Gate disciple sneered. Although he couldn't find the flaw, as a Ghost Gate disciple, he still knew a thing or two about tampering with the soul. It's not that he couldn't do it. Of course not. I specifically told you this information, so that you can deal with the Black Mountain cult, and distract their attention, so that they don't have so much time to focus their energy on me. This is not dragging people into the water. This is me getting ashore, and then pushing you into the water. While saying this, Li Su also made a pushing motion. The whole process was so smooth, without any disguise. Damn it. The three of them couldn't help but widened their eyes and looked at Li Su in disbelief. Their faces turned green on the spot. You. The Ghost Gate disciple's face was crooked, and he pointed at Li Su directly, wishing to spit out foul language. Shit. Looking at the opponent whose veins were already jumping, Li Su calmly raised his hands and pressed them, saying, calm down, calm down. Don't be so excited. I didn't force you to die with a knife. If you are really unhappy, you can choose to ignore it completely and treat the information I sent to you as false. At this point, Li Su smiled slightly, as long as you can accept it yourself. Is this a question of acceptance or not? This is not it. This is beside the couch. How can I allow others to snore? This is a fatal sword hanging over my head, which may fall at any time. This is the moment when the thought comes into being, and this box can't be closed. If I don't go to see it with my own eyes and verify it myself, I will not be able to eat or sleep from now on. The Ghost Gate disciple's forehead was smoking, and he couldn't help but start to roll up his sleeves. No matter whether he can beat him or not, he will go up and fight. If he doesn't fight, it's not enough to vent his anger. Amitabha. The Buddhist disciple spoke, and with his chanting, the room was immediately filled with Buddha's power, calming all emotions and extinguishing all restlessness. The Sichan sect disciple also reached out his hand. He pressed the Ghost Gate disciple's shoulder and said softly, let's go. Things are no longer something we three can handle. After that, he looked at Li Su. Dao, thank you very much for this news. Things are too serious, and now is not the time to worry about being dragged into the water. The Black Mountain sect actually possessed so many Tai. This was a big problem, a very big one. The Ghost Gate disciple also quickly calmed down. He took a deep breath. Although Li Su's attitude was very irritating, if this information was true, not to mention the three of them, the three major sects would have to thank him. They were not stupid. They were not stupid to have come this far. This was not the time to argue with Li Su. They had to take this remnant soul and return to the inner city immediately to send the news to their senior brothers so that they could further confirm the truth and send someone to testify. After all, there were many places on the memory side. They knew that the truth of the memory itself would be known after they went there. Although they thought about it, the faces of the three people were undoubtedly very heavy, much more solemn than when Li Su broke into the central government office. They knew very well what the Black Mountain sect was like. It was obviously abnormal that they had such a big advantage in their hands but were silent. What should they be preparing behind the scenes? You have to know that the Black Mountain sect had a full 2000 TIE, which was obviously a major problem. Obviously, it violated the oath that the 9 saints had made. Although it is unknown how the Black Mountain sect did it. After all, the 10,000 years war was a blood oath, and it was impossible for any disciple of major sect to avoid it. Therefore, once it is exposed, not to mention the Black Mountain sect, even the Black Mountain Patriarch will be in trouble. You must know that the cruelty of the 10,000 years war is very high. The blood of the high-level sects was sent into it because of this oath, so they died, and many people watched their descendants being beheaded. Once this news spreads, the Black Mountain sect will no longer have a foothold in the myth world. Therefore, if the Black Mountain sect does not move, it will be fine. Once they move, those who know about it will probably not have a single survivor, and they will all die. A central government office. If he only stimulated the nerves of the disciples of the 3 religions, then this news at this moment can definitely be said to have stepped on their bottom line. Chapter 898. In this case, the Western Chan sect, the Buddhist sect, and the Ghost sect should not be able to sit still. Standing in the 3-person room, Lee Su thought silently for a while, and he separated a drop of blood and ejected it directly. In midair, the blood vibrated and quickly went towards the south of the city. After doing all this, Lee Su waved his hand to call the Yin soldiers. Pass my order. All the government officers in the outer city are not allowed to issue orders for compulsory conscription without my order. The Yin soldiers clasped their fists. Got it. Watching the other party leave, Lee Su did not stay and took a step directly, appearing at the edge of the outer city and the middle city. He had been here before and recorded the coordinates of this place. Unfortunately, the Yin text was not full at that time, so Lee Su temporarily gave up the plan to enter the middle city. Now that the Yin text has been awakened, the affairs of the outer city have been almost dealt with. As for the Black Mountain sect, it has lost the central government office, and coupled with his order before leaving, it is undoubtedly very troublesome to capture the disciples of the G sect. With Yang Ping's mobility, he should have gathered the GGO immortals together. With the change of hiding place, even if the Black Mountain sect wanted to, it would not be able to do it in a short time. Now that the other 3 religions know about it, they will definitely not sit and wait for death, and will react quickly. Clearing out the personnel in the outer city, the middle city, and even the inner city will basically be their first choice, and they have an excuse. The central government office, the Black Mountain sect's behavior can be big or small. After all, although it only targets the GGO, it actually threatens the Buddhist sect, the Ghost sect, and the Western Chan sect. The next one to be worried is obviously not the disciples of the GGO, but the Black Mountain sect. Faced with the 3 religions attacking at the same time, the Black Mountain sect can't stand it unless it suspends its plan, withdraws the 2000 TIE, and directly starts a full-scale war over Fengdu. Otherwise it will definitely not be able to win with just its apparent combat power. Will it do this? Most likely not. After so long of preparation, the plan should be more than halfway through, even if it is not completed. Moreover, the plan itself is aimed at Fengdu sect. If we stop, doesn't it mean giving up the best means? Moreover, in the battle in Fengdu City, having more people is not necessarily a good thing. Don't forget, this is Fengdu, someone else's territory. If you dodge it and accidentally injure or even kill thousands of people, Lee Su will have to shout that he can't afford the compensation. If he can't afford the compensation, there is only one result. He will be forced to be conscripted immediately. Therefore, the interior of Fengdu City should be very safe next, at least for the disciples of GGO. Alas. So annoying. Originally, according to Lee Su's original idea, after capturing the central government office, he would sit there, waiting for the Black Mountain sect to send someone to die. The best case scenario is that the top Cheyenne Geo of the Black Mountain sect comes, and Lee Su directly uses a treasure to kill him. Without the top layer, even if the Black Mountain sect wants to jump next, it is estimated that there will be no strength. As a result, an unexpected event occurred, forcing him to change his original idea. Thinking of this, Lee Su sighed, took his first steps, and crossed the gap between the middle city and the outer city. His merits were enough, especially the Yin one had already met the requirements, so he did not feel any obstacles when he came here. The Yin Qi became more and more dense, the spiritual energy was also very strong, and the extraordinary particles in the air were extremely active. Although there was only a layer of energy between them, it undoubtedly gave people a feeling of changing the world. Not only that, in terms of structure, the middle city and the outer city were slightly different. There is a residence of the righteous gods here. The 6 case officials and the 3 officials of the underworld are all here, located in the center of the middle city. Looking up, you can see that the 4 extremely huge palaces are built with extremely special materials, with array patterns engraved on them. There is a huge Yin Qi flowing in the patterns, which is extremely extraordinary. From a distance, you can feel the great power deposited in it. Lee Su exhaled, quickly retracted his gaze, and focused his attention on his surroundings. He was looking for Yinwen, and his target was all the 5, 6, 7, and 3 grades in the middle city. Once the 3 religions take action, there will be good and bad. The advantage is that there should be no danger inside Fengdu City for the time being, but the disadvantage is also obvious. After the Black Mountain sect suffered a great loss, it will inevitably speed up the implementation of the plan. In this way, the time left for him has undoubtedly become tight. I don't know what the Black Mountain sect is preparing for. Has the plan reached that stage? How long will it take to complete it? Hopefully, there will be a lot of time left. Asterisk 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 boom. A palm shattered the stone table in front of him. At this moment, in the inner city, the Black Mountain sect's stronghold, the Black Mountain sect's eldest brother's face was at hen. His pupils were blazing, his face was slightly distorted, and he was extremely angry. Since the Wanshao Palace was suddenly destroyed, the plan that was originally going smoothly has been completely messed up. In the outer city's Wanshao Palace, the people who mastered the Buddhist Ghost Gates methods ended up, and the scattered cultivators retaliated, and had to retreat. After a period of investigation, it was finally determined that the person who took action was not a member of the Buddhist Ghost Gate. Just as the plan was arranged, it was intended to force the person who took action out through the central government office. But then came the news that the first source had a problem. They finally sent it in, and the skeleton of the celestial being infected with one of the 3 origins of Fengdu was destroyed. The moment he received this news, the Black Mountain sect's eldest brother almost vomited blood. It was a critical moment. It could be said that it was a critical moment. The plan had already reached the point where it could succeed by just sitting and waiting, but suddenly, it was broken. Yes, it didn't stop, it was broken, and it fell off a cliff. 9 out of 10 fell back to 6 out of 10, which was equivalent to several months of painstaking efforts, and the efforts of all the people in the sect were wasted. However, this was not the end. He had just sent people to the location of the first origin to find out the reason, and bad news came again. The central government office was taken away. The 5 Tai disciples he arranged to go there were not only defeated, but also killed by the people who seized power through the government office's Yin soldiers and Yin generals. Not only that, after more than a month of preparation, the sudden thunderbolt shot, and all the real immortals and celestial immortals of the GGLO who were captured were released. When hearing this result, the mood of the Black Mountain sect's eldest brother can be imagined. It was not going well. Too bad. What happened? What happened? Who is against his Black Mountain sect? Is it the other 3 sects? At this moment, the eldest brother of the Black Mountain sect couldn't help scratching his head. He was very upset. Very upset. After all, the Wanshao Palace and the central government office were fine. At least he could guess a thing or two. But what happened to the origin? Who destroyed it there? Intentionally? Or unintentionally? You have to know that, if you want to destroy that place, the conditions are very high. You need to comprehend a lot of Yinwen, and reach the standard of king level awakening. In order to implement the plan, they paid a huge price, and finally sent the skeleton of the immortal into it. As a result, it was inexplicably destroyed. You have to know that the 3 origins, in their view, were destined to be impossible to be destroyed from the moment of success. Therefore, they didn't even send people to monitor. After all, the conditions for achieving king level awakening are too difficult. It is impossible. This is no longer a problem of comprehension, but time is not enough. If it takes hundreds or thousands of years, there is still a chance, but it is impossible for a few years or decades. Could it be them? Breaking the rules. What happened? Obviously, our Black Mountain sect master brother would never have thought that the culprit behind all this was just one person. Report. A disciple ran in nervously. Report to master brother. What's the matter? The Black Mountain sect master brother couldn't help but frowned, his face gloomy. All the people sent to the First Origin have had problems. They were directly detained by the Yin soldiers and beheaded for espionage. The Black Mountain sect master brother's pupils suddenly widened, and he looked at the other party in disbelief. What did you say? Chapter 899. Listen to your words. HMM. It's a bit difficult. As expected of a 5th grade Yinwen, it takes a lot of time to comprehend it. The lines are extremely thick, and there are amazing changes in this thickness. For ordinary people, just to remember this complex line, it may take several years, or even decades. Moreover, the reader must have a good memory and be specially trained. Monks are better. Their strong bodies make their brains extremely powerful in information carrying, and they can remember the complex contents of the Yinwen in a short time. For a celestial being, it takes about 3 months. A 5th grade Yinwen is about 100 words. It takes about 25 years to remember a complete article. True immortals are undoubtedly faster and should be able to compress the time to about 10 years. Tai is even more amazing. It should be able to complete the memory in a few months. If you add a talent that exceeds that of ordinary Tai, the speed will undoubtedly be faster. Basically, you can complete a memory in a month. Of course, memory is memory, and you have to condense it after remembering it and take shape in your soul. This is very demanding on the spirit. When practicing, it consumes a lot of energy on the soul, and the pressure it bears is also very high. It takes time to adapt little by little. Take Li Su for example. Now he can no longer understand it at a glance, like he did in the outer city. He needs to stop and watch, and it takes a lot of time just to memorize it. The same is true for condensing it. It takes about 10 minutes to finish one article, and go to the next one to start understanding again. There is no way. The main thing is that he doesn't want to be too conspicuous. There are too many people in this middle city, especially higher level cultivators, who are everywhere, which is very troublesome. The 5th grade Yinwen is far away, dozens of kilometers away. Not only that, most of these Yinwens have people stopping to watch, memorize the content, and absorb it. In order to avoid attracting attention, he has to waste a lot of time on moving. HMM. The difficulty of Yinwen increases a bit fast. In view of this result, Li Su, who is understanding it, can't help but frowning. Now one article, memorizing and learning, actually took him a full 3 minutes. It's really a bit too much. You have to know that when it comes to the 6th grade, seconds are still counted. One article takes about 30 seconds. When it comes to the 5th grade, it breaks through 3 minutes at once. That is a full 180 seconds. Facing this result, Li Su's eyes are a little solemn, and he feels the pressure of learning all the Yin texts. When every second counts, it takes too long. After all, Li Su has not forgotten that there are 4 levels above: 1, 2, 3, and 4. The difficulty of the 5th grade increases so quickly. What will happen to the 1st grade? The only good thing is that the higher the grade, the fewer articles. For example, the total number of the 5th grade is only 72 articles. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's difficult, fellow Daoist. As if noticing Li Su's heaviness, a cultivator who was also stopping to comprehend said, in fact, there is no need to be so anxious. The 5th grade level is not something that can be successfully memorized in a short time. Li Su was startled and turned his head in astonishment. The other party took a deep breath and sighed. Each of these words can be said to be more important than Mount Te. They are the essence left by the ancient sages and our supreme scriptures. This is also because the ancient times were destroyed and the underworld had problems. Otherwise, people like us would not have the opportunity to watch such classics. These records, let alone learning one, are great opportunities for us to remember a few lines of text. As he spoke, many people around him opened their eyes. Most of them could not hide their fatigue, but their eyes were full of burning and excitement. Obviously, they agreed with the man's words. Soon someone joined in and said directly, "It's hard to imagine. In the mythology world, the Taoism involving the soul is extremely rare. This underworld Fengdu is full of carvings. These sacred words, even if it is just one, still make my soul can't help but touch. The progress can be said to be unprecedented. Judging from the identity of the person who spoke, he should be a casual cultivator. He only mastered the lower grade immortal arts and the realm of the celestial immortals, so his foundation was average. Therefore, even the 5th grade Yunwen was of great benefit to him. Just a word directly improved his soul by about 5%. That's right. This Yunwen of the underworld is probably the most top level soul technique in the ancient times, right? Just these 5 grades alone can greatly benefit TIE. If you can understand one article, it will definitely be a great fortune. At present, I have only understood more than half of the words in this article, and I have already felt that my soul is changing. If I can learn one article completely, it will take 100 years, and I may be able to change my body and be reborn, and go further. The one who spoke was a white-haired Tai old man. At this moment, his face was shining, as if he had seen the future. As he spoke, more and more people couldn't help but speak up. To be honest, I'm very excited when I see this Yunwen creation, but I can't help wondering in my heart, how did the ancient times that left such a brilliant miracle be destroyed? Someone couldn't help but interrupt. Some say it was a natural disaster, and some say it was man-made. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, what kind of natural disaster can destroy such an existence to the point where only traces are left?" Some people were extremely shocked and unbelievable. How could such an ancient splendor be destroyed by humans? If it was man-made, what kind of person would it be? You talk, I talk. The discussion is quite heated, full of desire for the Yunwen in front of us, full of amazement at the ancient splendor, and even more full of fear at the destruction of the ancient times. Standing next to Li Su, the person who spoke first had a smile on his face, and continued to say to him, "Take your time, fellow Taoist, the creation is right in front of us, and there is only one thing we should do, cherish every moment of the present." This text requires a very high level of mind. The more anxious and the more you think, the more likely it is to have problems, leading to inability to understand and understand. Li Su couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and his expression was quite confused. You know, there have been quite a few people sitting here since the first 7th grade Yunwen. There have been hundreds of articles here, but this is the first time he has met such a kind person. Seeing him frowning, he actually comforted him and gave him a mouthful of poisonous chicken soup. In the mythological cultivation world, where indifference is the main theme, this is also strange. Moreover, you can't say that this person has a very good state of mind. Through the soul, it is discovered that he has mastered a lot of Yunwen, even more than the old man Tai who spoke. From the 10th grade to the 5th grade, there are all, which is very extraordinary. You know, he is obviously a true immortal. Looking at the other party, Li Su was a little entangled. How should he respond to this? No, is it a question of how to answer now? You know, when he frowned just now, he had already mastered the 5th grade Yunwen here. As a result, because of this guy's words, people around him talked about it. When he came back to his senses, a cup of tea had passed. He was racing against time, and the threat of the Black Mountain sect was imminent. If he was not careful, he would waste a part and a half. Judging from the heated discussion at the moment, the situation has developed from the creation of Yunwen, the ancient glory, and the mystery of destruction to showing off, and it is getting more and more intense, with no sign of stopping. Li Su took a deep breath, and clasped his fists. "I'm grateful for your advice. As expected, I'm not suitable for learning the 5th grade Yunwen. I'm too ambitious. Goodbye." After that, he turned around and left, so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The person who spoke to comfort him stood there at this moment, frowning, a little confused. He has heard that listening to your words is better than reading for 10 years. But what does this listening to your words is better than a word mean? Chapter 900, The End of the Three Religions. He let out a breath. After 2.5 days in the middle city, he finally got the 5th, 6th, 7th and 3rd grade yin win perfectly. At this moment, under the soul skin, in the muscle nerves, it has been completely covered by the 3rd grade yin win. This feeling is undoubtedly very special. It is as if the soul really has more flesh and blood, and there is a feeling of fullness. He felt the flow of blood in the operation of nerves. The soul that should have been false became infinitely real. This transformation is hard to describe. Lee Soo had a feeling that, if his soul was out of the shell at this moment, what would come out would be a soul with flesh and blood. This transformation is hard to describe. You know, the Soul Supreme originally gave him only the nature of flesh and blood, and now this Yinwen gave him the texture of flesh and blood. The improvement brought by this change is very obvious. Let him hear, smell, taste, and feel a kind of information that is completely different from the 5 senses of the flesh. This is very different. Lee Soo couldn't help but look up. He gently opened his mouth, and then closed it. In an instant, a special taste came to his heart. It was soft and sticky, a little bouncy, and had some moisture. It felt like chewing a glutinous rice dumpling, which was full of stuffing, and had many flavors. Along with the swallowing action, an extremely special touch came from the soul. He was eating. What he was eating was the yin qi of Fengdu. This was not the kind of absorption in practice, but eating, just like mortals eating rice and meat. This could no longer be called a change, but a deeper transformation, as if he had become a completely new species, with huge changes in all aspects. In an instant, Lee Soo's pores widened, and a huge amount of yin qi poured into his body, which was directly swallowed by his soul, absorbed, digested, and then transformed into energy. Although he knew that the yin text of the underworld was extraordinary, if he could understand it, he would bring an expected evolution. But he really didn't expect that this evolution could reach such a level. Everyone has played games, such as the famous Warcraft in the previous life. There are several major races in it: humans, elves, dwarves, and orcs. Lee Soo's situation at this moment is like there is another race on the basis of the human race. However, it is not complete. First of all, he did not learn all the Yinwen. Then, although he has mastered all the 5, 6, and 7 grades, it is obvious that he still needs to go to the battlefield to awaken. When he fully awakens, his soul may undergo extremely amazing changes. Thinking of this, Lee Soo couldn't help but frown. He didn't forget what happened when he first awakened. The skeleton of the immortal left a very deep impression on him. I always feel that there is a high probability that he will meet it again this time. Well, do the preparations first. It doesn't matter if you don't meet it. If you meet it, just give it a hard time. Before going in, store some firewood. Lee Soo really has no desire to challenge that kind of opponent, mainly because it is too boring to fight. Its powerful nature is completely built up by realm and experience. For the current Lee Soo, there is no way except to resist it. Therefore, for Lee Soo, it is uncomfortable. Because the principle of his moves is purely based on the mystery of realm, it is like he can only add, subtract, multiply and divide at present, while the opponent uses calculus. Skills and the like are just that. The difference between the two sides lies in the formula, realm, of calculus. Asterisk 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 boom. Suddenly, thunder exploded in the sky. The rumbling sound was extremely dense, almost covering the entire central city. It was a battle. There were people, and more than one person was fighting. The extremely rich Buddha's aura, the cold ghost's aura, and the half Buddhist and half Taoist aura instantly filled the entire central region. Lee Soo's eyes moved, and he immediately turned his head and looked at the place where the battle was fought. There were hundreds of people fighting there. There were Taai and Zengson. There were only 9 Taai, and there were more Zengson, about 400 or 500. They were divided into 2 parties. 7 Taai surrounded 2 Taai, and more than 300 Zengson madly attacked more than 100 Zengson. It was the other 3 religions, and the Black Mountain religion. Did they finally choose to take action? Watching the amazing battle in the middle city, the ruthless killing of the Buddhist sect, the Ghost sect, and the Western Chan sect, Lee Soo murmured, does it mean that it has been confirmed that the Black Mountain sect has indeed hidden 2000 Taai? It's only been 2.5 days. The efficiency is not low. Lee Soo was not surprised by this situation. From the moment he produced the evidence, the three Buddhist sects had no other way to go. Joining forces to encircle and suppress the Black Mountain sect is their only choice. The situation of the Black Mountain sect is equivalent to standing next to you with a kitchen knife. Even if you really can't swing the knife, how many people can accept it? Not to mention that Fengdu itself is like a huge cage, locking everyone in, which is equivalent to locking all the retreat routes of the other three sects. It is basically inevitable to take action. In this way, the disciples of the G sect in Fengdu are temporarily safe. The situation in Fengdu has completely changed, and it has become 4 sects joining forces to deal with one. Not only that, Yangping has also completed the cleanup in the past 2 days. The GGO disciples in the outer city have not found any problems. Not long ago, he had contacted the central city, and they have also started to investigate. The extremely bad situation has finally been brought back a little bit. Now we just have to wait for the central city to complete the investigation, and the rest is the inner city. There is a problem with the top management. This is already a foregone conclusion. I have to hurry up. First, awaken the 3rd grade Yunwen of the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels, and then go directly to the inner city. After finding the traitor, we can go all out to deal with the Black Mountain sect. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, what do you mean? At this moment, in the inner city, an amazing battle is also happening. But the difference is that what is happening here is a collision of the 14 fire levels. The Black Mountain sect, including the eldest brother, Taii, is under siege, and the people who are attacking are naturally the other 3 sects. The war came very suddenly, and almost instantly, the Black Mountain sect's stronghold evaporated, and except for a few disciples of the true immortal and heavenly immortal levels, almost all died. The 4 Taii of the Black Mountain sect who escaped were horrified and incredulous, especially the eldest brother of the Black Mountain sect. His pupils were bloodshot, his face was twisted, and there was black blood at the corners of his mouth. There were wounds on his chest, shoulders, and thighs, which were deeply cracked. There was a terrible force inside that was constantly vibrating, continuously killing and wounding him. The loss was not small. Almost all the middle and higher level disciples of the Black Mountain sect were dead. The Buddhist sect, Ghost sect, and Zichen sect who attacked had no intention of holding back. They also killed 80% of the people who were collected through the Wanshao Palace. It turned out like this, mainly because they didn't expect it. I didn't expect them to join forces, to attack the door directly, and the most deadly thing was the people who came to the door. The eldest sister of the Buddhist sect, the eldest brother of the Ghost sect, the eldest brother of the Zichen sect. Almost all the high-level people of the 3 sects came, especially the 3 people who surrounded him at this moment. You must know that not long after coming to the inner layer, the 3 people in front of him went into seclusion and have been conquering the 2nd grade Yunwen. The affairs of the big sect were handed over to their junior brothers to deal with. In fact, all the major sects are like this, and the Black Mountain sect also does this openly. On the Black Mountain sect side, he returned to deal with the incident of the first origin after the destruction of the Wanshao Palace. Central Government Office, you have crossed the line. The Ghost Gate senior brother looked at the other party indifferently. The Black Mountain sect senior brother couldn't help but roared, "Asshole, that was just prepared to deal with the G sect, and it will be abandoned after it's over." The Western Chan sect senior brother said lightly, "Do you think we will believe such words? I wonder if you two are tired. It's already like this, and you are still talking nonsense." Without waiting for the Black Mountain sect senior brother to speak, the Buddhist senior sister became impatient and said coldly, "Are you very idle?" "That's right." The Ghost Gate senior brother and the Western Chan sect senior brother's eyes were bright. At this time, there was no need to say more. Kill. Looking at the 3 people rushing over, the Black Mountain sect senior brother's face changed completely, and he couldn't help but roared, "Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" His body shook, and he directly manifested the Black Mountain body. Immediately, an infinite peak descended from the sky. The peak was entangled with the supreme power. The 15 fires on the top of the mountain were brilliant and dazzling. It was a sign of the greatest perfection. The atmosphere was frozen, and the whole world sank. The power of Taii Daquan burst out at this moment. As expected of the strongest Taii of the Black Mountain sect, his momentum collapsed the sky and split the earth. The entire inner city was under great pressure. Countless cultivators felt that their eyes were black, their breathing and heartbeats were out of control, and the avenue was suppressed tightly, and they could not move even a little bit. In the suppressed center, the pressure was even more amazing. The space was compacted and shattered inch by inch, and fell directly on the three people. Facing this scene, the three people did not change their expressions. A Buddha, a ghost king, and a finger suddenly appeared. The Buddha flower bloomed, as if there were thousands of hands. The ghost king roared, and thousands of yin energy rolled out. A finger opened up the earth and the sky. Three supreme classics, the highest of the great sect, appeared with a bang, and for a time, the wonders filled the sky and the colors were endless. The same 15 firelights shot up into the sky. The terrifying avenue traversed the heavens and the earth. The completely different scenery and the same might filled the inner city. In an instant, countless people's minds went blank, their bodies and minds lost consciousness. Facing this terrifying TIE collision, let alone watching the battle, they couldn't even keep their minds. With a loud bang, the terrifying airwave exploded, the sky cracked, and everything was directly annihilated. After a while, the huge black mountain shook, cracked by the Buddha's palm, and withered by the rolling yin ki. The last finger fell, cracking the supreme scripture on it, and collapsing the magnificent avenue in it. The extremely terrifying 15 fires trembled and disappeared in diameter. With a bang, the huge Black Mountain treasure body exploded completely. Even if the Black Mountain sect's eldest brother possessed the power of the supreme 15 fires, he could suppress all the creatures in the entire inner city by himself. Facing three beings of the same level, he still couldn't stand up to the enemy, and was blasted to pieces. He still got away. Facing this scene, the Ghost Gate elder brother sighed. At their level, they naturally knew the difficulty of killing TIE 15 fire great perfection. If the opponent really fought hard, it would not end so easily. The Zichan sect elder brother said lightly, clear all the Black Mountain sect disciples in Fengdu City, don't leave a single one. Yes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.